you this morning and indicate to you members that today is the last day of the week. Next week, Monday and Tuesday, we have a date with General Sibia. Monday next week will be the only Monday that we will be using until we conclude our proceedings. And I want to also plead with members to say that if there is any matter that we may want to raise regarding the manner we conduct our business, let's use next week, Wednesday, because we will have a break. Let's use that day to have a meeting and deal with any issue that we may want to deal with. Is that agreed, honorable members? And we use the time we have today to interact with General Masemola. Can we agree that way? Thank you so much. There are honorable members who have indicated to me that they may want to be released at some time during the proceedings, and I have granted them the permission. But I will try and give them chance reasonably to speak before they leave. Can we get ourselves organized, honorable members here? No, Honorable Skosana.
No.
General?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable James had requested me that she may want to be released at 10 o'clock. I'm going to give her an opportunity to ask questions now. And today, Honorable James, I'm not allocating time for alternates. I'm just being merciful. Yeah. Thank you so much. When I'm saying I'm not allocating time, I mean, I'm not saying that your time is 10 minutes, but surely it is below that. There is no 10 minutes limit today. There is something below 10 minutes.
That's
because
fine.
Let me tell you why. After you finish speaking, the watch stops running. We wait for the general to respond, and you find that your question is only 3 seconds. And then once he answers, you fill the question, the clock runs like that. So when he responds, he is not eating on your time. Your clock would have stopped at the time he starts responding. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
So can we use this time profitably? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to you, National Commissioner. Let me get straight to the point. Anyone holding position of National Commissioner should be beyond reproach. Do you agree, sir?
I do agree, Honorable Chair.
Are you beyond reproach?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Do you believe that the position you hold is probably one of the most powerful in South Africa?
Well, that's correct.
Is that correct? You are a very powerful man. Is that correct?
Not a very powerful man, no.
Sir, General
It's a position
Mkhwanazi,
of authority, Honorable
General
Chair.
Mkhwanazi, I don't want us to water this down. We must know if you are fit to do this job. General Mkhwanazi in his statement said that you are probably one of the most powerful people in South Africa, and South Africans' lives are dependent and safety is dependent on you. So we can't have words such as probably or maybe or whatever. We need to know if you are fit for this position. So yes or no, sir?
Yes,
Thank you.
I
Thank
am
you,
fit for
gentlemen.
the job. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yes or no? Do you believe that undue political interference by the minister should be tolerated?
Just repeat the question, Honorable.
Do you believe that undue wrongdoings by the by the minister should be tolerated?
No, Honorable Chair, it shouldn't be tolerated.
Do you believe that pushback towards an instruction from a minister could cost you your job?
I believe it should cost me my job, but I don't mind if I have to lose my job.
Then why did you not tell the minister directly that his instruction is unlawful?
Honorable Chair, quite a number of times I told the minister, why are you closing the team? And he just gave no reasons.
But it was an unlawful act
Well,
because it was operational. He was getting involved in operational matters.
Well, according to me, yes, but of course, I think it is up to the committee at the end of the day to decide whether is it really unlawful or is not. But for me, that's how I interpreted it, to say I think he's going beyond his scope, and hence I told him that I did emphasize that what are the reasons for this closing of the team? He might, the directive was not a request, it was a direct instruction. And I said, well, maybe he can give that, maybe he might not have that power, but what were the reasons? Why are you doing this? And unfortunately, I couldn't get answers.
Insi, earlier on you said that you are beyond reproach. Your response does not reflect that. Because you are now speaking about, in your statement, winding down. That is not a beyond reproach. That is not reflective of being beyond reproach. Do you believe the political killing stars team was adding value?
Well, that I believe and I know that it was adding value.
So why are you winding it down? Is that not ultimately giving in to the minister?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that Honorable Chair, the minister was determined. Well, he issued a directive to close the team, and in the absence of me not knowing what are the reasons, I kept on saying, but why are you doing this? And I then came with the plan that, well, if he's doing it, let me then rather come up with an alternative to say You rather wind it down, not close it the way you do.
NC, that is giving in to the minister. That is allowing political interference in operational matters. Do you agree?
Well, my belief is yes, but I'm not sure what is his view and the view of everyone.
We are not interested in the minister's view right now. We are interested in who you are. The minister made a wrong decision. You should have stood up to it. You didn't, and that is a problem for South Africa.
But one thing, Honorable Chair, is that the team was never closed. It is still operational even up to this day. I did everything that I could do, and there was no door where I didn't went to. I engaged him several times, and he shut the door. You'd recall on the 16th of January, I met the minister on other matters. We discussed those, and in the process, I raised this matter again. And he shut the door to say, no, there is a due date for submitting the report. Submit the report, then we can talk. After submission of the report, there was no talk until we were in Cape Town on the 6th of March. We discussed again there, again at that meeting, right at the beginning of the meeting, I said, Minister, tell these officers, why are you shutting down the team? Because I don't see the reason why you should do it. And there were no real cogent reasons that came about. But one thing which I did, I came up with that alternative that rather than let me just wind down, because this directive looked very suspicious. So rather let me come up with the strategy of winding down. Maybe one will end up finding the reasons for the closure of this team or the disbandment of the team. And eventually, at the end of the day, we end up finding out the reasons. And also, I do take what the Honorable Minister is saying, but however, the instruction was not given in secret. It was out, yes, and for some reason it was leaked to the media on the 31st of December 2024, and everyone who's sitting here, members of the public, honorable members, also saw the instruction, I'm sure, and those that really had interest in the political killings, I believe they should have also saw that something is wrong. And I'm definitely sure, Honorable Chair, that if, just giving a scenario, if this instruction was about the disbandment of a task team that was investigating farm matters, I can guarantee you, before the 3rd of January, all association and organization around agriculture, they should have rise up to this matter, because they would have seen it in public, they should have done something. But this very one, everyone, all analysts that are the best of today analyzing, including members of this House, it was quite okay. I did the best I could alone, and I tried my best. But if I have to be blamed today, well, I accept, but I did my best. And as we speak today, the political killing task team is still existing, is still working. Never mind, yes, I might have done it differently. Anyone will have an opinion how best you could have handled it. But I handled it my way, and I eventually was able to pick up what were the reasons why is the minister doing this, and the team is still there, is functioning. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Do you believe that it was the minister's intention to close the political killings task team, or the instruction should have actually been towards the counterintelligence task team? Because that was the team that was rattling his cages. That was the team that was actually investigating these drug cartels. That was the team that was investigating the people paying for his guests to January 8th statement. Do you believe that there was confusion because it was the 10 members from the political killing stars team that was deployed to counter? Do you believe that the minister shot himself in his own foot because he didn't actually understand?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, today, as we are sitting here, indeed, I agree with you, Honorable Member. The intention was for closing whoever will be dealing with the counterintelligence operation in Halting. But remember, myself and you that time, we were all not aware what the main intention here is. It is only after the confiscation of Mr. Nhlanhla's phone in May and later in June when, because it was, I think, 14 May, Mr. Nhlanhla was arrested. The team took quite some time to analyze what is on the phone. Only later, now we have the advantage on a hindsight to know actually what was happening. But that time, we didn't know.
Okay.
I just had suspicion something is cooking here, but I didn't know what it is.
And today it shows that your suspicions were correct. It shows that the minister wanted to put a stop. The minister, the ANC minister, wanted to put a stop to investigations pertaining to a drug cartel that has captured our country. Is that correct?
No, Honorable Chair, it's not
Sir,
the Minister of the ANC, it's the Minister of Police in the Republic of South Africa.
deployed by the ANC.
Well, that, yes.
We need to identify where these people come from. We need to identify where it comes from, where the rot comes from. We can't be pussyfooting. Our children are dying. Yesterday, a 4-year-old child died in Mitchell's Plain. Monday, a boy was kicking his grandmother's head around because of drugs. Tuesday, a boy was chopping his mother with a shovel because of drugs. We need to understand who are the enablers that's doing this. We're not here to play games. These people are ANC aligned. It's been going on for 2 years. You and I know each other for over 10 years. We're here to rot them out, and we must name them. So don't come here, ANC. I have great respect for you and speak about winding down and say that you are beyond reproach. You did not protect South Africans. You exposed us to drug cartels. The minister told you, closed his door to you. We should be closing the door to the minister.
Honorable Member, the chairperson has exercised his mercy for you to ask questions. And I know this is a chamber where we usually debate, but let's not debate the issue. Let's interact with the police commissioner.
Apologies, Chair. I want to ask the counterintelligence operational team, how many cases do they have, NC? And what are the case types, mainly those case types? Because we want to determine here what the minister was actually trying to stop.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I do not have the figures with me, but it's quite a number of cases. It's cases around murders, attempted murder. There will be also cases of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. And there will be cases of fraud and corruption. Yeah, but the number, I don't have it with me. Thanks. And most of those cases are the cases, as you have seen, the cases that are around Nhlanhla's appearance, Ket Nhlanhla, and also cases around KT Molefe. Those are the type of cases, but I don't have the figure, but it is those type of cases, murders, attempt, possession of firearms and ammunition, illegal possession, or dealing in drugs and or manufacturing of drugs. So the case is still under investigation. Thanks.
General, I want to touch on one final aspect regarding the works of SAPS. In a system where whistleblowers are not adequately protected, whistleblowers such as Babita, do you believe that you have failed Babita?
Well, no, I don't believe I failed her.
Were you aware of the fact that she was a whistleblower?
Only after she was murdered, one became aware.
How strong is your intelligence in this country?
Well, the intelligence, they are doing their work, but of course, the intelligence would not know what a whistleblower is going to say, probably. They won't know that.
Intelligence, are they not supposed to pick up on crime that is sort of brewing, the things that hasn't been brought to the front yet? Is that not the intention and the purpose of intelligence, is to garner information?
It is
And to gather information.
Yes, it is to collect and gather intelligence, yes.
So they did not know.
No, obviously, I don't know the details of the intricacies of that case and the detail of the case. I don't know it.
Since Babita's death, what have you put in place to ensure that you protect whistleblowers?
Well, whistleblowers, I know that there is legislation that is on its way to Parliament now by Department of Justice around whistleblowers. And from our side, if there are whistleblowers within the organization or whoever, we do provide whatever assistance we can do. But currently, by and large, there is no real mechanism for protection of whistleblowers. And unfortunately, of course, whistleblowers, remember, it doesn't necessarily mean you must go out in public and say whatever you say, but it means you go to authorities, you inform them what you know and what is happening, because your safety is quite important.
I think right now authorities has been compromised. Authorities, they are the criminals based on where we're sitting. So we cannot go to authorities. So how do we protect whistleblowers? If the minister himself, the head, is stopping drug cartels, and today you are saying that whistleblowers must go to SAPS. Does that make sense, General?
Well, I think you are, through your Honorable Chair, the honorable and honorable members, we should at least take pride that which they intended that it happened, it didn't happen. We're able to stop it, and we are investigating, and we arrested people. They are the people in court, and we even discovered more. The current Nhlanhla, we discovered 18 more cases that were there lying all over, and they are brought now, they are being investigated, and you'll be facing all those cases. So we have done something, and we are still doing something with a view to deal with the matter.
And this is the team, the counterintelligence operation that the minister wanted to close down. Yeah. I want to ask you in closing, do you believe the minister must be arrested?
No, I can't express an opinion on that. There is a case that is being investigated. I think you heard from General Mkhwanazi when he was here, that Honorable Chair, that there is a case that is being investigated, and one cannot comment on cases that are still under investigation. Thank you.
I think my final question, do you believe the people from the Cape Flats deserves an operation like the political killings task team, since the numbers on the Cape Flats triples that of the political killing stars team. And the political killing stars team has been made permanent. It has been ongoing since 2018. The killings on the Cape Flats has been ongoing for 3 decades. That is linked to the rest of the country, that cripples the economy of the country, because you have a concentrated section belonging to where you see mainly colored people that contribute 6% to this population, contributing the highest counts of murder and crimes to the national statistics. Do you not believe that that too, since it impacts South Africans and investment, do you not believe that this province deserves, the people are worthy of an operation that is focused on rooting out drugs?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Well, coming to matters of Cape Flats, the Honorable Member would be aware that we have been deploying this province since many years ago. As far as 1996-97, during those time of Pagat, we have been deploying this province and changing strategies. I do agree. Currently, as we speak, there is over 200 police members that are in this province of Western Cape that are not belonging here. They come from other provinces to come and assist in this province. And also, we look at the strategies that we have been using, and everyone, I'm sure, knows that we arrested most of these top leaders of these very cartels. As we speak, Modak is inside, he has been sentenced, he's still facing more. There's quite a number of them that we have arrested. And also, I think at some point somewhere last year, we even commended how the media is being used and how the media is being used and also to the detriment of the public when we have the Stanfield and his wife arrested. We went to that court with the former minister myself. I don't know whether you picked it up through Honorable Chair that after that court appearance, there was never an article in the media about his arrest and his appearance in court. If ever there was, it was very just 2 lines. And we were asking ourselves why. So it shows how they have influence. But we've taken down some of the gang leaders in this province are behind jail. They are arrested. But we haven't stopped there. We are still going on. As we speak, we have changed strategies. We have developed a new plan, which was never there before. And we are now starting to implement that plan. Might not give all the details, but it is a plan that is specific, focused, unlike when we do stabilization and have one team doing investigation. This time we have specific teams doing different things while we are stabilizing the Western Cape. In terms of personnel, the province of Western Cape for the past 5 years, this is the only province that got more than 4,000 personnel additional to what they have. That shows we have interest in what is happening in the province, and we also doing our best to make sure that we fight this gangsterism. And also it gives one a relief that, yes, we have dig so much that we understand what is happening with these drug cartels, how they work, how they are linked, and we are dealing with that. And if we finish or finalize that, we'll be knowing exactly where we stand. So we are prioritizing Western Cape. It was never. Some provinces don't even get more than 10 people at any given time, but this province was the one given more police members, and we went as far as going to the previously advantaged areas. You are Cape Town, you are Claremont, reducing police personnel there and send them to Cape Flats For example, the Makassar police station is made up of majority of police members that come from your likes of Kems Bay and Claremont and so on. So we did rectify to make sure that we don't ignore the Cape Flats, and that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General. I think in closing, let me help you. You say that you are trying to find out how they work. They work via the cartels linked to the minister. You've done much over the years, done much. The crime stats remains the same. There's no impact and there's no intelligence. We need to re-look at the plan that we have for the Cape Flats and this country. I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Honorable members, can I check the alternates? The alternates, those who want to speak, may you please raise your hands, the alternates, so that I can note you. I see Honorable Shikele, Honorable Lee Ann Matthews, Honorable Nomvalo. Is your alternate speaking? Okay. Honorable Sokanyile, do you want to speak? Yes, that's why I want to check, so that I note all of you, you speak and we know we're done. And I must make it very clear, I see Honorable Vessels is not here. And we have not received his apology. And he also has not indicated with me as the chair that he will be arriving late or he will not be here. So I have said that you are speaking on my mercy. So at the time this mercy is being granted and you are not here, you forfeit. It's not a right that can be claimed. Okay, we are going to proceed like that. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning.
Maybe just before you start, Honorable James, at any time that you may want to be released, you are released. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning, General.
Morning, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I wanted to hear greeting. Then also to the administration. General, let me start with what you raised yesterday about the Board of Commissioners, whereby you indicated that the South African Police Service Act makes a provision for the establishment of a Board of Commissioners, which is composed of yourself as a National Commissioner, together with the 9 provincial commissioners. Then you also said that during meetings, you acknowledge that there is a practice of including the senior officials in BOC meetings, and yet the Act doesn't provide this. Even General Mkhwanazi, when he was here, he talked about the inclusion
board is, it is established in terms of the Police Act to constitute exactly, as you said, the National Commissioner and the 9 provincial commissioners. But the Act doesn't prohibit any inclusion of anybody else. And the purpose of the board is an advisory body to the National Commissioner, which we, from the legal point, the legal advice that we got, that there is nothing wrong to include senior officials in that because it's not prohibiting that, and it is an advisory body to the National Commissioner in terms of various matters of coordination of in provinces. So we saw no issue or no problem because the provincial commissioners will still be included, so their views will still be taken, because it's not to say their views is going to become law or is law. They are just advising the National Commissioner. Instead of creating maybe 2 bodies, go and meet with the board and then go and meet with the other senior officials at another angle to hear their views. We saw it just as fit to have both in one meeting, and they exchanged their views, give advices, and you get it from one meeting. And we saw more advantages in enriching one another in the development of the SAPS going forward, other than limiting it to the only 10, which if after a year or 3 years you want to go back to the memory lane, I'm sure you might not find a single one of the 10 who was there. So we saw it fit that in order for the institutional memory of the organization and development and skilling of future leaders in the organization, it is best not to lock them out, but rather include them so that you have one comprehensive management team that is moving forward in a synchronized manner. Honorable member will also recall that I did mention that practically if you have the 10 in any given time in a meeting, you will always have this risk that they have got various periods by when they will be leaving, and also one has to take the interest of the organization into consideration and at heart. Not that they don't, but the fact of the matter is they're human beings. As I said, some of them might be left with a month, some might be left with 3 months, and here you say that body must advise the National Commissioner on decisions that will go beyond their stay in the organization. Whether those advices will be for the better of the organization or not is questionable. It can go both ways, but basically we saw no infringement on the part of the Act to include them. We saw it as it is good for the organization to have them. Thank you.
Okay. Has any of the 9 provincial commissioners raised his or her dissatisfaction in the inclusion of the senior managers to the BOC? Because General Mkhwanazi raised it here in the Ad Hoc Committee to say that he was not happy about that, because it means that it is not catered for by the Act, but we're doing it. And did he in particular raise that with you, or any other 9 provincial commissioners raised that with you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Yes, yeah, I think in one of the meetings, I couldn't remember when he did raise it, maybe 1 or 2, yes, they did raise it. And it was discussed, and we obtained legal opinion, and we found it not to be a problem of including them.
Okay. You may not know why he wouldn't want other senior to be there. As you are saying that he did raise it, maybe looking at things, because yeah, it is good as you are narrating it, but why specifically wouldn't want other senior below him, want them to be there? You wouldn't know.
Honorable Chair, I wouldn't know. why.
Okay,
Thank
no,
you.
it's fine. Thanks. Then going to the 31st directive, because you said you regard that correspondence as the 31st directive, whereby you were on leave on the 30th. Then there was a correspondence that was written by the minister, a directive in particular that I'm going to talk about it now is the halting or filling of post in the intelligence division. On point 36, that is page 19 of your statement, regarding that directive, you were on leave, but there was a directive that was directed to you. Did you receive that directive?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I did receive the directive. It was sent to me through a WhatsApp by one of the officials.
By one of the officials. So it was straight to, even if you were on leave, it was given straight to you. You didn't have an acting person in opposition. Meanwhile, you were on leave?
There was somebody acting in while I was on leave. But the correct procedure, of course, yes, is to send to the Office of the National Commissioner. And that office is the one that will send to the acting National Commissioner.
So it means that the acting national commissioner, I understand it was Musikidi or Musikidi, something like that. Musikidi. Am I correct?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
He didn't see that one. He was not given. As the acting person, you know, I'm talking on a layman point of view. I've never been to SAPS. You are in the acting position. The national commissioner is on leave. Then the directive is given straight to you whilst you are on leave, and not given to the person who's acting. Then that person liaises with you. I'm just checking.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It was not wrong to send it to the email of the National Commission. That is the official good practice.
Okay.
And it is my office that will then send it to the acting National Commission, which they did. Thank you.
Then on point 40, that is page 20, you are saying that you don't know the reason behind the instruction that was given of halting on the filling of post in the intelligence. You are saying that you believe it was unprecedented. And you further indicate that, in your view, the minister didn't have a unilateral to prevent or halt the filling of post. Did you inquire with the minister the reasons of giving such instruction? Did you ask him?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did ask him as to why.
Whilst you were on leave, sorry? Whilst you were on leave. Did you communicate whilst you were on leave or when you come back? I just want to add that.
All right, thanks, Honorable Chair. No, and members. No, I communicated when I came back from leave, not while I was on leave.
Then he gave you the reasons of the instructions.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, he did give the reasons as to why he held at those posts, and which we later then had a meeting and discussed those reasons. Because these reasons were that our advertisements were quite, it says they were too wide open, our adverts for posts. That was the first reason, that they were too wide open. For example, we are, if I can give an example, that we say we want, on the advert we will say, requirement is a degree or a diploma. For him, we cannot say that. We should either say a degree straightforward, not say a degree or a diploma. That's one reason. And the other reasons was that he first want to engage with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence before we can finalize the post of crime intelligence. But then I did give him a response in terms of those matters, that there's nothing wrong with the advert. That's how we put it. We know why, and I gave him the reasons why we say degree or diploma, because some few years ago, the qualification that was there for police was only a diploma. Degrees came of late. So if you say only a degree, you will be disadvantaging a certain group of employees. So if you say degree or diploma, you then include all of them. So I did. And on the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, I told him that it's important that we fill up the post. But he said, no, once they have engaged the committee, then we will fill up the post, which, well, that took time to engage the committee. But we have since now advertised those posts.
Thank you. Then going further to disciplinary cases, on point 63, page 31, a disciplinary case against senior management, including Major General Khan. Do you mind sharing with this Ad Hoc Committee the details of the disciplinary case against Major General Khan, and what were the outcomes of that disciplinary process?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. I might not know all those details, but what I know is that there was a disciplinary case about that he interfered in an operation where members have confiscated drugs, and then there was an investigation by the IPID, and the recommendation from the IPID did find that, yes, there is a misconduct by Major General Khan, and the divisional commissioner and the national commissioner should initiate disciplinary action against him, which that report was received, was sent to the divisional commissioner, and he initiated the processes, and the relevant employees, that is employer rep and the presiding, were appointed, and the disciplinary was finalized, and he was not found guilty. Thanks.
Okay. And then, General, in point 69, you indicate that the minister claimed that the president also agreed with the decision to disband the political killing task team. Then if you're saying that the minister claimed, it means that you're not agreeing that indeed the minister did meet with the president. Did you verify with the president on the claim that is being made by the minister to say that even the president was agreeing to the disbandment of the PKTT? Did you verify that, as you are saying that the minister claimed? That's what you said here.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I did not verify that claim, and I didn't need to. I didn't need to get involved in between the two of them to check who's right, who's wrong. That's not my that's not my field. And whatever he say, whatever he say, whether it's true or not, I can't question it. He is the one that is saying it. He met the president, but the last time I met the president, I know the standpoint of the president, that he was surprised that this is happening. And secondly, when I suggested to him that, Mr. President, if ever this happened, it should take a specific form, which is a winding down. And the president was agreeing with me in that field. So whatever later I get, I didn't see a need that now I must start checking between them who is saying what. I leave it, I respect that space, but I know where was the president standing the last time I met him. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you about that. Then again, on point 72, you indicate that Lieutenant General Khumalo's presentation was partly accepted. Can you just elaborate on why are you saying that it was partly accepted? The report was partly accepted when he made that report, or on the meeting of the 6th March with the minister, whereby Lieutenant General Khumalo was giving that report and it was partly accepted. Why do you say it was partly accepted?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. What I mean when I say it was partially accepted is that, remember, I made a proposal to the minister on the 22nd of January. I gave him a report, and there was no response. Then on the 6th of March, when we presented this idea that, well, if ever you decide to disband the team, rather let it be wind down. So there was contestation on a lot of matters there in that meeting, and even though he didn't expressly say, I agree, but he says no, well, after this presentation, certain matters were agreed to, or were not objected. They were not outrightly objected, but there were those that were objected. For example, the taking of dockers to province was objected, and the issue that the task team go long beyond that was also objected to say, no, it must, its last span must come to an end this very year of 2025. So when one says partially, we refer to that, it looks like, for some reason, it looks like he was amenable to this winding down in a way.
Okay, I think the chairperson is looking at me. This last one, you know, when General Mkhwanazi gave evidence to this Ad Hoc Committee, there are recommendations that he made for the Parliament to consider. One of those is the decentralization of the police function to provinces. As a national commissioner, what is your view on that recommendation made by General Mkhwanazi, especially on the decentralization of the police function? It will talk to the constitutional amendment. What is your view on that one?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. The current constitution says there shall be a single police service in the country. And my view, I subscribe to that you have one national police service. And the current legal framework, I think, is quite sufficient enough to have certain functions done at the provinces. I do not think you need another law to have functions be delegated to provinces. If there is any function that is required by province, it can still be done in the current framework, which with the current amendment of the Police Act that is coming, if it's about allocation of resources, be it financial or personnel, yes, currently that is done by both head office and the province. But if there is a need for more delegations to a provincial commissioner, can be done in the current dispensation. What currently is done is that the provincial commissioner, yes, he get given a certain number of people. We develop a structure, which of course provincial commissioners have to have input in it, and that structure get approved and he get given posts, and he will sit and choose who get appointed where, which is not an issue. And the operational budget get given to the provincial commissioner. The compensation of employees, that is salaries, is managed by national. And well, whether you delegate it or you do it national, if you are paying 10 personnel, you'll still be paying 10. But I think that if there is a need, that can still be done. It does not need, might not need a law to do. It might just need the National Commissioner and the Treasury look at mechanism and delegate the whole budget of a specific province to from national to a specific province. I don't think it needs any further delegation, but you need to have one single police service, one common norms, rules, and standards across nationally. Otherwise, one day you will have to carry a passport to go to another province.
Thank you very much about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I finished.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Sawubona, General. Uyaphila.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Sawubona, Honorable Member.
Siyaphila, baba. General, I'll just shoot straight to the point. Is IPID report on Phala Phala, is it a top secret? And why is it that General Rode, who conducted an illegal investigation, because there was no case that was open for him to conduct an investigation on Phala Phala, and he was not mandated in terms of his work scope. He's alleged to have tortured suspects and is still in the same position and nothing has happened to him. Is it because he was acting under the instruction of the president?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. General Rode was subjected to disciplinary process. Him and other, I can't remember whether it's 2 or 3 members. He was subjected to disciplinary process, and the process ran its course, and he was found not guilty. And yeah, that was it. In terms of investigation, the members of the police, they perform their functions in terms of Section 205(3) of the Constitution, which says they are there to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, and protect the inhabitants and their property, and so on and so on. So any member of SAPS can do any of those functions if he knows that work. There is nothing wrong with that. But of course, members do specialize. There are those that specialize in commercial investigation, specialize in VIP protection, but doesn't mean you can't do any of the other functions.
Are you therefore saying any member can just investigate?
Come again, Honourable Member.
Are you therefore saying any member can just do an investigation, can be a detective or do an investigation at any time?
Well,
Was
you
he
can.
my question is, was he mandated to investigate Phala Phala?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. No, the investigation was done by detectives. The investigation at Phala Phala was done by detectives from, I think, Bela Bela, if I'm not mistaken. And in as far as preliminary investigation, yes, the commander is expected to do preliminary investigation or whatever happens. Let's say a member loses a firearm here in Parliament. The commander is not going to sit back and phone Cape Town Central detectives and say, there is a firearm lost here. No, it's expected that commander to do preliminary investigation, find out what happened. Is it indeed this firearm lost wherever? Because quite often, things are not the way they are. So it's expected to do prelim investigations, and thereafter, the detectives or the assigned component will come and take over and do whatever they expected to do.
Is the Phala Phala a top secret thing? That question you didn't a top secret. The IPID report.
Well, I wouldn't know. I received a report which, based on that, we charged General Rode on. I'm sure IPID can answer that question better.
So IPID doesn't report it.
Honorable Shongwe, before you,
Not at all.
General, the statement that you deposed with us, does it have the part that you are dealing with now, the two of you?
It doesn't have, Honorable Chair.
Are you comfortable to respond to questions that are not on your statement?
I am not comfortable because I might not have other facts to the matter at hand.
Okay. Well, I will advise you, Honorable Shongwe, if there are additional matters to the statement that you may want to raise with the general, you can do that in writing, so that we do not inconvenience the witness. And I think this is a fair point, honorable members. Honorable Malim.
No, Chair, you're not going to make such a ruling. The general was asked yesterday about people who are being searched when he was sitting there. People who are being searched while he was sitting there. It was not in his statement. He was comfortable to answer those questions. So if you can answer about something that it didn't happen when he was in the office, when he was on a witness stand, what stops him about us answering a question that is police related? And he has been doing well. He says, well, I may not answer that one. IPIT might be able to deal with that. But to stop members from asking the top cop about issues of the police, they don't have to be in his statement. He answered yesterday comfortably about a matter that was taking place at that time while he was here. So it's unfair to rule a member out of order and say he must write a question, which is a well-known issue in the country. It's unfair. It might not be in his statement, but it's a well-known issue. He wants to respond to it, he will respond to it. If he thinks it doesn't have facts to that effect, he will say, no, I don't have facts. Please refer it to the relevant people, and we take it like that. Not that we must write questions when he was comfortable answering questions about a prevailing matter while he was sitting here. Thanks.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Partly covered by the latter speaker. Chair, I just wanted to invite your attention to, within the terms of reference, to paragraph 4.1.2, which says, amongst the things that we need to investigate is any related claim regarding corruption, financial or otherwise bribery or misuse of public resources within SAPS and any other relevant institution. So the question raised to the witness is not peripheral. It is not of context. It is within the scope of framework of this ad hoc committee. So like the honorable member has correctly said, that it must be a witness that says, I'm not able to answer to this question, but we are not of context here because the IPIT matter and the Palapala report fall within the ambits of the work of the SAPS. And the question is asked for a purpose of making a determination of whether the decision to declare it as top secret was correct or not. And if it was not correct, is it related to this allegation that is here, which talks about the misuse and ethical behavior in the SAPS and so on and so forth? So I think you have been unfair to the member, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think you, honorable members, you have a fair point. I accept the point of order. It is sustained. May you continue, Honorable Shonga.
In my defense, Chair, ngicabanga ukuthi njengomhlali waselokishini eDavidton, when a caliber of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi says, here sitting in front of us is the most powerful person in the SAPS, I think in my mind as umuntu waselokishini, it tells me that he should know everything that happens at SAPS. Am I wrong, Chair? But the question was, is the IPIT report a top secret? Can we pass that?
I don't know, through you, Honorable Chair and members, I don't know. I think the IPIT themselves can be in a better position to respond to that question, because IPIT do not report to me. They have got an executive director of IPIT, which that executive director report directly to the Minister of Police. Thank you.
Are you ever informed when there is top secret reports? You ever know when there's a report that is said to be a top secret?
It will depend, through you, Honorable Chair. It will depend whether it's a report sent to me or is a report that, if it's not directed to me, I will not know. But if it's a report that the author writes to me, then I will see that it is a top secret report.
So, ngokuzwa kahle uthi you do know when it's a top secret report or not.
Yeah, I will know. It gets written.
So is this one a top secret or not?
I don't know, Honorable Chair. I don't have it. I don't know the classification of that report.
Okay, for the sake of my time, can I put that question in writing maybe, because I need that answer, Chair. Thank you. Where was I? Okay, SAPS is an instruction-based division. Even if when you go into a course, they give you a call-up instruction. Am I correct?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
So how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instruction from a political office bearers? You were recently illegally instructed to disband the PKTT by the currently suspended minister who should have been fired, which is a violation of Section 207 of the Constitution. Would you say another big problem in SAPS is the fighting of, would you say another big problem in SAPS and the fighting of crime is criminal network capturing political office bearers, and those office bearers do the bidding for criminals like we see in the drug trafficking, illegal mining, and political killings?
Yes, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure, are you asking that, do I agree with the statement, or I'm not
No,
sure?
I'm asking you to, how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instructions from the political office bearers? Then my statement on that one, just to motivate that, is that you were recently instructed by the currently suspended minister to disband the PKTT team. So I'm asking with how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instruction from political office bearers? How much of a problem is it in your space?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair and members. I wouldn't say it's a big problem, because some of the instructions or views, the ministers will ask about whether can we do something like this, and we'll advise him that no, we don't do it this way, we do it this way. So that's how it goes. And yeah, even with the previous ministers, there was no insistence. I think this is a typical one that one I've seen. Some in the past, yes, one might say something and he will be advised to say, no, we don't do it this way, we do it this way, and there were never problems.
Thank you. While I appreciate the delay tactics you played in delaying Minister Mkhwanazi from disbanding the PKTT, but I want to know, was this instruction illegal from Minister Mkhwanazi? And if it was legal, at what stage did you know that it's an illegal instruction from him? And did you inform him that this is an illegal instruction? And just to finalize that, what happens to such instructions that are deemed to be illegal? What should happen to that person who gives such an instruction?
Well, as to what happens, I think is a question that one will not have an answer to it. But My view, yes, I view it as an encroachment. It's an area that was never explored before in this regard. I don't think there was ever I don't know, but a national commissioner that ever got any instruction of this nature in writing. So, as I said, Honorable Chair, I viewed it with suspicion, especially the way it came about. Hence, I didn't want to implement it immediately. And, but eventually, we end up finding that, no, indeed, after we find out what was the motive behind, that's when we can concretely say, no, but this was illegal. At the beginning, as I said, today we're sitting here knowing what we know now. Yes, one can 100% say this was an illegal instruction. But that time, without the background as to why are they doing this, they knew what they were doing. And we didn't know. Only after 13 May did we then know that actually the arrangements to disband the task team started immediately after the search of Mr. Nhlanhla's premises and the arrest of Mr. Molefe. The plans to start the process of disbanding started from there moving forward. That's what the chart shows, and that's what my other officers that have got these reports on their toes, they will come and tell you. Then it became very clear that this was illegal. Right from the beginning, yes, I viewed it as illegal encroachment, but not so sure, and also not sure why is he doing this. Hence, I asked him, but why you do this? And the man could not give me reasons.
Okay. Have you reported such a matter to the president?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I reported everywhere. I reported to the President, General Mkhwanazi reported to Police Portfolio Committee. I kept on asking the minister every time. The 6th, I asked him, why are you doing this? I mean, the 16th of January, I asked him, why are you doing this? Shouldn't you have given us time that we brief you? What is PKTT? What are they doing before you disband it? And there was no room to accommodate that. 6 March, 27 March, still same. So where else should one go? There is no other door. Which door to go? I can't take him to court. I can't take him to United Nations. On a hindsight, or if, as I said to the previous member of parliament, that everybody in South Africa, all the analysts that are here today, members of this August House, we were all there. And luckily, this specific instruction was out in the media. In as much as it was directed to me, yes, but everybody had the opportunity to have seen it, luckily. And none of anybody have ever saw something wrong with it. That's why I said, I'm just making a hypothetical example that should it have been this instruction issued, the task team was investigating political, farm matters. Do you think the situation would have been the same? I'm sure surely me and you know it wouldn't have. Those quotas of the society, they should have risen up. But this one, different. So we end up now, yes, fighting this, trying our best. So one tried his best under circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. So I didn't get the clear answer of, after you have reported, where else you've said you have reported. Did you report to the president? Did you speak to the president about this illegal instruction?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, on the 1st of February 2025, I did meet the president on the matter. I reported to him that I received this instruction, and I even remind him about the team, and he knows the team because the team did brief him 17 March in Durban. So that this team has been disbanded, and I don't know why, and it's been disbanded urgently, and he was taken aback also why it is this happening. And that's why I said, well, it's not, I don't want to cause conflict between the two of them, but I said, this is not a request or a view, it's an instruction that I must do it. And I did try to knock for, if there is, can we engage on further on this matter? And the minister said no. Of course, I should submit the report, which I submitted, that report that he required. So, and he said he'll discuss with the minister. But of course, I said to him, my proposal, if this thing goes ahead, which I don't know why it must happen, it should take the form of slowly winding it down so that work cannot be disrupted. And the president says, yeah, well, I think if it happens, that's what he will support.
So at the time you were speaking to the president, at that time, were you then knowing what this is an illegal instruction, or you're just still not sure whether it's illegal or it's still encroachment?
Well, no, it was not really sure, but believing that this looks like encroachment or illegal, but not one can't say, yeah, 100% it was illegal.
So the only answer you got from the president is no, ngizokhuluma naye. That's it.
That's correct.
The fish rots from the head, General. And if the country was to clean up the policing and bring back the confidence in fighting crime, I think we will need to zoom in the MPs, members of parliament, the executive and the judiciary. So my question is, we have few cases of you dealing with executive. Can you, without compromising your investigation, detail the extent of the rot in parliament and the judiciary of compromised individuals who uses their position in favor of criminal elements?
Yeah, well, through you, Honorable Chair, members, where there is investigation, we will proceed doing those investigations. I think we will not leave any stone unturned. Doesn't matter who, we will do our work, whether it's within general public, parliament, judiciary. We will definitely do our work. Of course, some of these things, when they start, you might not really know exactly what it is all about. We have a I think there is one case which I learned about it later, which one of my officials, General Kumal, I'm sure will detail more about it. I think it refers more to the judiciary, whether the case at the end of the day was really a matter that people are involved, but they are investigating the case, so they will be able to talk more on such cases.
In your general understanding, is Lieutenant General Sibia corrupt according to the evidence you have in front of you or the report given to you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. One will say alleged. You can't say somebody is corrupt before he's even found guilty. But there is concerns in terms of linkages that we are finding that we are still investigating, Honorable Chair. So it is too early to come to that stage or conclude, as you say.
But as a powerful person or person in the position of a powerful, as a person in a powerful position, like Mkhwanazi said, does the evidence say or Does it give that direction which is corrupt? Current evidence you have, or the report?
Well, it is safe that I say we are investigating. There are concerning connections and or reports. We are investigating those matters.
All right, thank you. The confidence of the public in the justice system is impacted by the perception that those who hold political power are not treated the same as those who are ordinary citizens. A classic case is Phala scandal, hence singazi ukuthi top secret or not. There are people who are arrested for having undeclared foreign currency and having above illegal limit of foreign currency. Yet the president was not even investigated by SAPS for both offenses. Even when pushed, SAPS didn't even confirm that the president was investigated. Yet ordinary citizens are arrested and charged. When you fail as SAPS to act against people who break the law, who happen to be in political power, how do you expect ordinary citizens to have confidence in the institution?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, investigations are done to whomever. There's nobody that doesn't get investigated if there is a matter. As far as I know, there was investigation by both, I think, Bela, police, SAPS, and also the DPCI. I know they were investigating other cases, even though, of course, they wouldn't be reporting that to me. I'm sure they report to the minister that. So there were investigations around Palapala.
Was the president, actually, did SAPS confirm that the president was being investigated?
Well, they were investigating the incident, as far as I know, that happened there. And I think the fact that I am not briefed on the investigation, I don't know what was in the docket. It would be safe to say, I know that there was investigation and or two investigations, one by the SAPS in Bela, one was done by the Hawks. And there is a case currently that I know for the people that did a break-in. And another case I know there was case investigated by the DPCI.
All right, Chair. I just want to finish up. Thank you, Chair. One question. I think I still don't understand how to ask you this question. Uti, remember that when this Phala issue happened, we as a country had interest. Maybe if I should ask you is this: how interested? What is your interest, or how much of an interest do you have in the PKTT cases versus interest in the Phala case?
I do have interest in any cases, my work that cases be investigated. But however, there is a difference. Cases that are investigated by general detectives of SAPS, yes, they will give me feedback. But cases that are investigated by the Hawks, they report to the minister, not to me.
No, Chair, I think in Sengshawes Kat sekubuya alternate lagi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you, honorable members who are alternates. You have been very consistent in terms of compliance with my instructions. Can we move to honorable? We are going to take honorable Shikeleng and thereafter honorable Matthys. We break for tea. Can the two honorable members follow each other? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, General. How are you?
Three honorable chair and members, good morning, honorable member. I'm fine, thanks.
It's not the first time that you appear in front of me for questioning. General, I'd like to make a statement. I think in my life I've called you 3 times, and the reasons for those calls were because the issues were of a serious nature. Yesterday, you told us that General Mkhwanazi had approached you various times within his career in the SAPS to discuss serious matters with you too. It doesn't appear as if he just called you generally to discuss frivolous matters or just ask you some silly things. Am I correct in that?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. So, General, as the leader of an elite SAPS task team, because you are the leader, at the end of the day, you're the head, you described this task team as performing excellently. How is it that you did not immediately intervene or instruct that the decision to disband the unit be placed on hold until your return to the office after you were informed about the letter on the 2nd of January?
Thanks, through you, Honorable Chair. I would remember that I did indicate that I was on leave, and I was with the Minister on the 28th. Hence, I did say to the team, they can write reports, and I'll attend the matter when I come back. Remember, there was nothing done in that period. So, yeah.
General, it's very strange to me that if this task team was performing so well that you didn't immediately pick up the phone, but we'll leave that for now. You stated that during your leave period, General Musikili was the acting NASCOM. Is that correct?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Was it then General Musikili that gave General Sibiya the instruction to proceed with closing the PKTT?
Honorable Chair, I did indicate that there was nothing that was done until I come back from leave, in as far as the closing of the team is concerned. Hence, I told them while on leave that I'm not going to bother myself with this. I do not want to attend crisis that is generated by other people unnecessary. I was with the Minister on the 28th, he didn't say anything, so I didn't see any need. Why should I rush for such an instruction while I was on leave? So nothing was done until I was back.
All right, General, thank you. So if nothing was done until you came back, then you were the person that gave General Sibiya the instruction to proceed with closing down the PKTT.
I did, Honorable Chair, I think yesterday did indicate that when I came back, he came to me with a letter that was effecting the Minister's instruction, which was directed to General Kumalo, where he was bringing the letter that I signed, and I didn't sign that letter. The next day, the 15th, after I said, well, remember, first day I told him that I don't want us to do this. If ever we have to do it, we're not going to do it this way, because remember, I said this instruction it wasn't a consultative sort of letter. It was a direct instruction that you do this thing. So I said, well, if we do it, we will do it in this fashion, which I said is the winding down, phase-out approach. And I referred him to a Major General to go and assist him in the report. And the 15th, when he came back, in that letter or report, I still saw immediate disbandment. I didn't really read the whole letter. And that's when I switch off and say, no. I see that we want to go this direction, so leave this matter. I would write the report because I understand what do I want to suggest with the Minister.
Thank you, General. General, so if you earlier on said that the email was sent to your email address from the Minister, how did General Sibiya get hold of the document? And then how did he go about coming to see you with a plan?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did indicate that it is standard that the email will be sent to my office, and I did indicate that I direct my office to send it to the relevant deputies, which they send to the acting national commissioner, which is General Msikidi, and also send to Lieutenant General Sibia.
Thank you, General. So I'm going to go back again and say to you, so in actual fact, you are the person that affected the closing of the PKTT, because you sent it, you instructed that the email gets sent forward for discussion. That is how it is. So, General, if General Mkhwanazi did not hold the press briefing on the 6th of July, would you still have opposed the closing of the PKTT? Because clearly what you're saying now and the impression that you created at the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March is not the same, because you never once said you are opposed to closing this task team.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did indicate that this directive was like an order that I must do, and I find ways to do it, and I want to engage the minister that we discuss this, because, as I said, of concern on the directive was he did assessment and this. The team is no more relevant, and which I said, but that can't be true. That's why I wanted engagement of the minister, that let's engage and discuss, and he kept on not acceding to this engagement. So the team would have been still have been there. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. It would still have been there. And remember, after we discovered what is, after General Mkhwanazi briefed me about what is the main intention of this, then that's when I say, no, now that we know, we're not gonna now participate in any further this disbandment or this phase-out approach. And I immediately also notified him that I want to meet you and see you on this matter. And unfortunately, again, that meeting never happened. It only happened a Monday after the 6th of July.
So you waited until General Mkhwanazi spoke to the media before you actually took action. That's what you're telling us. But
No,
nevertheless, it's fine.
No,
On the
Honorable-
28th of March at about 10 o'clock, and this is on your note SFM 14 on page 278, there's a discussion that says on the 28th of March 2025 at about 10 o'clock, a meeting was held at the Head Office Crime Intelligence between the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and the Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, Lieutenant General Sentumule. And then it further goes on to say that they decided together that the dockets, those 121 dockets, it says here 118, but we know it's 121, would then be given over to murder and robbery to Brigadier Khopopoditata to investigate. And so they made that decision. Did they inform you about that decision that they had made to then give the dockets over to murder and robbery? Before you received this note, did they inform you?
No, through you, Honorable Chair, no, they didn't inform me. I did say that I picked it up somewhere in late April, May, that dockets are around the headquarters.
So they didn't inform you about the dockets, because, you know, I see here that this was signed by you on the 22nd of July, and I go back to, I am not sure that if the press briefing on the 6th of July wasn't held, if we would be sitting with the same document that you signed and said that the dockets should go back to where they come from. And in actual fact, you say they should be taken back to their station of origin. You don't actually say that they should be taken back to the PKTT. So, yeah. If the PKTT was delivering results in such high crime areas as we've said, There was then obviously no operational justification for the dismantling of it without a clear replacement strategy. And you started winding it down, but you did not, there's no clear replacement strategy. Have you evaluated the impact of the decision on violent crime levels that they were operating in, and will you table those findings publicly with us? Did you do some evaluation on the impact of this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think right at the beginning, the Honorable Member, you spoke about, what did I say about station of origin?
Yeah, you said that the dockets must go back to station of origin. The dockets be returned to the station of origin.
The instruction on that, what I was, the context of what you are reading there, Honorable Member, through you, Honorable Chair, is that, remember, the meeting of the 6th March, General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff and the Minister argued to say, I said the dockets can go to the province. They argued to say the dockets must not go to province because you will have the provincial murder and robbery, and you'll have the PKTT at the province of KwaZulu Natal under the guise of murder and robbery. Which I said, but if it's like that, would we have a problem? They say, no, that's not disbandment. Minister was saying disbanding, meaning it must be disbanded. So no dockets should go to the province, but to station of origin. It was not me, it was them that said that. And that specific point did gain traction in that meeting to say no docket must go to province, but station of origin. So the context that is there that I wrote there is that I'm saying to General Sibiya, now you are bringing a submission to me asking to go and investigate these dockets that are at head office. Why would docket be head office if the last time we spoke of dockets on the 6th of March, the agreement was dockets go to station of origin? That is the context of what you are reading there. That's how you should understand that.
Thank you, General. So I just want to say then, I mean, you said that that meeting took place on the 6th of March, where you were present at, where they said the dockets must go back. And then on the 28th of March, there's a meeting between Lieutenant General Khumalo and Sentamule to discuss these dockets and where they should go to. But you had a meeting on the 6th, and then they decide that the dockets must go to murder and robbery. So I don't know, somewhere there's a disjoint here for me. Something doesn't make sense. And what I'm really getting, and it was very clear out of General Mkhwanazi's testimony, that the SAPS at a national level is highly divided within the leadership, because it really feels to me like there's something that is not right here. And it seems to me that this is driven more by politics and loyalty to certain factions than to competence. Because as the National Commissioner, you take responsibility for the culture and for the steps that happens within this SAPS. So, I mean, and the command structure comes from you. This, in the first place, this should never have happened because the minister should never have given the instruction. That's clear. So the minute the minister gave that instruction, you were the one that should have stood up and said, this is not the SAPS that I'm building. This is not what should be happening. Am I correct?
Yeah, no, I do, through you, Honorable Chair, I do hear, Honorable Member. I think you put a lot of facts and you go on. To assist you, Honorable Member, on the first part of your comments, what I was saying there, maybe it creates confusion to you, the murder and robbery or serious and violent crime, right? These dockets mysteriously find themselves in Pretoria. Now, an application is submitted by General Sibiya to say, I want to send a serious and violent crime team from head office to go to KwaZulu Natal to investigate these cases. And that what you see is a disapproval to say, no, I can't send another team there because there is already a PKTT there, and dockets must go back to the PKTT, and which eventually did happen. And also remember, when General Mkhwanazi did the media briefing or press briefing, it is after that we now, me and him and General Kumalo, we now know what was the objective of doing this. We had now information that what is happening. So whether he did a press briefing or not, we were now empowered at that time to say, now we understand why the minister and General Sibia and them were doing this, and we are not going to now allow it. And well, then he did the press briefing. It's not to say if he didn't do the press briefing, the PKTT would have been closed. No, I sustained the PKTT from that time, yes, the ups and downs until in that July. But in June, we became aware what was the real reason. So after I know, I can't still allow it to go that route. Hence, I said to Minister, I want to see you, I want to discuss this matter. But he couldn't still see him. I only saw him after the 6th of July.
Thank you, General. General, I mean, you've said now that after you became aware of the issues, surely then it was your responsibility to hold the press briefing actually, and not General Mkhwanazi, if he, as the head of the SAPS.
Well, probably we deal with, through Honorable Chair and members, we probably deal with matters differently. Mine, I said, they must brief me, and I compile a report, and I was going to take that report to the President to say, the President, this is the discovery, which eventually I did, but even though I did after the press briefing.
Thank you, General. General, my last question is, here where we sit today, the release of the crime statistics has been delayed by over 2 months in South Africa. I asked you about it previously. It's not the first time I'm discussing it with you. Would it be fair to say that the inner turmoil currently within the SAP is contributing to the delays and affecting the organization's overall functioning?
Of course, that's through you, Chairperson. One cannot deny that, yes, indeed. I mean, there was a change of ministers and there was a lot of things to be done. And yes, but it will be released soon, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really do feel that, General, that there's something lacking here. And I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe of my colleagues in the room will ask questions, but I really, there's not once in anything that you've said to me today or the way that you displayed anything to us to say that you were not in agreement with the closing of this PKTT. And I don't know, you can tell me today I'm wrong, but nowhere is there communication from you that I can see that you've submitted or anything that you've told us except for you tried to speak to and you did this and you contacted somebody, but nowhere were you not in agreement with this. Am I correct to say there's nothing on paper from you saying that you were not in agreement with the closing of this PKTT?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Honorable Member, if I agreed that the team be shut down, it should have been shut down. On a hindsight, you can see that the purpose of this instruction was to shut down the team while I was on leave for those few days. That's why it was immediate, urgent, which I said, no, you can compile reports, but don't do anything until I arrived. After I've arrived, Honorable Chairperson, from that time, where we were all in this space where we don't know the motive behind this, and me trying to find motive from the minister, and not coming up to today. Yes, the team has ups and downs, but the team is still operating. As I said, I did the best. On a hindsight for honorable members today, because we have got more information when the instruction was issued, now you know what is the motive. Yes, you can reason that, no, maybe National Committee should have done 1, 2, 3. But if you were in my position that time, not knowing all these motives, and I think, well, I did the best I could, and the team is still there up to today. I might not have been perfect, I might not have been done the way you might have liked I should have done it, but I did it my way, but I sustained the team. The team is still there, well, of course, with problems. We are rebuilding it now, and we are opening a new political task team in Gauteng to deal with problems of Gauteng. Thanks.
Thank you, General. I have last question for you. Do you think that that crime intelligence in South Africa is savageable? Do you think that we can still have a crime intelligence in our country that is not going to be under scrutiny, and how are you going to fix that department? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Well, the appointment of the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, to that division did brought a new hope in that division with a view to resuscitate crime intelligence. I believe it can still be done, and the former minister was agreeable to the reforms that we wanted to do there. Unfortunately, there was change of administration, and in the new administration, there was no further traction or agreement. Remember, the National Commissioner, when he place or transfer a member of level 14 and above, that is a Major General and above, I must have concurrence of the minister. I just don't do it myself alone. I must have concurrence of the minister, and if the minister don't concur, you will struggle. But we can still salvage crime intelligence. There are good men and women that in that division that are doing well. And I must tell you, since Lieutenant General Khumalo arrived there, we saw tremendous work being done. We have a lot of successes. We're still having them now, yes, under the ailing conditions. But of course, we need cooperation of all, cooperation of the executive, which is the minister and his deputies. We need your cooperation as honorable members, because sometimes most of the distractions and disruptions in that division come from this honorable house. That's the biggest problem. It doesn't matter which political party, but it comes also from this house. Whether what their interest is, I wouldn't know. But we can still salvage that division and make it the best, and it can be able to be reformed and developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. General, I do think that we have a lot of good men and women in blue in our country. I think it is our collective responsibility to make sure that we create a good working environment for them to ensure the safety of the citizens of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Sigeleng, I want to thank you so much. Honorable Matthews, are you ready?
We're born ready, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. It still is to honourable members and to the National Commissioner. National Commissioner, what conditions or material conditions, I would say, informs the decision to establish a task team? Yesterday, you also spoke that we have a task team in Manguzi. I think I've also heard you speak about the rhino poaching task team and then that. So operationally and strategically, what is happening that these teams are established?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Yeah, task team are established at various levels. It can be a station commander's task team, which might consist of 4 or 5 members to address a specific crime problem, can be under the provincial commissioner, can be a a national task team established by either the structure called the National Crime Combating Forum or the National Joints by the Deputy National Commissioner Policing, or it can be directed from National Commissioner to be established. So it depends where the problem is. And normally the community and or the honorable members and or the executive minister or the president can identify like a specific problem, and we might say, well, we'll address that problem through ordinary policing, or let's establish a specific task team that will deal with the specific problem. So it gets established at various levels.
Okay, so we will establish it's in response to a specific problem, but obviously it's regarding criminality. And do you take into consideration the level of criminality for us to put in resources into that? So in the bigger scheme of things, let's say the rhino poaching opposed to GBV rates. Like, does that come into consideration, or is it pretty much a political decision, like as we have seen in the case of the Ramaphosa, President Ramaphosa went to KZN, attended a funeral, announced at the funeral, we're going to establish a political task team, used the ruling party's position in parliament and in government to say, okay, we're having leadership problems here in the ANC, and we can't deal with the greed and the desire for power, whether it's councillors or whether it's their deployees to strategic positions. So we're going to use state resources to do that. So I was asking that question to try and determine, like, how do we prioritize criminality in this country and our response to it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We prioritize crime, not to say in terms of if it's party political. No, we prioritize crime and we respond accordingly. Even the president, when he was there, he said he didn't establish it for purposes of specific party councillors. It was for political killings, and the task team indeed did sterling work with regard to what they did in KwaZulu Natal. They arrested for killings of IFP councillors. There's been IFP councillors in Zululand that were killed. There's been DA councillors. You remember there's a DA councillor killed at municipality around Howick. Forgot the name of the municipality there. There's been arrest in that regard. You remember the DA councillor in Beckville who banned his family there and accused other people. We made a breakthrough there. So it's not about a specific party. No, the task team was dealing with matters of whether it's within a party or is one party killing another party. The team did sterling work and arrested in everyone. We do have, in terms of GBV, Honorable Member, we have a unit. It's not a task team. It's a specific unit that is there. We call it family violence and child protection. That is dealing with the cases. And of course, remember, where there is such a case which we might not understand how it is, it's high-profile case, GBV, we do establish those task teams to go and investigate and make a breakthrough. After breakthrough, then we dissolve the task team. It's not that we prioritize rhinos and politicians over other people. No, we prioritize crime.
Okay, General, the less we say about the FCS, the better, but the point was just that we just wanted to establish the political involvement of political parties, specifically the ruling party called the ANC. And I acknowledge that there are political parties that also, other political party members that are also investigated. But yesterday we were told that the majority of these political killings are ANC members and their deployees too, and I'm sure you will agree with that, but we can move on to that. I know you're trying to keep a neutral position, but we must just be honest that it is the ruling party that has brought us here with the Political Killings Task Force. And not that the task force is not doing a sterling work. I'm just talking about the fact that state resources are mobilized to deal with matters affecting political party in particular. Let's talk about your counterintelligence operations vacancies. So in paragraph 52 on page 25 of your statement, you said that there have been cases where investigations or reports, no, the question here is there cases where these investigations or reports can be deliberately or falsified to target certain individuals? Have you had a problem like that? And can this process of counterintelligence investigations and report be weaponized against certain people within the South African police force, but the country at large?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No. The counterintelligence investigation cannot be weaponized. It's purely investigating those people that are involved. If you recall, this crime in Halting was, we don't say it's new, it shows it has been there. If I look at the cases now of this Nhlanhla, the 18 new cases I'm talking about, which are not part of those that I had caught, it shows that this thing has been for quite some time there around. So, and we discovered it only after the killing of Amaswart in Vereeniging. So there is no weaponization. It's investigation that is based on what has been done, murder or attempted murder or illegal possession of firearm, and it is those people that get linked there. No weaponization of the Gauteng counterintelligence investigations that I'm aware of. Yes, there might be weaponization of maybe other structures against the team, yes, but this specific counterintelligence investigation is not targeting anybody falsely so. They do their work perfectly so.
Okay, so there's no room for abuse and
If through you, Honorable Chair, if you look at the record, the cases that they started in 2019, I mean in 2018, you have seen most of them, they have convictions of late recently. And if you look at those convictions, I mean, there is no judge or magistrate that can hand down those many lives and 40 years and 50 years if they did not get evidence. One thing I'm sure which, well, from our side, which we do give credit to, is General Kumar. He was never a detective, but actually he's the best detective now in the country, that I must say. And most people knows that's how it is.
the instruction that you received from the minister on that letter when you were on leave, it says that you must also halt the recruitment, and you said that it was unprecedented and beyond the minister's lawful powers. What did you do about that? Because we've been dealing mainly about the political killings task team. That was one of 3 instructions on that letter. So the halting of filling those positions in crime intelligence, what was done about that? in crime intelligence, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, through you, Honorable Chair, and thanks, Honorable Members. Yes, I did engage the current new acting minister, and I have subsequently advertised those posts. They are being in the process of being filled. Well, I didn't know why. Well, I did say why he said why he was stopping the filling of those posts, but I have since advertised those posts.
But
And even the rounds of promotions also have been advertised.
Okay, so you just continued with the process. It was done recently because that instruction was given in December. We're now in October. So you didn't halt the filling of those posts in crime intelligence. But I'm saying what action was taken in the first place against the minister for even giving that instruction? Did you report him anywhere? Was there any, did you even report to the committee? Because you presented an annual report to us, and I don't remember that being highlighted, that you got an instruction to stop. And that would have been a platform where members of parliament could have engaged the minister to ask why he would give such an instruction.
Yeah, no, that I didn't report anyway. I engaged him personally, and he agreed to say, let's meet and discuss. And we eventually met, and he expressed what is his problem. And I was able to tell him what he sees as a problem is not a problem. And he agreed that, okay, you can now proceed. But of course, he said he still wants to go to the other committee, which that was the part that was outstanding.
On the media briefing, did you think General Mkhwanazi overreached when he went and he did the media briefing?
Well, it's difficult to say, but well, I think, well, he did what he did, so I don't see anything wrong with it. Because the provincial commissioner can do press briefing in his province, and he can. And he did tell me that he's going to talk about the political killing stars team, give their successes, and when he went beyond that, so I don't have a problem with that.
Why did you choose to write an affidavit when he requested you to write an affidavit about the transfer of files, and you didn't act on it yourself? He gave under testimony that you submitted an affidavit, and on that affidavit, based on that affidavit, he opened cases about obstruction of justice, amongst other things, on the 121 dockets that were transferred.
Well, through your Honorable Chair, remember here it is after the fact. After we know that what was happening is a crime. And remember I said, after I had the dockets, that was agreed that if ever the team is closing, dockets must go to station. All of a sudden, these dockets are now here at head office. And I said, there can't be dockets here, they must go where they come from. And those processes were started to get those dockets back. But before that, after one became aware that what is being done is actually a crime, then you report a crime at a police station with an affidavit.
So why didn't you do it and left it to the KZN commissioner to do it?
I do what?
Why didn't you open the case as the commissioner, because it affected you directly? And you gave an affidavit to him to open the case, so he became the complainant. That's my understanding. Or am I not, I didn't get it correctly?
Well, the offense happened in KZN,
Okay.
and I gave him the affidavit. Giving the affidavit, you open a case through an affidavit.
And there was no other internal processes that you took outside of sending the affidavit to him to open the case in KZN? against those who were involved in moving the files?
Actually, I think he's not, well, he's doing is an inquiry that he's busy with. I can't here as a national commissioner investigate or investigate a case at head office. Case must be investigated somewhere from police station. So what I did was right.
You don't have to, so the question is just internally as the National Commissioner, like there has to be some internal processes that you could have instigated outside of the criminality and actually open a case. Did you do any of that? Just internally, because there are processes, DCs, etc.
Yeah, internally, you should be aware that Lieutenant General CBI is suspended and there is disciplinary process that is undergoing.
Okay, and that formed part of it.
That's correct, yes.
National Commissioner, the media briefing, there seems to be a lot of movement after that media briefing in SAPS. And could it be that this media briefing is, we're not going to really get genuine systemic changes because now it's in the media, our country is all up in arms in it. So those who halt and obstruct investigations in this country are just, submarined. So we've seen movement. And then once the country moves on to something else, we are going to be back to square one and possibly even regress any further. So what systemic changes do we need in the whole justice system, and I guess in the police in particular, to ensure that we don't have, it's going to be the same script, different cast? We've dealt with these ones that have come up now, and we've left a void, and then another crop comes in and does the same thing.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. Well, we need, yes, an overall of the system of criminal justice. We need oversight to various institutions. Just to give an example, I think during General Mkhwanazi's testimony, I didn't watch it, the whole of it, either here or at the Nhlanhla Commission. Somewhere you saw that there was communication between Mr. Nhlanhla, for example, and somebody from IPID, where the plan was they want to get General Khumalo arrested. But the other one was saying, hey, now there's no injuries, there's no JD8, so I can't arrest. So we just need leaders that respect their work, but we also, of course, need oversight that institutions that are meant to do specific work, they do that which they are meant to. They do not chase personal agendas or be weaponized to do nefarious activities and acts. That we need that oversight into institutions, and from the police side, we are prepared to undertake a lot of reforms where we see there are problems, but unfortunately, the others we can't. But we need an overall of the system in terms of when it comes to watchdogs, for police watchdog, you have your IPID, you have police secretariat, and you have got all other bodies. So I think maybe as the legislature, you need to look at whether should you have all these many institutions. You have IDEC, you have DPCI. Should you have all these many bodies? Why should you have IDEC and DPCI more or less doing one and the same thing? And you have police secretariat, you have IPID. I know it's there in law, but couldn't you have one institution that is police oversight? In it, you can have a DG with a DDG IPID and a DDG Civilian Secretariat of Police, instead of having too many. And you end up having police, instead of busy fighting crime, they are writing reports to satisfy each and every of these institutions. So that, I think, we need to look at that. And look at what these institutions, are they doing what they're supposed to do? Or are they weaponized to do other things? So that is the critical matter that is a problem. Institutions are tend and weaponized to do other things. Like we have now, the counterintelligence operations in Halting. There is a lot of institutions that want to get rid of it, or they want to get their nose in there, whereas the team is doing quite a good work and they are getting rid of cartels and criminals. So that's the support we need, and also from the executive and members of this honorable House.
So we as lawmakers, we need to, in summary, what you're saying is to ensure that we don't leave a void after we get rid of cartels and politicians that are involved in enabling all this. We need to look at the oversight bodies. We have too many. And perhaps just have one, and that will assist in trying to maintain a clean South African police service.
Yeah, I think if you do that, you will definitely have a better oversight, because now there are many. Some end up, somebody from you end up going to one and say, no, do for me 1, 2, 3. And they end up being busy with all those things. If you have one, you can concentrate on it and do oversight on us, and we do our work. We have got nothing to hide. Hence, I have now, as you heard yesterday, requested the SIU to do lifestyle audit of all members of SAPS, because sometimes some of you of the honorable members and other public people, they are used against us to say, yes, Masemola is corrupt, yes, he's doing that, just to push a narrative that is not really there. Some have been paid to do those things, which is not the truth. So, and public end up believing, no, Masemola is corrupt. I mean, where did I do? Whose money did I chow where? So, if we streamline the oversight on police, that will work quite best. Thanks.
National Commissioner, yesterday you said there's about 840 members that are, I'm now on the vetting and security clearance questions. So you've started a vetting process of about 840 members by an independent service provider, if I remember correctly.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. It is a lifestyle audit, not necessarily
It was for the
vetting.
lifestyle audit.
Audit, yeah.
Okay.
Vetting will still be done by crime intelligence and SSA, but this one is a lifestyle audit.
So how did you identify a service provider? Is it a private company? What process did we use in identifying a service provider to do that? And you tell us who the service provider is that's doing the lifestyle audit? Or could we not use someone in the Auditor General? Or anyway, you tell us.
I did say, I say it again, the service provider is a Special Investigative Unit.
Oh, it's from the SIU.
Mr. Advocate Mutivi's unit. They have got the capacity to do that. It's a state agency. I thought we can use them. They are independent from us. And they have done other institutions, I think provincial government, Halting, they use them. So I engaged the advocate somewhere in April, and there was some glitches along, but eventually we have finalized all those, and it's just final touches, and then he will start. But the identification of the 840 or so is the senior management of SAPS. That is from brigadier up to myself. They will start with that. When they finish, then we targeted environments like your central farm registry, supply chain management, division finance, and port of entry. So those will be the second layer as a priority. And from there, we can then see how far we go, because it's a time-consuming exercise.
So they haven't started yet, the process is about to start, is what I'm getting.
Through you, Honorable Chair, that is correct, Honorable Member.
And they have capacity, because, you know, National Commissioner, when we sit in the portfolio committee, we say, yeah, we're starting this wonderful project and we're all excited. And then 3 months later, when we get a report, it's like, no, we don't have capacity. There was no resources, as we see with the issue of security clearance, which we come into now. We determined that they're going to have capacity and more or less the time frame to conduct and complete these lifestyle audits of the 840 senior SAPS officials.
Yeah, those details, that's what is being finalized now, Honorable Chairperson.
Security clearance, do you have security clearance, National Commissioner?
I do have, Honorable Chair.
When was it? And it's every 5 years, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
So your last one was done when?
You don't know whether it's 2, 3 years ago.
Okay. Why do you appoint people into positions, National Commissioner, when they haven't received the clearance certificates? Because we have a lot of those. And maybe in writing, Chair, we can get that, how many, from, you're saying from brigadier, right, up until the general, we require security clearance. Am I correct?
Honorable Chair, the 840 is senior management
Yeah.
that I'm going to subject to lifestyle audit. It's
Yeah,
a
I
different
get that,
process. Yes, vetting, well, it depends on where you work, what you do. That's how we prioritize.
Okay.
But of course,
Do
most
you
of
know,
the senior
but
managers.
we have an
we do.
amount, right, of more or less how many people who are in those positions require vetting? Do you have it offhand, or you are obviously able to access that information and submit it to us?
The last year, I think the Division Crime Intelligence, they reached their target in terms of vetting. Actually, they overperformed, they overachieved. And hence, this current year, I gave them the target of 1,500, meaning I said, in that 1,005, make sure you finalize every one of the 840. Currently, some of the 840 senior managers, they do have security clearances, but there is a balance that is left, so they must finalize that. And normally when we appoint people, because it is not due to the people's own or negligence, Honorable Chair, that they don't have security clearance. The way the division was structured from those years, it was structured in such a way that it is impossible for them to vet the SAPS by making sure that their capacity are limited. You recall I said at some point there were about 7, the whole country. 7 vetting 186,000, so it tells you. So, but we are building that capacity in the crime intelligence, and they are increasing number, and the performance is also increasing.
And do we find that
Honorable Matthias,
we're done? Okay.
may you please round up?
One more. And I'm
Yeah.
done. You said that during the investigations with CAT, you found that there were 80 other cases related to him.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
And it's expanding over what period, more or less, these cases that have been dangling around the country?
I think it goes far back as 2007.
So, National Commissioner, does that not just tell you that how we have failed the country if we have someone has 80, right, not 18 cases since 2007 up until now, and he's gone under the radar? That speaks to a failed South African police services.
I do agree, Honorable Chair, but we have discovered it ourselves. We are doing something about it.
Thank you. I'm done, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. Honorable members, when we come back from morning tea, I will need one speaker from the ANC, one speaker from the MKP, one speaker from the DA, one speaker from the EFF. And then after we shall have taken those 4 speakers, we will then break for lunch. I'm just alerting you so that when you come back, you must have lined your speakers. We are now breaking for tea. May we please come back after 15 minutes. From now, it will be 20 minutes before 20 minutes before 12 when we come back from tea. Yeah. Whatever you may want to call it. If you want to call for it a mid-morning tea, you want to call it a stretch break, a comfort break. Yeah.
the whistleblower protection bill as part of the legislative program. So, Chair, we agree with the General. General, I think let's start yesterday. Yesterday, something unprecedented happened. A chief of staff called the entire nation to a press briefing. We have never seen it before. So I want to check if in the service do we have internal communication protocols, or it's a Vula's book kind of a situation.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. We do have communication protocols. We have a policy, national instruction on communication, which says exactly who should communicate. It's normally members that are appointed to do communication. In each province, there is one head office, there is also, and national commissioner and provincial commissioners also can communicate, and of course other members like your deputy national commissioners. So there is a regulated space.
Okay, that's fine. Let's not pursue it further. I think Mr. Ngabende will also come to testify in the ad hoc. Who is Brigadier Liteko? Do you know a person by the name of Brigadier Liteko?
Letoko.
Yeah, Litoko.
Oh, is a chief of staff in my office, Honorable Chair.
What would be your reaction if General Sibia comes to the Ad Hoc Committee and testify that on the 3rd of January 2025, he received a letter written by Brigadier Liteko to him, instructing him to proceed with the dissolution process of the political killings testing? What would be your reaction to that?
Yeah, Honorable Chair and members, my response will be that the chief of staff in my office sent the letter, the directive from the minister to the deputies, which is Lieutenant General Msikidi, was acting as National Commissioner by then, and also sent to Lieutenant General Sibia to say, yes, do attend to it.
Is there no letter written from your office by your chief of staff to the Deputy National Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General Sibia, that instructs him directly? I'm not talking about the letter from the minister that could have been transferred. I'm talking about a letter that deliberately instructs your deputy to proceed, it was on the 3rd of January 2025, to proceed with the dissolution process and the report on the 14th of January 2025. Is there no such a letter?
Honorable Chair, I do agree. I say the chief of staff in my office did send a directive to both the deputies that they attend to the minister's letter. However, I'm on record to have said that between that time and until when I arrived back in the office, nothing has been done by that time. And the letter that General Sibia brought on the 14th and the 15th, Honorable Chair, that's the two letters I nullified. Whatever he might have received, nothing wrong. Let's take it for a moment that he received that directive and he did what he did. Come the 14th, come the 15th. The same letter that he have, I tell him that I am not subscribing to this. So stop doing this and leave it, get out of it, don't do it anymore. I will do it myself. So directive be it given on the 2nd or 3rd, Honorable Chairperson. I come the 14th, yes, he says, National Commissioner, Minister says we must dissolve the PKTT. Here is an instruction signing so that we dissolve. I look at it and says, no, we don't do it this way. Honorable Chair, you would recall yesterday, I even explained how we, the interaction of that day when he told me this House Scorpions, the way the directive is, this House Scorpions was dissolved, so it's in order. Then I told him why we can't do it, and that let's not do it this way. It's not my way of doing it. I'm going to do it differently, and then explain how it should be done. Phase approach, winding down, and go and come up with that plan. Come the 15th, he come with the letter. Well, I must say I never read the whole of it, but at glance I saw again immediate disbandment. And I said, no, you know what? Leave this matter, don't do it anymore. I will do it myself. So whether there was a directive from my office on the 1st or 2nd to him, that doesn't matter because nothing happened in that period. Whatever he have done
But did you
during that
authorize
period,
the third one?
whatever he have done in that period, the product of that, that's what came to me on the 14th. And on the 14th, I told him what to do, which he went to do with the assistant of another employee of the service. He came back on the 15th. Again, I says, seems you don't understand what I'm saying. Leave this matter, get out of it. So whether the directive on the 2nd, I don't deny it. I said it is standard that whenever such matter come to the office of National Commissioner, it will be directed to the relevant offices.
Okay. So, did you authorize the letter of the 3rd?
Did I?
Did you authorize the letter of the 3rd of January?
Honorable Chair,
Or how is the communication from your office being get authorized? Or anyone can write a letter and send it without having checked with the principal if this letter should be sent in this form?
no, like when I'm here now, work hasn't stopped in my office. Whatever comes there, they will channel it to the relevant people that are supposed to do the work.
So whoever was in your office when you were on leave authorized the letter?
Yeah, they send it to the relevant offices.
Okay, let's walk down to section 207, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which gives you a legal duty and a constitutional obligation to exercise control and manage the police service in South Africa. Now, where do you think that the exercising control and managing of the police service screws may have been loosened? Because now at the disposal of the people of South Africa is a service that is in limbo, is a service that is at war with itself. So where do you think that you may have missed it somewhere to manage? I hear that you say you did your best to manage and mitigate this situation. Maybe can you take us through this best you did to manage, control the police service so that it does not spiral in this manner? So what efforts were made by the National Commissioner?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. I wouldn't know exactly which area are you referring to when it comes to managing control. I think I did what I supposed to do. After the directive was received, I expressed my view in terms of how I view the matter should be treated, and I submitted that report to the minister. And so I don't see where I missed to manage. I don't foresee that I can't be held responsible for the actions of the minister and any other. I did my work, I investigated crime, we discovered crime, we're investigating it. So I think I did manage.
Okay, but paragraph 4.1.1 of the terms of reference of the Ad Hoc Committee directs us to investigate whether there is political interference in the police service. Is there political interference in the police service, according to what you have experienced as the National Commissioner?
Yeah, well, my my experience will be that in as far as this specific directive of the 31st of December 2024 is concerned, yes, there was interference where the minister then gave that directive without, well, he might have applied his mind, I don't know, but when you apply your mind based on facts. So I take that as interference because he didn't have facts that have led him to decide. What I heard yesterday from the senior counsel to say he would say receive complaints about PKTT, receive reports from Meriti Haas and all those others. Those are not reasons that can make you disband a team. That I would say yes, sounded is a I regard it then as an interference, because should he have come to want to understand anything about the team, that could have been a different situation altogether. Get a briefing, understand, he put his problems forward, we give responses, and he then can give a directive, or we jointly find a solution.
Okay. So, along this interference process, you take General Sbeya to a leave of absence or something like that. He takes you to court. You depose an affidavit to the Pretoria High Court that, amongst other things that it raises, is that actually the minister has got a legal obligation to oversee the police service and its units and task teams. Are you aware of those, the contents of that affidavit?
Yeah, I might not remember everything of that affidavit, but yeah, I take it is there.
Okay, but do you get the fact that the affidavit says something different to what you are saying now in terms of the political interference?
I do take the point of the honorable member, Chair, that he says that's what that affidavit is saying.
Okay.
No reason to doubt.
Okay, your CV suggests that you have at some point led you headed in intelligence operations. And amongst what the main witness, General Mkhwanazi, alleges here under oath is that the letter itself in its nature is an ammunition to stop reforms in the crime intelligence. Because part of what it asserts is that there must be the filling of vacancies in the crime intelligence must be halted completely in all levels. So he has got a strong view that the letter itself is to stop the reforms. Are you aware of these reforms in the crime intelligence the general is talking about? What is your view on the reforms?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. You would recall, Honorable Member, that I did say after the divisional commissioner took over in that division, myself and the former minister and the divisional commissioner, we did agree on reforms within the space of crime intelligence. So, and General Kumal was busy with those reforms in terms of we're transferring people and trying to bring other people so that we reform the environment.
Okay. So on the 31st of December 2024, the minister writes a letter to you or your office. Now, the main witness alleges that the letter itself was not authored by the minister, nor was it authored by anyone in the police service, because there was a back and forth of the contents of the letter. Are you aware of that allegation?
Well, I heard that from General Mkhwanazi, but I can't be a witness to that. I don't know, but I heard him saying that.
Okay. The PKTT's term of office was supposedly 6 months. When is it expiring?
As long as there is work, as long as politicians get killed, I will sustain it and have it.
Okay, what is the process of extending the term of office of any task team in the police service? Is there a process, or is just the national commissioner takes a decision as long as there is an assessment to it?
No, the process, normally, sometime when you start, you might give it, say the task team should be for 6 months or a year, you give it a period, with a view that they must deal with the problem that you identified. If it's a specific crime, they deal with it. When they finish, then the task team is dissolved. So normally how we renew, the people that are doing the work, they will write a motivation to say they ask for extension for a month or 2 or 3 or 6 and give the reasons why. And that will be assessed. Some teams will be assessed by the body called National Crime Combating Forum, which consists of operational divisions at head office, and they will approve at that level. Or if it's a team that gets approved by National Commission, they will send for approval to the National Commission.
Okay. General Mkhwanazi also mentions to the Ad Hoc Committee that amongst the 121 case dockets that were taken to the head office, one amongst them is that of Nhlanhla from Tata. I'm sure you'll recall the Justice for Nhlanhla campaign. So if that's the case, then would we say that SAPS actually characterized the brutal assassination of Nhlanhla as a political killing? And what is the status of the docket now? Has the removal impacted the fact that there is no one arrested today?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the political killings task team, as you are aware, they were doing the work in the province of KZN. But I am on record to have said that when we went to Fort Hare with the then minister, and we saw that there is a problem, well, of murder cases, but not necessarily alone, we enlisted the political killings task team to go and help there. So the fact that they took Nhlanhla's docket is not to say we classified as political killing. All we wanted was, we wanted people that can be able to resolve the case. That's how the team went. And the team did work on the docket until they were interdicted. That's one matter that where we don't understand how the judiciary came into being. The certain people went to High Court, they interdicted the team on that case for other reasons and for almost a year. But the docket is back with the team. I might not precisely say where it is now, but it's back to be investigated.
Okay. So I think the interdict will maybe assess it in the in-camera arrangement. I think the general does not want to give us deeper detail on it now in a public platform. I think we can attend to that later. It's no problem.
Through you, Honorable Chair, the interdict, the best person will be General Khumalo who can give that. But I know that somebody came forward with an interdict, but later we are on with the investigation.
No, that's fine. General, is it your evidence that political killings are still prevalent in South Africa? And therefore, that makes the letter of the 31st of December 2024 unwarranted in terms of the purpose that which the political killings trust team was formed for?
Yes, I do agree that they are still prevalent, Honorable Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Then the letter comes. Part of the provisions contained in the letter is the fact that political killings trust team must be disbanded immediately. And General Mkhwanazi makes exception of the immediately part. So, apart from that, you choose to design a program, a smooth program that will make you arrive at an ultimate dissolution. So, is it your concession that the letter the problem with the letter is the immediate part of the dissolution of the PKTT?
No, Honorable Chair, the problem is not the immediate. The letter itself is a problem. Yes, the whole letter is a problem, not the immediate. But what I chose was not to do it immediate, but do it my way. And remember, Honorable Chair, I did say that this letter was a directive and not a request. And at that time, I had my doubts as to circumstances surrounding this letter, why it came. And that time, I was not in a privileged position, Honorable Chair, like the honorable members now. You have both sides. You have the before and after. Myself, when those things were happening, I only had the before. I didn't really know what is this. I suspected that this irregular, illegal, but not really having facts. Thanks.
Thank you, General. So part of what you say in your statement is that part of what makes you disagree with the approach of dissolving the PKTT is the fact that there was no report solicited in terms of the performance of the task team. There was no consultation with the sister departments that which constitute the PKTT. You will understand that it's not only its SAPS. So, in the process of developing a winding off approach or plan, did you consult the head of the crime intelligence, the head of the National Prosecuting Authority, the head of Hawks?
Well, the Hawks were not really more involved in this matter, and the NPA, yes, I did speak to the national director informally, but the reason why I didn't want to consult wide on this matter is because, remember, I haven't reached a point where I'm saying this team should be resolved. That point were not reached, and this plan of disbandment of the minister was not yet finalized, not yet approved.
But General, you said the reason why the political task team, the political killings task team is still standing on its feet is because the minister did not sign the plan. Not because there was no interest on dissolving the PKTT.
Yes, on my side, there was no interest to dissolving the team, and on his side, the FNE had signed. So I didn't see a reason that I should go wide. I informally spoke to the national director that there is this thing, and but the head of intelligence, well, he was part of it.
Okay. The main witness has got a very strong view that the decision to dissolve or the intention to dissolve the political killings task team had really nothing to do with what was written in the letter. He has got strong views that it was externally influenced. And he mentions a lot of people, some inside the service, some outside the service. What is your view on that?
I do agree, Honorable Chair. Remember, I also said, I'm on record to have said that after the search of Mr. Nhlanhla's house, the arrest of Mr. Nhlanhla in May, the team untangled the real motive. That's true what he is saying, and I also said the same yesterday, today, and again, I'm still saying, yes, it's true. We now know that the motive was just not that the team is no more adding value. There's a bigger picture on that.
Okay. Then you hold a meeting, yourself, the minister, and General Khumalo, to take him through, and amongst those were intelligence-related matters. And you make an assertion that part of your team members, including your Deputy General Spear, has been compromised. Has been compromised on the basis that they are now linked to criminal syndicates. How is General Spear linked to those criminal syndicates, in your view, or in your knowledge?
Honorable Chair, I think, well, that is still a subject of investigation. I might say one thing today, and it changes tomorrow.
That's fine. That's fine. We can take that check. Now, you give an instruction after the 14th of January to Sibia, your deputy, to leave issues relating to the dissolution of the PKTT to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond that instruction or directive you give him, he continues to play part in writing letters for the dissolution and making plans for the dissolution of the PKTT. Do you not take that as defiance?
I did call him to say he must stop doing that which he was doing, yes. Hence, I eventually end up taking steps.
Okay, what steps did you take? It was the only steps we know were taken were after the 6th of July. What steps were taken from January when you were defied by your junior?
When I became aware of those letters, I did call him in to say, I did say, leave the matter to me, I'm attending to it. So I did rebuke him for that.
but he defied to give the matter to you, General. That's what I'm saying. And after that defiance, what steps were taken by the principal in disciplining or effecting consequence management to his junior? Because all we know now, all what is in our disposal, is that General Spear, your deputy, was only suspended or taken to leave after the 6th of July, which is the press briefing by General Mkhwanazi. So between January and July, you were defied blatantly by your junior. What did you do about that?
Well, that time, as I said, Honorable Chair, I did call him, I think, more than once to say, stop this. And for me, it was like, yes, he will stop. But on the other side, the minister was talking to him directly. That's another angle. But for me, I did say, no, he must stop what he was doing.
Okay. Okay, let's leave it like that, General.
Okay.
You in your statement, you make mention, I think it's paragraph 63. You make mention of a disciplinary hearing. I think Honorable Sokhanyele did ask you about that. A disciplinary against General Khan. I didn't get what now becomes the status of General Khan in the South African Police Service. And the reason I'm asking this, General, is that General Mkhwanazi keeps on mentioning General Khan as part of the center of this fracas the service finds itself in now. So what then becomes the status of employment of General Khan in the South African Police Service?
Well, as I said earlier, Honorable Chair, the disciplinary case against him was finalized, and he was found not guilty. And it was him, General Mkhwanazi, who was the chairperson presiding over that matter, and he cleared him, and he is still working in crime intelligence.
Okay, no, that's fine. Well, he was cleared. That's the response.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Now, you find yourself in a very pressing situation as a national commissioner. You receive a letter from the immediate principal, which is the executive authority. Now, along the way, you find that you are unable to get yourselves into into an agreement in respect of what must happen in the PKTT status. Now, your appointing authority is the President of the Republic of South Africa. Have you made means to engage the President into making him understand the importance of not dissolving the PKTT? I'm asking this because you say the President has agreed that the plan to dissolve is correct. But General Mkhwanazi have got a different understanding of the attitude of the President towards the dissolution. Because he says the President in Northern Cape made public assertions that the political killings system is working very well and no need to touch it and all those things. So what was the reaction of the President to the fact that there is this calamity between yourself and the minister?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did said it before earlier in this House, Honorable Chair, but I will repeat it again. I say the President was taken aback when I informed him about this, and I said to the President that my view was this shouldn't be disbanded, but if ever it has to be done, Mr. President, shouldn't be done the way of Minister Mkhulu of immediate. That was in February when I saw the President, which the President says, okay, I think yes, what you are saying makes sense. So you just have to understand what I said. I said to him, this team, I think it should not be disbanded, but if ever it has to be done, should be done the following. So that's how we engaged.
Okay. Let's walk down to the Medicare 24 tender. The minister finds that there is no progress in terms of the work it was supposed to be doing and orders you to terminate. You correctly start a process arrangement that at least there must be a process to that decision. Correctly so. So you instruct the internal audit team to do an investigation. Then in January 2025, the investigation comes and it points out serious irregularities in the appointment process. Then what consequence management was effected to those who were part of the bid committees and the final signatory to the appointment?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, the report that you are referring to, Honorable Member, was a preliminary report, and the final report came in April. And after the final report, I terminated. And yes, I did want to take immediate actions against these members. But the experts within the field advised me that no, let's do a forensic audit. That forensic audit, I received a progress report about a week ago to say they are about to finish, and it will be right and best that we allow this forensic audit because it will tell us exactly what went wrong and who's involved. And only with that report, we can then take departmental steps. Because if we start taking steps with this ordinary audit report, we will run the risk that later people might start mentioning or implicating other people, which if we did the audit, the forensic audit would have alluded to that. So as soon as this is finalized, Honorable Chair, yes, we're going to take drastic steps against those involved.
Okay, I'm going to ask you three questions. It's my last questions, General. General Mkhwanazi asserts in this ad hoc that the letter itself and the transfer of dockets was a missed target. Was a missed target by people who actually thought that is the PKTT that is investigating the drug cartels in Halting. Maybe you'll tell us your understanding on that matter. But he further expands and say, part of the reasons why they had to enhance the work in Gauteng, deploying 10 members of the PKTT to do the work, was that the police management in Gauteng has collapsed. Has collapsed because those that which are expected to run after the criminals are actually drinking and dining with those criminals in Gauteng. And the last issue is that he says the issue relating to the arrest of General Khumalo is not a credible or meticulous policing related issue. It's a project. So he says General Khumalo is a project of the people who wants investigations, particularly in Gauteng, to be halted. What's your view on those three issues?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Before the arrest of Mr. Nhlanhla, even General Mkhwanazi wouldn't have said that. We all got that after the team have analyzed the phone and we came to that. And well, the call for assistance from the political killings task team to come and assist Halting at that time was solely based on the fact that we wanted the expertise of the political killings task team. As we have seen in Fort Hare, where we think we have a problem, I enlist them. When in KwaZulu Natal we had a problem of killing of traditional leaders, then we also enlist their assistance. So even there in Halting, we wanted their skill. It was during the process of investigation when they start uncovering these matters, uncovering that there is some members, some police in Gauteng that seems to be compromised, and they uncovered all the rest. And that's when then we registered this project of Gauteng counterintelligence to investigate the whole thing. So that is the investigations that is in the process. The arrest of Khumalo, I wouldn't want to venture much into discussing an arrest. All I know is that he was arrested for employing him and the team. They were arrested for employing somebody from BMW to a post in crime intelligence. The person, I think, was earning 1.1 million and employed in crime intelligence, where he'll be earning 1.2 million. And the process, according to me, was fair, and I did get a report from IDEC after the arrest. I tasked somebody to internally investigate that matter for discipline purpose. The report came to me to say there is no case based on what they find the process looks legit, and I did clear them, I did inform them that we don't find a misconduct in this thing.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure I'm still left with some minutes, but I'm done.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. The time I allocate you, honorable members, when you feel that you have spoken for some time, you look at me and check if the microphone is not indicating red. Once you see it indicating red, it's a warning to you that you must move towards winding up without putting you under pressure. It's just to say to you, your time is about to expire. Okay, thank you so much. Most of the time, my microphone is off. Can we please move to, is it you, Honorable Nomvalo? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. How are you, National Commissioner? How are you doing?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I'm fine, Honorable Nomvalo.
I'm okay too. Well, I want you to enlighten us more in relation to the allegations made by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, which you have also put here as terms of reference in your statement in page 4, on page 4 of your statement. There is an allegation under paragraph 4.1.7, which says that inter alia, we must investigate, open quote, the alleged corrupt relationship between Mr. Mkhunu and Mr. Brown Mkhotsi, and between Mr. Mkhotsi and Mr. Vusumuzi Ket Matlala. Now, who is this Mkhotsi guy? How does he get involved in the operations of SAPS, according to your knowledge?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know the guy, and Well, I do not have a police official with that name, so I don't know who is he, and you have got no business in SAPS.
General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi seems to be convinced that Mkhwanazi was an ally of Sibia. I mean, was an ally of the minister, Minister Mkhunu. Subsequently, Mkhwanazi was an ally of Nhlanhla. Now, in this context, Mkhwanazi was used by Nhlanhla as a messenger to the minister. What is your take on that? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think the relevant officials like General Khumalo will be able to show you that. I think also General Mkhwanazi did show you those links. Yes, I believe what they are saying.
Yeah, because we are not doing an academic exercise here, National Commissioner. We are trying to get to the bottom of these allegations. So what we want to get from your responses is what will assist us in doing investigations of all these allegations. Now, my difficulty is that in the evidence that has been accused so far, orally and in terms of the documents that we have perused, the conversations that we have seen are conversations between the minister, are the conversations between Brown Mkhwanazi and the commissioner of KwaZulu Natal, wherein Mkhwanazi claims that he has some influence to the minister, and conversations between Brown Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla. Now, if the minister comes here and say, I don't have any relationship with Mkhwanazi, Mkhwanazi used my name to advance selfish narrow interest and for material gains. Are you in possession of any evidence that suggests that that will be a lie?
Well, I believe General Mkhwanazi might have showed you some WhatsApp messages, and General Khumalo will still show you other messages which they can give evidence to that effect in terms of communication that talks to between Mr. Mkhwanazi, between Nhlanhla, and between the minister. They will be able to show you that.
You know why I'm asking that question, National Commissioner, is because I've been in a political space for some time. And I know that it's a general tendency of some comrades to use names of those who occupy higher echelons for their self-enrichment or for their material gains. So I anticipate that the defense of the minister might be that my name was wrongly used here. There is absolutely nothing that suggests that I've got a relationship with Mkhwanazi. I only know Mkhwanazi from a distance as a comrade. He had no influence in the running of SAPS. That is why I was able to write a letter that terminates the 360 million contract. What would you say? I'm asking this because we need evidence to resolve these matters. What would you say? How would you respond? Are we in a position to prove that wrong, that defense wrong, if the minister comes with that defense?
Yeah, I'm sure the officials that I'm talking about will be able to show you the links. That's why I didn't want to give evidence of the second person. They will be able to give evidence to that effect. But I wouldn't overrule that, as you say, you are in the political space. You know the environment and how people behave. That I can't deny. You talk from experience. But The officials will be able then to indicate those WhatsApps that will show money movement and linkages. I think you just have to give it space until they give evidence.
So to what extent has this so-called corrupt relationship caused the damage in the running of SAPS? This alleged corrupt relationship between the minister and Mkhwanazi, ultimately Nhlanhla. To what extent has it caused the damage?
Well, the first damage is this disbandment of the directive of the 31st of December. That is a damage.
Okay, now let's go to the disbandment of the political task team, political killings task team. Is there any piece of legislation which prescribes how a task team can either be formed or dissolved? Or there's a lacuna?
No, there is no legislation. Legislation says the National Commissioner can organize and reorganize, establish institutions, depots, units, and so on. So, but of course, even a task team, one can take it as part of that. So, but doesn't mean can necessarily be established by national committee. It can be established at lower levels also.
Yeah, so the advice that you can give to us as lawmakers is that we must close that gap, correct?
You must.
In terms of formulating the law, we must close that gap. Is that the advice you can give to us as lawmakers?
The advice I can give is, if you can, obviously, dwell more on defining what the minister can do. What is the minister's function, and what is the National Commissioner's functions?
Okay, if I heard you precisely yesterday, during your oral testimony, you made a mention of a task team which preceded the 2018 task team. And you said you identified some weaknesses in that task team. Ipso facto, you established another task team which was multidisciplinary, in that it consisted SAPS, NPA, etc., etc. Now, in that, how was that? Because you never spoke about its formulation and disbandment. How was it formulated and disbanded? You only spoke about the formulation of the 2018 task team, which started from the visit of the president, establishment of the interministerial committee, etc., etc. And you spoke less about the formation of the previous one. May you please take us through?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. So you want me to?
Yes, the previous task team which preceded the 2018 one, how was it formulated and dissolved, later dissolved?
Yeah, the previous task team, when it was formulated, I was involved. We went to KZN. It was myself and the former, by then, Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile Mbalula. We got a briefing to the provincial commissioner or the acting provincial commissioner. That time I can't understand and remember. I think it was acting provincial commissioner, Major General Nhlanhla, I suppose. And after that briefing, and we said these political killings are a problem, so we need to do something. Then myself and General Nhlanhla, I said, no, Minister, in this case, we will establish a task team. And that agreement was endorsed, and the provincial commissioner established a task team consisting of members from various units and stations, including the DPCI. Actually, the brigadier from DPCI was the head of that specific task team.
So you later dissolved it on the basis that it was not fulfilling its responsibilities to your satisfaction, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you identify some elements of criminality within that task team from the members of SAPS?
No, what we identified was not necessarily criminality, but it was more the fact that they come from local. They interact a lot with local politicians. We identify that as a problem,
As a weakness.
as a weakness, yes.
So there were no criminalities that were taking place.
Not as far as I remember, but I know there were, but it wasn't members of this task team. There was one or so that was arrested for murders at Cleveland, but he wasn't a member of this task team. It was just a police official.
Okay. Now, in the 2018 task team, you said that there was an involvement of different components because you wanted to tighten its trend. There was an involvement of SAPS, NPA. Now, where was the NPA reporting? Was the NPA also reporting to SAPS, or they were reporting to their bosses in the NPA?
No, the NPA were reporting to their bosses.
Maybe let me clarify my question. I'm asking in relation to the work that they were doing as in the scope of the political killings task team. Where were they reporting?
Yeah, they were reporting to their bosses, but of course, they work with the team. They will give, now and then they will take dockets and look at them and give guidance in terms of the investigation. That's why the fact that we wanted them to be dedicated to work with the team was that if you use an ordinary prosecutor who's sitting at court, he receive a lot of dockets, receive GBV, receive assault and so on. So that doesn't make him to be focused. So these ones, they were there for the team to guide the team in terms of investigation, to assist the team. So they were interacting with the team and the coordinator of the team, but of course, they will also give progress to their offices.
General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said, I'm not quoting him verbatim, I'm just paraphrasing. He said that they made a gruesome discovery that some of members of the PKTT were compromised, the result of which they took a decision to rotate them. Are you in agreement with that?
Right from the word go, there was no really member that would work there permanent. They were rotated continuously. I'm aware that, yes, there were those that were arrested.
Are there
Actually,
any
one.
members of the NPA who were found to be on the wrong side of the law? And if so, what actions were taken against them?
I don't remember any. What I remember was there was members of SAPS that were, there were members of SAPS that were, there is members of SAPS that were arrested that were not part of the team, and there is one that I can remember of who was part of the team who was arrested by the same team. And in terms of NPA, let me recorrect my statement. I'm aware that there were cases opened by the team against members of the NPA, and which I end up having a meeting myself with the director, National Director of Public Prosecutions on the matter.
Okay. National Commissioner, let's go to a letter dated the 31st of December 2024. If I heard you correctly when you were responding to, I think, to Honorable Nhlanhla, you said holistically the letter was wrong. So when you say that, do you mean that the minister was acting ultra-virus in all the regarding all the instructions that he gave in that letter, because remember, the instruction was not only related to the disbandment of political killings. There were other 2 instructions, and in total there were 3. So the minister acted ultra vires. Is that your conclusion?
Yeah, I did say that, according to me, yes, he acted wrong on 2 matters: political disbandment of political killing task team, and the matter of the stop filling of posts in the crime intelligence. The ports of entry, no, I don't think there's anything wrong there.
Yeah, because somewhere in your statement you have articulated the statutory and constitutional responsibility of the National Commissioner and those of the minister. The gist of the minister's responsibility is to formulate and implement policy. That is correct.
Honorable Chair, yes, yes, to develop national policing policy.
So these matters were not related to that scope of framework. They were operational matters.
According to me, the 2, they were operational matters that were within my terrain of managing. I could, if you have a problem with the task team, you could have said, I have a problem, 1, 2, 3 with the task team. Then I would go and investigate, see how serious is that. If it's so much serious that I should disband the task team, then I will do it, or take out the members and bring other ones. Yes, that's what I would have done.
Okay, the last paragraph of that letter says, open quote, "My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa." Now, I know that your sentiments around this, your sentiments are that the team was effective because you went to an extent of giving us statistics of the arrests that were made and the investigations. Now, so I want to get the extent of the work that was done by this political killings task team. You know, I'm going to put a proposition to you, and I would request your opinion. And the reason why I'm going to put this proposition is because I want to be sure if you arrived at the root cause of political killings in KZN during your investigations. Because there's a perception that at the center of political killings, taxi bosses are involved. Now, my assertion is that National Commissioner, because of a decline of the profit margin in the taxi industry, the former the former taxi bosses resorted to getting involved into tenders. And their anchors in tenders are politicians. To safeguard their interests, they still use the same modus operandi that they used when they were still taxi bosses, of eliminating people who appear to be problematic to them. When you are doing, because I'm trying to establish the effectiveness of that team, did you go to that extent when you were making your investigations? And do you agree with my assertion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, to an extent, we have picked it up that, taxi environment, they move to the political sphere for tender purposes. And that assertion is true. But also in the province like Western Cape, in terms of the gangs, they're also doing the same.
Are you aware of a perception that the police are scared of taxi bosses? Are you aware of that public perception? That the police are scared of dealing with taxi bosses?
No, well, there might be that saying, but I know that they are not.
No,
Maybe some police,
remember,
not
a
all.
perception is not a fact, it's just a perception. I'm not saying that by being a perception, then it's true. But are you aware of that perception?
No. Police that are afraid of taxi bosses. No.
That is why the taxi industry took over during the looting. It's because there was a great loss of confidence in the police. In some areas, in some malls, in Mzimkulu, for instance, where I come from, the police gave over, and the taxi industry took over, and there was order in town.
Okay.
Are you aware of that perception?
Well, I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't deny what you are saying, but I will deny that there's a general perception that police are afraid of taxi bosses, whereas we are arresting the taxi bosses.
Okay, so was this political killings task team able to arrest some of the taxi bosses who are involved in killing comrades?
Offhand, I wouldn't be able to comment on that one. I don't know. Yeah, I never checked that. I don't know, Honorable Chair. But what I know is we do arrest them. We've just cleaned up Eastern Cape, and now we are coming here. From here, we go Halting. So we are not afraid of them, no.
Okay, let's go to General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. Went to the media on the 6th of July. One would say he just became helpless in the situation because at some point he attempted to appear before the Zondo Commission. They never allowed him to appear. He tried to address his concerns within SAPS. He was never given audience. So his conduct on the 6th of December was as a consequence of desperation and was as a consequence of the fact that he lost confidence in the system. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say so. I agree that yes, he did report to those various authorities that you said. And well, on the 6th, he ended up going, making a press conference. Honorable Chair, you should be aware that, remember, when he went on the conference on the 6th, it's after that we know now what is happening. Before that, we didn't know, and he didn't go to a press briefing.
Okay, if the minister comes here and say, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is doing all of this because he is part of a certain cabal in the SAPS, which involves General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner, and General Khumalo, how will you react to that?
Well, the fact of the matter is, it's not a cabal. We are not a cabal. We are just doing our work. Whoever will call us a cabal, I will be suspicious if maybe is that person not in some way in charge of a cabal. We are not a cabal. We are just doing our work. And it's been a long time that we have been doing this work. You can go back to 2011 when we were there. We did the work. And even now, all what we want to do is to do the work. We are doing the work with the political killings task team in KZN. In Halting, we discovered what's happening, and we are investigating that. In CI, when Minister Kel was still around, We said, myself and Kumal, we said with him to say, hey, let's fix this, and he agreed. And up to so far, I think he's the only minister that I know agreed that let's clean up crime intelligence. And he committed to that, and we started the process. Unfortunately, then he left, and unfortunately, with the new minister, it never went through that. If we are cabal for what? To do, we're doing what?
Okay.
We're dealing with what?
My second last question, Chair. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said he thinks that General Khumalo is a target. Do you also hold the same view? Because he even said that at some point there was an attempt to kill him at the airport, and they had to beef up his security. And there was also an attempt to link him with the murder of Cindy Somakaka, which was frivolous. Do you agree with that?
I totally agree with that.
Who is targeting Mr. Khumalo? And why is he a target?
I wouldn't know why they target him, but one thing I know is that General Khumalo is a good investigator, and he does his investigation proper. Yes, I will agree that he's been targeted, and I do agree that there were those incidents, and we beefed up security. And I think, yeah, some of the matters might require certain in camera to delve much on them, which might affect investigations. So I think maybe one would, it might not be a good platform to get into some of those details.
Is it true that the DG in the presidency is protected by members of the task force? Are you aware of that?
No, it's not true.
It's not true.
Correct.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Chair. Thank you.
We are cruising very, very nicely, honorable members. Your performance is very impressive, and I must give you this credit. Honorable Breitenbach, is it you or Honorable Cameron? It will be you. Once you are done, you hand over to Honorable Malema, and then we'll break for lunch. In that way, honorable members, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, General. We have already established that you're well, so let's not go there again. So, General, you're the top cop in South Africa.
Your microphone is far from you.
It's difficult. You're the top cop in South Africa. You're the only real general in the South African Police Service. And you say that you hold the view that the instruction of the minister to close the political killings task team was ultra vires and encroached on your domain as the National Commissioner. So why did you not tell him so? Tell him that you won't close it down, that it's doing good work and that he's out of line. Why didn't you just do that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. But even though I tell him that this team is doing a good work, we're not supposed to close it, he said we must close it.
No, General, I'm sorry, you're missing the gist of the question.
Oh, sorry.
The question is, not that you didn't discuss it with him, I'm sure you did. Thank you. Why didn't you tell him you're not interested? He's encroaching on your terrain, he's out of line, he can't do what he's doing, and he must concern himself with his own business and you concern yourself with yours.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. Like I said, I did my best to tell him, let's not close, and he insisted.
General, my difficulty is that he can't insist. So, I mean, let's just cut to the chase. He can't insist, he can't tell you what to do. You're the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. There's no one above you, and he's not above you.
He's a Minister of Police, he's above me.
Not in the hierarchy of the South African Police Service, General, and you and I both know that. You call the shots in the South African Police Service, not the Minister. And if he tries, you should tell him to go to hell. Why didn't you?
Yeah, well, I didn't tell them that, and I take him as Minister of Police, and I told him in a nice way that let's not do this thing, and he kept insisting, no, we do it.
So when you told him in a nice way and he didn't go away, why didn't you tell him in a less nice way?
Yeah.
That's not an answer. General, you're the National Commissioner. You're the head honcho. You're the boss, not him. Why didn't you tell him that? Tell him to mind your own business and go do your own job.
Yes, I'm the National Commissioner, but I'm subject to his directions.
Do you consider him to be your boss?
Yes, I consider him, yes, to be
your boss.
my supervisor, yes.
The National Commissioner of the South African Police Service thinks the Minister is his boss. Wow. So, then you said, you discussed with him, he gave you no answers, real answers about why it should close down. Nothing was satisfactory. And then you said something odd. You said, if it had been something about farm murders, the citizens of South Africa and parliamentarians would have reacted to the closing down. But because it wasn't, no one reacted. Now, why do you want citizens of South Africa and parliamentarians to do your job? It's your job to deal with that issue, not anybody else's. Did you come to Parliament and say, the Minister is encroaching on your domain, he's exercising unacceptable political interference in the police service? Did you do that? And if not, why didn't you do it?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We did appear at the committee. We briefed them how good the political killings task team is doing its work. And there was any member of the team that would say, no, we think this the Minister shouldn't do.
Again, General, I have difficulty with, you're a really nice guy. I mean, there's no question about that. But you're too nice. You're way too nice. You're the head of the South African police. Nobody can tell you what to do. You've got a lot of power. You don't seem to want to exercise it. And I don't understand that. Why didn't you come to the Portfolio Committee and say, this Minister, tell them to call him to the Portfolio Committee and then sit there with him and say, this Minister is interfering in the South African Police Service. He's telling me what to do. Why didn't you do that? How else would they have known?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We learn. So in future, if I'm still there, that's what I will do. What do you say?
You say that no IMC has been created in the 7th administration. Why not?
Well, that we didn't know. Normally, IMCs get established when there is a specific problem. And I wouldn't know whether it was still going to be established or not for the specific matter of political killings. Maybe partially it might be because it was under control, the team was doing the work.
Let's have a look at that. So it was under control and they were doing good work. On page 15 of your affidavit, you say that 612 dockets have been allocated to the task team since June 2018 to date. That's around about 7 years, is that correct?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Amongst other things, you say that 10 cases are pending a decision by the National Prosecuting Authority. So how long have they been with the National Prosecuting Authority? How long, generally speaking, do they take to make a decision? And how long have these 10 cases been with them?
For the political killings task team, Honorable Chair, because they do have the prosecutors that are working with them, it doesn't take long. So that is as of that time, I think February 2025. So those cases have been finalized and they've been handled.
You say 57 cases have been withdrawn. What are the typical reasons for these withdrawals?
Withdrawals, there will be, of course, various reasons, as Honorable Chair, as the Honorable Member knows. He was in this field before, so I wouldn't be able to table exactly one by one reason for the withdrawals, but it will be either maybe some of these suspects might have, or the case have fallen. Normally what happens here is witnesses do support the investigation. At some point, they turn around, especially your Section 204 witnesses. Some of them, they just somersault and turn around. We have one of the murder cases in Zululand where witnesses have done the same thing, which is quite I think it was a killing of a municipal manager. So I'm just giving an example, but that's some of the reasons that happens.
I would imagine that happens quite often in this kind of case.
You are.
And
sorry.
that must be one of the reasons why there's a political killings task team, so that proper care can be taken of the witnesses so that they don't become intimidated or killed, so that the case can run. Is that not what the task team does?
Yeah, no, the task team does. They do take care of the witnesses, but it just happens sometimes. Some witnesses run out of where they've been protected, and they end up being paid and they turn around.
And then you say 297 cases have been finalized. What does this mean?
Finalized means where they are, where there is either is acquittal or there is a conviction. That's what it refers to.
So you'll agree with me, General, to understand whether the political killings task team has in fact been successful. We'd need to know how many of those 297 cases ended up in an acquittal and how many ended up in a conviction.
Yeah, no, there is such a breakdown. Maybe one can send such a breakdown in terms of how many. But most of them were quite. Let me just check if I won't find it here. Yeah, I think I'll look for it, Honorable Chair, and I will be able to give the Honorable Member. Thanks.
I won't hold you to it, General. Just give me a ballpark. 50% convictions, 60% convictions, 10%?
More or less 40%. But of late, as of this year, the conviction have increased quite a lot because most of your 2018-19 cases were finalized late last year and this year. So the performance is quite very good.
So General, again, you're a very nice guy. Your subordinates seem to act with scant regard for you and your rank. They seem to disrespect you. Do you agree?
Well, they do respect me and we respect each other, Honorable Chair.
I said they disrespect you.
Yes,
They do as
some,
they please.
Honorable Chair.
They do as they please, clearly. And why do you put up with it? If you didn't want to close the political killings task team, why didn't you reprimand Sabia and tell him to concern himself with his own business and not act counter to your orders? How do you exercise authority over the people that report to you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I was exercising authority, but as I said, there was also this lake that the Minister and General Sabia were also pushing.
Who's the head of the South African Police Service?
Myself, Honorable Chair.
And so Sabia doesn't listen to you. And your reaction is to say, just leave it, I'll do it myself. That's not exercising authority. Why don't you tell him to do the job you told him to do? He answers to you.
Well, that time, Honorable Chair, remember, I didn't know what was the objective of all this. I thought he can't really do what I expect him to do. Hence, I said, leave it, I'll do it myself and get other people to do it.
General Sabia is a lieutenant general. It's not an insignificant rank in the South African police. Surely he's capable of doing any job you tell him to do.
Correct, Honorable Chair, but he couldn't. So it was my understanding at that time. It was that maybe he doesn't know how to do it. I didn't have a benefit of what we all know now.
No, General, you can't slide out of it like that. I'm very sorry. You can't just say you didn't think that he couldn't, or you thought he couldn't do the job. How long have you known Sabia? He occupies the second highest rank in the South African police force. And when he doesn't do what you tell him to do, you assume it's because he can't? It looks to me like he wouldn't.
Well, that time I thought you can't, Honorable Chair.
And you say, we sit here today knowing what we know. And only after the 13th of May did we know that the plans to start the disbandment of the political killings task force started after the raid on Nhlanhla and Molefe. And before that, you didn't know it. Is that
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
But how could you not have known? What is the crime intelligence doing? Are you not briefed daily on intelligence issues? And if not, why not?
Yeah, you do get briefed, but this one we did not know, Honorable Chair.
You know, the rest of South Africa knew and has known for some time. You're probably the only person who didn't know. How is that possible?
Well, Honorable Chair, indeed I didn't know, I must say, and we only know that day.
Also said that you were not so sure that it was an illegal order from the minister. If you weren't so sure, the South African Police Service has got a huge legal division with lots of well-paid people. Why didn't you ask one of them for an opinion?
Well, we did ask, and they were also, some said yes, some said no.
That's not how legal opinion works, General, and you and I both know it. A legal opinion works like this. You give somebody a brief, and you ask them for them, not their opinion, not what they think, what the law says. That's a legal opinion. And they would have prepared one for you and told you what the law says. Not something this, something that. That's not a legal opinion, and you and I both know that. So please, will you answer the question?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, thanks. As I said, I did ask, and that's what I got.
Some said yes, some said no.
Yeah, and that time, of course, I said, it's a fine line whether it should be, is it, some would say yes, is a policy direction. Some will say no, he have encroached. So I chose my way to say I think he encroached. So I don't know what is the feeling of this Honorable House.
Did you get a written legal opinion on whether the instruction from the minister was in fact ultra vires or not?
Oh, no, Honorable Chair, I didn't get written legal
Why
opinion.
not?
I deem sufficient what they were advising me verbally.
Well, they weren't advising you. Some said yes, some said no. That's not advice. So you didn't really feel strongly about this at all. You just go with the flow, wherever the wind blows you. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Honorable Chair. If I went with what he said, indeed, we wouldn't have the PKTT today.
Now, Section 207 of the Constitution mandates you to exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet minister responsible for policing. Is that correct?
Correct, correct, Honorable Chair.
And in your view, what does this mean? What are the parameters of your authority as far as you're aware?
Well, my understanding, Honorable Chair, is yes, Minister will develop policy and I implement, and he will give directions. I think the matter around directions is what one might say it's not clear as to what exactly, how far do these directions go? Do these directions mean giving instruction to say don't do this or do this? So, but my interpretation was that, let's say for argument's sake, what he said is a direction. I hold the view that probably he would have said, there's a problem with the PKTT. Check what is happening, whether it should still continue, yes or no. Then I will go and do that. So that's what I think would be a direction. But then, in this case, to go beyond to say close and close immediately, that's where I thought maybe it's an encroachment. But I think it's a matter that requires maybe some legal clarity.
So you've already said that you think the minister is your boss. If the minister's son, this is purely hypothetical, if the minister's son is arrested for something and he phones you up and says, let him go, will you do it?
What, his son do what?
Hypothetically, if the minister's son got arrested for a criminal offense and the minister phones you up and says, let him go, will you do it?
No, I won't do it. Through you, Chair.
I see. So General, the claims made by General Mkhwanazi, are they true?
Which claims?
All the claims that he made in his press conference, everything he said, is it true?
Well, I do take them, yes, that it is true.
Well, if they're true, then the South African police service is in a huge mess. No? We should all be very worried. That's why we're sitting here today. You agree?
Honorable Chair, after the discovery of what we discovered on Nhlanhla's phone, yes, I agree, there are problems.
Again, General,
And those problems, we are addressing them.
If that's the first time that you became aware of problems, and that's when you started to be worried, General, then you've been living under a rock for the last 12 years. Because we all know that's not where the problem started. You know it, I know it, everybody sitting here knows it. And if you don't know it, then there's a big problem.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did say earlier, Honorable Chair, that the institutions of the justice system, yes, as you say, we know where it started. Yes, we know where the deterioration started, where the rot started. And we start implementing measures to improve. We know most departments were affected after 2009 and they were hollowed. That's a fact. And We are not all at our best capacity at this moment in time, but we are doing our best to clean up those areas that are affected.
Okay, would you tell me 3 things that you did? Because you've had a high rank for a long time. Will you tell me 3 things that you did to clean up crime intelligence?
Well, I removed some of the senior managers there. I appointed a new capable divisional commissioner. And, well, some of the things we are still doing, we're not finished. And in that space of crime intelligence, yeah, one might have limitations in talking, but we rectified some messes that were happening there in terms of informers' claims, senior managers abusing some resource vehicles. We attended to that. So, yes.
Did you fire all of the family members of Richard Mkhwanazi who he appointed?
We fired some, not only him, but we have fired some.
Did you fire all of them?
No, not all of them.
Why?
Some have been legitimately appointed. So General Kumalo was still busy dealing with those matters. But there are those that we found not legitimately, not only Luli, but other families, and we fired them.
What kind of a relationship do you have with Bheki Cele?
My relationship with PKTT is a minister of police. He was minister of police, and we only meet at work. We don't, after hours, meet to drink coffee or whatever. He lives his life, I live my life. We only meet when you are at work. We are not friends. We're working colleagues, but after hours, he has his life, I have my life.
Have you seen him since he's no longer the Minister of Police?
I saw him once. I bumped against him somewhere. But other than that, I don't talk to him. I don't phone him. He doesn't phone me. But I enjoyed working with him. Well, he have his shortfalls, problems, but enjoyed working with him.
You said yesterday that you didn't know Kat Nhlanhla or Brown Mkhwanazi. And when you say that, do you say you didn't know them or you didn't know of them?
I didn't know them, and I didn't know of them until General Mkhwanazi spoke to me about a Brown Mkhwanazi. Because he asked me whether I know this person. I say, I don't know. He says, no, this person was with you at Lisukisiki when 18 people were murdered there. I says, well, if he was there, I don't know this guy. Even Nhlanhla, I don't know him, I haven't heard of him.
Doesn't it concern you a little, General, because it concerns me more than a little, that the head of the South African Police Service says he doesn't know people that it's common knowledge are intricately involved in the underworld and amongst the most well-known gangsters in South Africa, and you don't know it?
Well, I must be honest, I didn't know of that. But now I know.
You say that you did not know who Babita Diakaran was, and that now we should all take pride in the fact that the theft and corruption at Tembisa Hospital has been stopped and has implicated Kat Nhlanhla.
As I said, I didn't know her before. I know her after there's a name of Babita Diakaran that she was killed. Yes, I know about her.
Are you aware of the fact that the actual shooters are serving prison sentences after pleading guilty? We all know how that little scenario works and will play out. The actual kingpins have never been caught. The persons who organized it and paid for it are still at large. And it doesn't appear as if anything is being done to apprehend them. How can this be something that you're proud of?
Well, I now know who are the masters of that, and we are busy with them. You'd recall that the case of those that were convicted was investigated by the Hawks, and now we are investigating a case of the masterminds. It's done by the GC Ops, Halting. So we know them, we are dealing with that matter.
Have you ordered an audit of the Crime Intelligence Covert Fund? And if so, what were the results?
The results, after many years, where they were not getting, they were not getting a good audit. I think the last financial year, for the first time, they got an unqualified audit report, and it's quite a big improvement from where they come from.
You also said that since January 2025, you have been aware of a syndicate that has significant influence and connections within the political, law enforcement, and criminal justice systems. What does this mean?
What I mean by that is that this cartel is not only infiltrating SAPS. What we mean is that it does have influence to some of the people in the NPA, and it also does have influence to some of the people in the judiciary. That's what it means, and I took it from the report given by the members of the GC Ops.
Why haven't these people been arrested?
We are in the process. That's why we have Halting counterintelligence operations. They are dealing with that. You will see the results as time goes on.
Yeah, you know, it's nearly the end of October already. When?
To investigate organized crime, you know very well. It's not like you take a person. You can arrest a person now, yes, put him there, but if you don't really have the evidence to prove, then you have a problem. That's why we take so long. And of course, the arrest of Khumalo have also brought complications in the whole investigation. But the team is still there. They are going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General.
Good.
I want to ask very few questions. I think colleagues have dealt with a lot of issues. Were you reluctant to open a case against those who were involved in the issuing of illegal directives or instruction, including General Sibiya, who wrote a letter to disband PKTT, even when you said you shouldn't issue that letter? I will deal with the matter.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Good afternoon, Honorable Member. No, I wasn't reluctant. After we discovered what is being happening, I appended my signature, I appended my affidavit, and give it to the members to open a case, which is it's being open. It's an inquiry, but I'm sure it will end up being a case.
No, but General Mkhwanazi says he came to you 3 times, and he only got the affidavit when he came for the 3rd time. He had to come himself to Pretoria and wait for you to write an affidavit. So why would he come to you 3 times if you're not reluctant to open a case?
You know, I wasn't reluctant, Honorable Chair. I wrote the affidavit, and of course, if there are certain matters that they find that they are not included in the statement, they will indicate, ask me to say, what about this? Then I'll amend the affidavit and write it and give him. I was never hesitant, Honorable Chair.
I don't think it is correct to say the crime scene is in KZN. The crime scene is in Pretoria. The dockets are taken to Pretoria. The letters are being written in Pretoria. Some of these implicated people are in Pretoria. You wait for a general from KZN to come and ask for an affidavit from you instead of you registering or opening a case in Pretoria as a top cop, because these things are happening at the head office, not necessarily in KZN. KZN and General Mkhwanazi tells us that he only comes in when they started touching PKTT. So, meaning these people have been running wrong things there in the head office. And General, you don't open a case until General Mkhwanazi comes. What informs that?
Honorable Chair, the opening of the case, we only open the case after we realize what is happening. Even him, he didn't open a case before because we didn't know what was happening. After we realized what is happening, then we wrote that's when I appended my affidavit, and we look as to where will this be, and we said, well, the team is in KZN, and we registered the case there in KZN. It didn't make a difference, but we said the scene is there where it happened, but yeah, that's how we arrived at it.
No, General, all of us agree that everything happened after you discovered there is a rot. There's something going on which is wrong. You should accept that you did not act in a responsible manner as a national commissioner after you discovered that there was something wrong. If General Mkhwanazi can open a case, you too had a duty to open a case. Actually, it was supposed to be you, not even General Mkhwanazi, because your deputy in Pretoria is the one who issues illegal instruction. Your minister in Pretoria is the one who issues illegal directives and to deal with the people of KZN. So the crime scene is in Pretoria. That's where it's being operated from. It's not being operated in KZN. It's being operated from the head office. As a national commissioner, you ought to take responsibility that on hindsight, you now realize that you are actually the most responsible person who should have acted on these matters.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I agree, the responsible, but where the case was open, remember the directive was directed to PKTT, and the seat of PKTT is in KwaZulu Natal. And, well, you can't open a case without affidavit. I'm the first one to pen my affidavit, and this is how we open a case, because you can't open a case without the affidavit. That affidavit of mine is the one that opened a case.
Now, what happens, what are the police protocols when your deputy is told by the most senior, then highest authority, don't do anything, don't write this letter. I will attend to this matter myself, leave it. And then you wake up the following day, this guy has written a letter. Let's leave the case and all of that. In terms of protocol, what did you do? Because Sibia gets suspended after the press conference of Mkhwanazi and all of that, but you discovered that this person, I told him, just from a labor point of view and hierarchy and protocols, it can't be that you can give your subordinate an instruction and he that is extreme. To write a letter to disband PKTT and you don't take action against him until there is this noise on Sibia. Only then we get to hear about special leave and all of that. But that is where after Sibia defied you and wrote a letter against your wish.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I did say that I did call him and say, leave the matter right at the beginning. He wrote letters, and later I learned that he's still doing this. Hence, I told him, hey, I called him, don't interfere with this PKTT.
Chair, no. I hear you. But what are the protocols? I mean, everywhere else, what are the protocols? If you say to this guy, don't write a letter, but especially on such a matter, and he writes a letter, the protocol is not, hey, don't do this. What course of action are you allowed to take, and why didn't you take that action against him?
Well, one of the actions I can take is to warn him, which I did at some point in April, May. I did call him and say, stop doing what you are doing.
Now, General, from where I'm sitting, and I don't have a doubt, unlike Honorable Pretemba, I agree that you opposed the dissolution of PKTT. And you did it in your own manner, because sitting there, I can see an agreeable person. So you are not going to come across as if you are General Mkhwanazi or Malema or anything. You've got your way of communicating things. So that's your political principle. Whether they call it a boss or not, it's a political principle. It's overseeing your work and the work of the department and all of that. When he says dissolve PKTT and you are not agreeing, it can only be the way you are doing it. Okay, no, I hear you, why? And then the person is not budging on reasons. And then you say, well, let's take time, try to see how we go about it, because you're hoping something in between will happen. So you're buying time so that there could be a possible intervention. And amongst other things, in between, you went to the president and briefed him and all of that. Will I be correct to make that observation that right from the scratch, you were not in doubt that this thing must not be dissolved? But you can't speak to your minister as if you are speaking to your subordinate. You find a correct, within a measured ways to address that point.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yes, I believe that it's not right, and I find a way to address him, for him to open up, to tell us why is he disbanding this team, and that door remained not open.
Now, General, who qualifies to, when there is an information that deserves to be classified, who qualifies to classify information?
It is the author of the information.
So, minister can classify IPIT investigation on Palapal. Does he have a power to do that? If IPIT investigate and comes to the conclusions, and before they release, they share the information with the minister, a minister says, no, this report is classified, don't release. Does he have such a power?
No, it wouldn't be the minister who classified it. He can say it if he saw that the report is classified, but he doesn't have the power to classify it. The report would have been classified by the author, in this case, which is IPIT.
So the IPIT classified Pala investigation?
According to what you are saying, yes, that will be correct, because I don't have it with me and I wouldn't know what level of classification is there. But
no, not according to me. I'm asking if Pala was investigated by IPIT and then at the later stage they classified that investigation.
Themselves as the authors, through you, Honorable Chair, would have, if the report is classified, it will be them, IPIT, that classified the report.
Have you checked up on General Kumalo since he called since he went on sick leave or something like that?
I did, Honorable Chair.
And how is he doing?
No, he's doing quite well now.
So we should expect to have him soon.
Yeah, we can expect him soon, yeah. It was quite a tragic thing, but I think maybe a week or so, he will be fine.
Now, General, when you say PKTT did a good job and therefore it must not be closed down, are there few examples you can give us of the work done by the PKTT which are tangible and we can be in a position to make a quick reference to and confirm that indeed this team has made serious inroads?
Yeah, even though I don't have the details of each case, but there is a number of cases that I can give that they resolved. One of them, as I said, is the case of the DA councillor in Bergville. He was convicted for murder and killing. The case of also, I think it's a DA councillor in around Howick. There has been convictions in that regard, and a number of people, including the Nkosi there, has been arrested, and the case is going on. And yeah, the case of Sindiso Makaka, it is the PKTT that have unraveled what we now know. And the case is not yet still finalized. There has been conviction of some suspects or accused, but the case is not finalized. So there is still arrests that will unfold once the first phase is finalized. So, yeah, some of the cases, now and then you see in the media where I think recently they did get a life sentence in the murder at Ladysmith. They got life sentences. A number of cases they had life sentences. And in terms of arrests, we have seen they've recently, of course, brought Mr. Molefe on a number of cases, Ket Matlala on a number of cases. And in KZN, it's quite a number of cases, just that I will need to talk to each case, but those are the success that they have done. And also in terms of police officials that were involved in this type of political killings, or they aided in one or another or defeated the ends of justice, there is 34 police officials that the PKTT arrested, which some of them have been sentenced, some of them are still going court, and majority have been dismissed. Few are still left in the organization. And there is a number of firearms that they have recovered, over 100 firearms that they recovered, which were linked to these cases, where they also found people guilty of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. So, yeah.
Now, when they went to Molefe's house to arrest him, they found a leader of the PA, Kenny Kunene, with Molefe, and they claimed there were other people, including a journalist. Are you aware of other people or any journalist who was found in the house of Molefe when he was getting arrested?
I'm not, yeah, I'm aware that there was a journalist, but I don't know who. But I know that they did find Mr. Kunene at that house.
And a journalist? A journalist?
Yeah, the journalist, yes. I don't know who the journalist is, but I know that they did find Mr. Kunene there. Actually, it wasn't the first time. When they went for the second time, they found him there.
When they went for the first time for Molefe, they found Mr. Kunene there, and when they went the second time, they found Mr. Kunene there.
Yeah, the first time he turned at the gate, they were inside busy. He came to the gate and they showed him the road. And luckily, whatever he got, he went for the road.
General Mkhwanazi told us that you guys can search WhatsApps, including a view once and deleted WhatsApps and all of that. Do you have an equipment like that as SAPS, or have you outsourced that responsibility to a private company? And if it's a private company, whose company is that? And how was that tender awarded?
Honorable Chair,
Because we don't want to be searched here WhatsApps by Nhlanhla. Yeah? You give Nhlanhla's tenders there, only to find the WhatsApp thing is in the wrong hands. So we need to know if it's private, who. But if you've got equipment, that's enough.
thanks, Honorable Chair. The question is quite sensitive to answer this one. But we don't use service providers, but
Oh, so meaning it's internal.
I do really, I don't want to confirm that we can do that, Honorable Chair.
No, General Mkhwanazi came and told us. He said it himself. It's not like we're bringing a rumor or anything. He was sitting there. He told us that they search WhatsApps. They take your phone and search WhatsApps, and they've got it. Even if you delete, they will still find a way of using whatever equipment. So it's not a rumor. He came here and told us that. So I wanted you, as a top cop, to confirm if indeed that is correct.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll have to go back and check with my division, crime intelligence.
Now, Mr. Nkabinde, what was his involvement in the operations of SAPS? Because he will be a chief of staff and operate at that level of the ministry. But the impression we get is that he was now interfering with the admin issues that do not necessarily need a political office to be involved.
Yeah, he would, Honorable Chair, he would interact with during meetings, when we have meetings with the ministers.
And he didn't, outside the meetings, he didn't get involved in the giving officials instructions or anything of that sort.
Yeah, no, from the SAP side, I am not aware of, but from where he was worked once at IPID, I'm not sure, I wouldn't know.
And then Brown Mkhwanazi, was he ever involved with SAPS operations or interference of any kind?
No, what I know of, as I said, the first time Honorable Chair heard of the name Brown Mkhwanazi was from General Mkhwanazi when he raised matters, and I said no, let's investigate it, and we investigated, because when he got involved, that's when he was alerting General Mkhwanazi about the Mbangeni search that was done at the prison by the members of SAPS. So it was at that juncture that he did speak to me about Brown Mkhwanazi. He bring back an incident that happened long ago, which actually was resolved long ago by myself, of the Mbangeni search of a prison warder's house.
What is so difficult with issuing out security clearance to people like General Mkhwanazi? Because he says it's not of his own fault. There are many others who are waiting to get security clearance, and it looks like at the intelligence, a crime intelligence or intelligence office, there are some people who are just deliberately holding clearance certificates for certain individuals.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, one of the reforms that we are doing is in that environment to reform. We do not say if somebody is not supposed to get, must get. However, those that qualify to get, they should get. But yes, I picked up that there are problems, and General Khumalo was attending to those problems that were in that environment. So now I will take it further. I'm taking it further with the new DIFCOM, with a view to bring reforms in that environment. And the reforms doesn't mean they must dish out willy-nilly security clearances, but all we are saying is they must do it proper, because somewhere there is, they do things in the wrong way. For example, you would recall that there was an issue about security clearance of General Khumalo, which was, they said, was issued within a week, which is a lie. General Khumalo started his security clearance in 2018, and it was only finalized that time. And there is nothing wrong if I or any of the commanders saying, how far are you with so and so security clearance? They say, no, in a week we'll finalize it. Okay, no, finalize and let us know. There's nothing wrong with that. But then also there is a Major General Madondo who was there in crime intelligence, which they refused him the security clearance, and which was wrong, because before that, the same directorate did issue him with a security clearance. Because, for example, they say you have let's say, a case of assault some years ago when he was still a sergeant or a constable, and that case is expunged, and well, he was found guilty, dealt with it, whatever, he paid fine. And later, when he was a brigadier, they issued issued him with a security clearance. And when it expires, now you can't come and raise the reason that I don't give you now because 30 years or 35 years ago, you had an assault case, whereas you did issue after that. So those were the disparities that we picked up, and hence I think it was himself, General Madondo, and General Khan, security clearance, that we referred to our other sister department to deal with that. So, but we are reforming that section with a view to, well, it's not the only one, but it's a number of areas that we need to reform in that environment.
Will you agree with a proposal that the top management of the police must be subjected to lifestyle audit, and that lifestyle audit must be done outside SAPS, perhaps with an institution like SIU?
I do agree, Honorable Chair. Hence, I've undertaken that process in April, and we are quite advanced in terms of having those processes to go. I don't see any problem. SIU can do it, or anybody else, but for now, SIU agreed to do it, and they are going to do it. They will start with myself and go down.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We can go to lunch now.
Thanks.
I want to thank you. This is so Christian-like. Honorable members, let me do this. I need to correct myself and apologize very profusely to Honorable Vessels. Because this morning when I opened the meeting, I said that we did not know about his whereabouts. And like the gentleman he is, he politely came to me and said, Chair, I know you are dealing with a lot of stuff. Let me remind you that I came to you yesterday to inform you that I will be starting at a doctor. And indeed, it's true, the honorable member informed me that he will start at a doctor this morning. I want to apologize for any inconvenience that could have been caused on his part, on the part of the organization that he represents here, and the public that would have been following our proceedings. They may view him as a public representative who does not take them very serious when in fact the fault is mine. I want to very profusely apologize for that, and I think you will accept my apology, honorable vessels. When we come back from lunch, honorable members, the first speaker will be Honorable Ntuli, followed by Honorable Mwango, and then we will take Honorable Souls, Honorable Vessels, and then the chairperson will determine if there is going to be a break or not. And then the next speaker after Honorable Vessels will be Honorable Cameron, followed by Honorable Skosana, and the last is Honorable Sangoen. Thank you so much. No, yeah, the reason why is because the Chief Whip has requested to be released, Honorable Sangoen, and that is why we have to arrange it like that. But you are sitting together, you can understand it better. And then let me say, the honorable members who have requested to be released, once you finish speaking, if you see time is no longer on your side, you are gladly released from the meeting. Thank you so much. And then may we please come back here at 2:30. Thank you so much. that they have spoken between themselves and requested the chair to honor their request. That we start with Honorable Mngango. So, Honorable Mngango, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues. Good afternoon, General, the National Commissioner. On the constitutional roles and responsibilities of the Minister of Police and the National Commissioner. It is said that the role of the minister is actually the determination of the national policing policy, and that of the national commissioner is to control is to exercise control over the police service, the control and management of the South African police services. Now I'm trying to find out where does the PKTT fall into these two authorities.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, and good afternoon, Honorable Member. My view and interpretation is that the PKTT is a task team. It will fall under the administration, that is the management and control by the National Commissioner.
I'm asking because rightly so, PKTT is the creation of the president, and the president actually then established an interministerial committee, and the interministerial committee gave the control of the activities of the PKTT to the steering committee. I'm not hearing any interaction with any of the police structure. I'm hearing the president, I'm hearing the steering committee, the IMC. Where is the police featuring? How does it feature into this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The police, they are a member of the steering committee, which consists of all the departments that we spoke about: justice, NPA, corrections, SSA, and so on. So they are part of that steering committee, which together with the National Commissioner will then report to the IMC. But the decision to establish was eventually established or disestablished was taken by the National Commission.
When the PKTT was actually established, was there any interaction with the provincial, either executive or whatever authority? Did they have any input? Because apparently this task team was established ostensibly to address the issues that are actually related to political killings in KZN.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. It is true, yes. The then Premier, Mkhwanazi, I'm not sure whether to call it the senior Mkhwanazi, the old man. I might be saying it wrong, but he was the Premier and he was present with the MEC of Community Safety by then.
Thank you, General. How often did the the PKTT actually give the minister reports or progress reports since it was established in 2018.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The PKTT would give the minister reports on a quarterly basis together with the IMC, or sometime when the minister happened to be in the province, KZN, he would call me to say, I'm here in KZN, is it possible to maybe get briefing by the PKTT and the PC? And then I'll check their readiness and say, okay, you can go, they can go and brief you.
Thank you. When you left to take your leave on the 30th, which was a Monday in December 2024, who actually was left to act in your position? Who was in your office to actually assume your duties when you actually were not there?
I did appoint Lieutenant General Musikidi to act during that time, which the minister endorsed. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, is there any reason why one actually hears very little about him in the whole fiasco that then actually developed around the letter that actually was written on the 31st of December? We don't hear whether the letter was delivered to him as a person who was in office at the time and referred it to you or whoever else, but he is completely out of the picture. Is there any reason?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Earlier, I did allude that my office, that is Brigadier Letogo, did send the letter to both Lieutenant General Musikidi and Lieutenant General Sibia. So she did get the letter, Honorable Chairperson, and yeah, she did get it. At some point, she phoned me to say, we have this letter, what do we do? Which I said to her, no, don't worry, I'll attend to it when I get back.
Thanks, General. You actually said in your evidence in chief here that you were with the minister on the 28th of December at Eskawini attending a funeral. And then he never said anything about his intention to dissolve or disband the PKTT. And now, boom, on Tuesday, on the 31st of December, a letter is written by the minister ordering that PKTT be dissolved with immediate effect. Why would the minister actually say immediate effect? Because I would imagine that he would actually say so if he was convinced that there was a crisis.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yes, one would also, take it in that manner that if there was a crisis, he could come up with the immediately. So I also do not know, but on a hindsight, one, when look at it, it's a probability. I don't say it is so. It's a probability that maybe it was done with a view that the disbandment happened while I'm away, so that when I come back, the disbandment has been finalized. I can only deduce that probably the word immediately was intended that when I come back, it is a done and dusted. But unfortunately, when they called me, I said, no, they can start with their reports, but I will attend to the matter when I get back.
Thank you, General. Was the order to disband the PKTT ever communicated to the IMC and or the steering committee, were they aware of this disbandment order?
Since the new administration, Honorable Chair, there was no IMC for political killings, and also the steering committee haven't sat since the current administration. So it was more consulting, talking to counterparts, like I did speak to the director of public prosecutions, and in the province, the provincial commissioner general Mkhwanazi also spoke to the director of public prosecutions in that province.
Thank you, General. There were obviously a number of meetings when you returned to the office on the 14th of January. And there was a meeting on the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. So there was just that series of meetings. But the one of particular interest to me is the one which was on the 16th of January, where you had actually secured an ear of the minister to actually listen to the report that you had actually been asking for him to actually, receive on the operation of the PKTT. Then you were granted that opportunity. In the meeting, you were with General Khumalo. Now, you provided the minister with a comprehensive update of ongoing counterintelligence investigations. And you went on to give him a list of names of people within SAPS who were actually conniving with criminal gangs out there. And amongst the names was that of Lieutenant General Spear. What was the reaction of the minister when Lieutenant General Spear's name actually was on the list?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I didn't observe any I wouldn't say observe any reaction whatsoever. He just acknowledged and said he takes note of what the briefing.
I read that you had actually asked the minister to bring back that particular list. Is it this list that you wanted him to bring it back after you had actually given him, because it was having sensitive information? Did he give it back to you?
Through you, Honorable Chair, yes, he did give we asked it back, and he did give it back, Honorable Chair.
One of these days, between the 17th and so January, Spear walked into your office, and he came with a plan to actually dissolve PKTT and asked you to sign it. And you refused, and then told him to say, and said, no, you would rather leave this matter of the dissolution with you. And he didn't. He continued to write a letter to and instructed General Khumalo to implement the directives of the minister. I want to also believe, like the Honorable Malema did, that that was defiance of the highest order, considering the standing order of the police and the hierarchical order, that your instruction was defied. Don't you think that that actually warranted drastic action on your part?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. On the hindsight, I do agree, but however, when situations evolve, sometimes you don't think them the way they are. you will learn late about these things, and you might not envisage that the intention is what it is.
Thank you, General. General Spear at one time was out of the police service and was employed by the city of Johannesburg. And somehow he came back. But before he was re-employed by the service, police service, he already came with a lot of baggage, should I call it that, because there were allegations against his conduct. But the police went ahead to re-employ him anyway, without actually checking on the veracity of the allegations that were being made against him. Now, why was that? Why did the police actually turn a blind eye to the allegations that were made against the behavior of Mr. Smith?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It is not that the police turn a blind eye to the allegations. Yes, we heard there's a report, I think a member of parliament that said he wrote a letter to the minister. But here, the Labour Appeal Court have issued a judgment that this person should go back to his work with various conditions and so on. So, meaning he had to be re-enlisted, and if there is a misconduct, then we deal with that specific misconduct. So, in this case, if I can go directly to that, he was dismissed on the 31st of August 2015, and on the 22nd of July 2020, the Labour Court judgment did dismiss the case of the employer as procedurally and substantively unfair, and ordered that he be given 12 months remuneration at the current level of a Major General, and SAPS to pay those litigation. So this judgment was not appealed, and by the DPCI then, and then, well, he wasn't satisfied. He further took the matter to Labour Appeals Court, and the SAPS through DPCI, they said it will be too much to appeal this matter because they think that the first court of instance was right, and the Labour Appeal Court then did give judgment, and well, it set aside the Labour Court judgment and replaced it with reinstating Sibia at his back at he had the option of election to come back to SAPS or only receive payment, which then he elected to come back to the service. Later, there were cases that were registered, and those cases were finalized. Some of them, it was said, I think there was a case that he was employed regularly by Halting, Johannesburg City Council, and that case was held that it is not him who employed himself, and it's not against him. There was other cases that were eventually finalized, and he was not prosecuted in those cases.
Well, thanks, General. General, do you actually strongly believe that indeed the minister acted outside of the scope of his authority when he actually disbanded. He ordered the disbandment of the PKTT.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I indeed believe so. I did have my doubts at the beginning, but after I became aware of what were the intentions, then my belief became strong that this was indeed my suspicions were right, that this was illegal, this was done for purposes which have ulterior criminal motives behind.
In the letter, the minister uses very strong, expressions here. He says, this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. And that is, he says that is his view.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chairperson. That is his view. But the problem with that is, I'm not sure how he knows that they are not adding any value.
In fact, that's one reason why I was asking you initially, how often did you report to the IMC and the steering committee? Because presumably the minister was one of the members of the IMC, so obviously he would have been aware of about the successes of the operations of the PKTT. And if there were regular reports, I think when, assessing the performance based on the reports, then he would rightly come to the conclusion that this team is actually not adding any value and therefore it must disband.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. If there was IMC, and he was attending those meetings, he could have been aware. However, there was no IMC during this tenure, but however, he did have officials, myself and the others, who were privy to the work of the political task team, which actually we offered to brief him, and the date never came to brief him until that letter came.
Well, General, I would like to know where the 121 files are right now and their status is, and that of the PKTT. Is PKTT actually still there? And if it is still there, is it actually in possession of the 121 files? Is it continuing with the investigation of those cases? If not, why not, if it has not been disbanded?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The PKTT is still there in KZN, and the 121 dockets are back with the team, but I think about three or six, I think 3 of those dockets, the Provincial Commissioner KZN sent them to the province of Eastern Cape, and the team is working and they are investigating also this 121 dockets. I think they made an arrest a few weeks ago on one of those dockets.
The July 6 media briefing by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, I was looking around at the crowd of police officials that were seated there and looking for the face of the National Commissioner, and I didn't see it. Were you aware of that media briefing that was going to take place? And if you were aware, why did you not attend it? Because it was actually talking about, discussing issues of national importance, national policing importance.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I was aware that he's going to do a press briefing to talk about the work of the political task team. And the report, yes, I was aware of the report because they briefed me. And that report, I was going to present it to the president. But when he was doing the briefing on the political killings task team, he did everything that was on the report. So I wouldn't have been there because he was supposed to brief on the work of the political killings task team.
Somewhere I was reading, General, that you had a meeting with the minister, with the senior, leadership of the police. But present in that particular meeting where you were discussing sensitive operational issues was a character called Nkabinde. But there was no rank given. Everyone was actually their ranks, were defined, but Nkabinde was not. Is he a police officer? If not, what was he doing in a meeting as sensitive as that one?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. He's a chief of staff of the minister, so most of the meetings that the minister attends, he also attends.
Was he vetted before he was employed or allowed to attend meetings of the senior police management?
Check on that.
Well, my last one, Honorable Chairperson, has to do with what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi actually shared with us here, that in his view, the watershed moment was in 2007, when a political party, or one of the political parties in South Africa, actually held its own conference somewhere in Polokwane. And then he told us that at that conference, some senior members of the police service were actually there. They attended as observers, so much so that they had their own kiosk or whatever you call it, a tent. And what actually transpired in that conference actually had a tremendous impact on a variety of things at head office of the police, such that immediately after that conference, some members, senior members of the police, began to mobilize membership for recruiting for membership for political parties. And then he said that is the moment when the rot started to set in. Would you agree with that?
Well, I can't deny, I do not know, Honorable Chair. I wasn't there in Polokwane, and I wasn't neither in head office. I was in KZN that time. It might be difficult for me to agree to things that we just hear on passages, which I don't have tangible evidence to that effect.
Well, in fact, he was actually sharing with us the origin of the current situation, which you actually also, unfortunately, have inherited, that the root cause of the problems, as far as he is concerned, actually has to do with the political inclination of some of the senior officials in the head office of our police service.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I know, as I said, alluded before that, yes, 2009, 2010, coming forward, there was problems in especially the JCPS, Justice Crime Prevention Department cluster, and departments where hollowed, they had problems. That's a fact that we know. Well, where he started, whether he started Polokwane, I cannot allude to that, Honorable Chair. I wasn't there. But I know that for over a period, since the years I mentioned, there has been problems in the department and other departments of the justice cluster.
Do you vote on an election day, General?
I do vote, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
If I may ask through you, Honorable Chair, why is the Honorable Member asking whether I vote?
No, you are exercising your
Well,
right.
it's a civic duty.
As a South African.
As a South African.
You have a civic duty to vote, General.
Yeah, no, we do
Yeah.
that. If you want the police not to vote.
No, before you become a general, you are a citizen. You are a
Yeah,
you are a
yeah,
vo-
no.
you are a voter.
No, I agree, Honorable Chair, but I was just following what he's saying, that if that's what they want, they can. You are the legislature, you can do it. And when you do that, just give us our tax back and make sure that we... Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Okay, honorable member, Honorable Sangon, can you indicate to me if you are ready?
I am ready, Honorable
Okay.
Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, General, the National Commissioner. General, firstly, I must apologize that we are rushing through our questions. We'd really have loved to spend some more time with you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late and we have to go. So please do forgive me if I rush you a little bit. General, in the terms of reference of this ad hoc committee, which you've also outlined in your statement, we are mandated to investigate, amongst others, obviously instability within the criminal intelligence of the SAPS, the component of the SAPS, also leadership failures, whether the leadership of SAPS took action to address concerns, and the role of senior management in enabling or preventing these issues. So this is the area where I think I'm trying to focus on. My first question is instability in crime intelligence a new phenomenon that started with Minister Mkhwanazi?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, it started long ago. You can say even before 2011. That's when the instability started in that division, crime intelligence.
So would it be fair or even factually correct to blame all of the problems that are in criminal intelligence on Minister Mkhwanazi?
No, it won't be correct. He found the problems there, and yeah.
So, General, you're saying that, sorry, in your view, this started a long time ago, before 2011. I'm interested to find out from you what drives this instability in criminal intelligence. In your presentation to the police committee, portfolio committee, you said criminal intelligence had weakened over the years. Now, who weakened it and how did they weaken it?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. It get weakened by some of junior members, but mostly also some of the senior members in the crime intelligence itself. Of course, with the influence from external, other people outside. That's how it got weakened over time.
Okay, thanks, General. I really spent some time on this presentation of yours, and at no point does it mention political influence, because you were given a mandate by the Portfolio Committee to come and present on instability in criminal intelligence. Now, maybe I may have missed it, or it's written euphemistically, but there's absolutely no mention of political interference in your report to the Portfolio Committee. Why was this, General?
Well, I wrote more on the matters that we are dealing with, which is more the disbanding of the political killings task team. And I did refer, I think, somewhere to matters around General Khan. So I didn't want to repeat what other people are saying. So, yeah.
Okay, I hear you. And I think where I'm trying to go is there's this matter of Minister Nhlanhla. Let's assume it's an isolated case. But if the reason SAPS and intelligence in particular is weak because of political figures, political parties, I would think that the General would really highlight this to say that we can't function because of politicians and whatnot. And I mean, you raise a whole lot of reasons in your presentation to the to the Portfolio Committee, but you don't speak about this. Is it because that perhaps it is not as big of an impact, or it wasn't important? If you could just help me understand, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matters that one raised around the matter of disbandment, the matter of General Khumalo. General Khumalo works in crime intelligence, and the Halting operations are intelligence matters. So for me, that was sufficient when one raised that. I thought that was sufficient.
Okay, thank you, General. So you then went on and you said there have been various attempts to revive the division, criminal intelligence that is, and these attempts were met with resistance. Who was responsible for these attempts to thwart the reforms that you wanted? Like, for example, the issues of the cars, the ghost employees. Who resisted your attempts to thwart and bring about reform?
Well, in the past, what the Honorable, through you, Chair, Honorable Chair, what the Honorable Member asked is actually there then on the statement you are reading it. So in the past, in 2011, when we were trying to reform the division, who thwarted it, obviously, I would say, is the executive authority that time, the then minister, and I won't have evidence, but to an extent, probably the president that time, because when we were doing that, they...
Sorry, please be specific. Who was the minister and the president, General?
The minister then was the late Minister Mthethwa, and the president was President Zuma. So what one says they thwarted the attempts is when we had a plan on how we were reforming the division. We did quite a lot of work, and probably we touched the wrong button maybe, because we even went as far as to themselves, where we took cars they were using themselves for no reason that are from the division. We took them away from former President Zuma. We took car away from former Minister Mthethwa. And I'm sure that might have caused a problem. And that's how we were later then targeted and removed. That's where then Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi ended up at home. I ended up at Limpopo. Khumalo probably was lucky he remained, but around Halting. So those are the people I would say they thwarted the reforms that we were bringing, which it was the right thing that we were doing, I think, because we were making sure that the resources of the division solely only get used to fight crime. I mean, why would a minister drive a vehicle that belongs to the account for no reason? So we claim those things back and we put them. And also senior managers of that division, they were driving also those vehicles, and we removed them. Now, when I take over again now and appointed Khumalo there, we found again that they were given back those vehicles, the senior managers, which in actual fact is one of the matters the Auditor General has been querying. And we again started removing them. This time we had the support of former Minister General Kele, at least he was supporting us, and we started this reform. We're still continuing.
Thank you very much, General. So if I'm hearing you correctly then, after the State Capture Commission, you got also the recommendations from the State Capture Commission, and you then found some of these things happening again, but you were supported by the executive authority this time, and will make a deduction that by the president as well. Now, the people who then resisted this time around was now senior management. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's more senior management and, of course, external. The external will include even some of you. In one or another, you will have influence and other institutions.
I'm actually going to come back to that just now, General. General, what do you think about the interventions that have been put in place by President Ramaphosa to try and strengthen the criminal justice system? So whether it is the high-level panel review on intelligence, whether it's the work that's been attempted to try and strengthen the NPA, and you will probably know more than me. I know that there was even a classified document, programmatic response from July 2021 unrest. What do you think of those interventions? Firstly, have they been effective, and have they been helpful to yourselves in any way?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The interventions, yes, they are helpful, and we start seeing direction. We have done a lot. Most of the departments in the justice system, they improved from where they were. For example, we strengthened public order, which is responsible for policing crowd management. The same division intelligence, we increased the personnel numbers now, and we increased even the numbers of the police. You'd recall the last 3 years, we were given 30,000 for first time in history. We have such a number, so it helped a lot. The cluster is improving. There are, of course, just remnants of problems that are still there that are not that they are insurmountable. We are attending to them.
Thank you very much, General. So, General, there's been a lot that is said here. I'm going to call them wild allegations for the sake of just being spicy, but a lot of wild allegations that have been thrown at members of parliament. And you, exactly like the General, you just pointed all of us. It would really be helpful. It would really be helpful if we had a sense. I understand that there's issues that may stop you from wanting to point out at certain people, but it would really help if we knew, at least what is it that you are talking about, this interference that comes from members of parliament, because we have to write recommendations that are going to stop it. But also, has this ever been reported, General, anyway, whether it is to the speaker, whether it's to the leader of government business? What is it that these members, I would be very happy if you indicated who it is, but if you can't, what is it that they are doing, and how have you dealt with it to ensure that it is managed? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, some of them we want to talk to the various committees, like the Joint Standing Committee, want to report that, but I haven't formally put pen to paper to report them. That I must say I haven't, but it is indeed, yeah, some of, it's not all of you, it's just some of the members of parliament that behave in that manner.
But General, don't you think we have these problems because we keep quiet about things like this and you sweep them under the carpet, whether it's political interference from the executive or the legislature? And I know it was said earlier by Honorable Malema that you're very cordial, you try to deal with certain things, but how are you going to deal with them when you are not putting them out in the open, General?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think we need to report them. We'll report them. I'm sure you know. One of them is Honorable Adams. That will always go to the portfolio committee, come with allegations, accuse people of whatever. And somehow it looks like, I'm not sure whether he's a member of crime intelligence or he has sources there or he's been handled there. I don't know. Just giving an example of one member. So yeah, one will write to the speaker and make him aware of those. Thanks.
Thank you very much, General. And then my last question on this area is, sorry, General, what oversight mechanisms does SAPS have internally to oversee all of these issues in SAPS? So how would you pick up within SAPS the rotten apples within the institution? How is that handled? Because I understand that there's IPID. I'm not sure whether IPID only deals with issues outside relating to police officers. But if you could just help us understand who guards the guardians, in terms of what's happening there, and any recommendations you would want to make in terms of how that could be strengthened.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We have a couple of measures within ourselves. We do have a anti-corruption unit within SAPS, which we are this year going to increase the numbers. The numbers are not quite good. They're not more than 100 nationally. So we are going to increase that. And we also do have the counter-intelligence within crime intelligence, which investigate, and when they pick up this type of matters. And of course, every year, as you know, public officials, they declare their financial interest. We have audit and risk committee that look at those matters, and also a chief risk officer that will look at all the employees, and where there are red flags, they will refer those matters to either counterintelligence for investigation and verification. So internally, those are the measures that we have, and externally, that is IPID that is doing some of those investigations. So in terms of improving internal measures, I think those are the areas that we are having, but I think where we are lacking is more what I'm doing now in terms of having an external body to do lifestyle audit of ourselves. And because we were doing financial disclosure every year, and we will find a few red flags, but I'm sure if it's done by somebody external, that I take it that it's going to make a big difference. So we'll know really who's who in the organization. And that, if there are red flags, it will be able to assist us. And of course, it will also prevent other employees from doing things that are not right.
Thank you, General. I just want to move very quickly to the PKTT and IMC. General, what exactly did the president announce in KwaZulu-Natal? Did he announce the fact that he's going to have an intervention in political killings? Did he announce an IMC? Did he announce a task team? What exactly? Because I'm getting a bit confused.
Yeah, I don't have that. I think there is a statement to that, a voice statement to that effect. He announced that he's establishing an interministerial committee that will deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. That's what he announced. And then, of course, and he announced as to who are those, the interministerial committee. Then the interministerial committee was established and it started functioning.
Okay, all right. No, I'm clear now. And I suppose you'll agree with me that there's nothing strange or nefarious with an IMC not existing anymore because the term of cabinet came to an end, and an IMC is basically a cabinet committee established by the president. So the fact that after 2024 elections, there was a new government and a new cabinet, it stands to reason that perhaps that IMC no longer exists. Am I right?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. That's why I said earlier that, well, he established based on the need. If there is no need, like the PKTT is there, is doing well, there might not be no need in the new administration to establish the same IMC.
Now, but having said that, you also agree, General, that the decisions, though, of an IMC, they continue and they subsist until they are changed, perhaps by another competent body. So any decision that would have been taken by that IMC continues.
Yeah, that is correct. The decisions will remain, of course, yes.
Okay. Now, General, there's been a toing and froing, and we put it also to General Masemola about the authority to establish the PKTT. And it's been said in different forums that the National Commissioner had established the PKTT, not the IMC. But can I refer you, General, to page 105 of your bundle? It's your presentation to the police committee.
Yeah, it seems to find the 105.
If you just go to the, I don't know what volume, guys, volume 3, it's maybe if you just flip, General, and then you'll see the presentation that you made to the Portfolio Committee on Police. Do you have it there, maybe?
I think I found it.
Please.
Yeah, I do find it.
Okay, then if you look, yes, if you look at the pages, then 105.
Yeah, I'm at 105.
Thank you, General. The heading there is background.
Correct.
General, can I ask that you read for us bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4? Just that first sentence. Bullet point 4.
It reads, it says, a decision was taken by the IMC to establish a national integrated multidisciplinary task team consisting of SAPS and National Prosecuting Authority, supported by state security and correctional services, which commenced in July 2018 to implement the now tried and tested, analysis-led and prosecution-driven investigation strategy.
Thank you, General. Would I be correct to interpret the National Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team to be what we have been calling here the Political Killings Task Team?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
To the Portfolio Committee that that decision was taken by the IMC?
Yeah, I see it's written like that, Honorable Chair. But indeed, well, the steering committee advises the decision, the advised the IMC. The National Commissioner took a decision that this is what we are doing, informed the steering committee. The steering committee relayed the decision to the IMC, and the IMC endorsed the decision. Well, when it gets written, yes, it's put in this fashion, but indeed, yes, the IMC endorsed that decision.
Okay, I think we can move and agree, General, that this line that you are saying that Minister Mkhwanazi crossed is a very, very thin line, and many people don't know where the line is. And I think even having written this like this is part of demonstration for that. General, I just want to get to the last couple of issues. I really wanted to go into IDEC, but I know we ran out of time. I wanted to understand where IDEC, maybe let me ask the question. Where does IDEC get the authority to arrest General Khumalo? Gandhi, what is the mandate of IDEC? And how do hiring decisions, right or wrong, wrong, hiring decisions become corruption and fraud? Maybe we're not understanding what's happening in that case. So what's IDEC's mandate? How do, within their mandate, investigate a hiring decision at SAPS?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. As far as I know, IDEC was established to investigate initially state capture, and then now, as they were made permanent, also to investigate corruption. So that's what I know. How they come to investigate the employment or the appointments of a person in crime intelligence, I also do not know. But what I know is that they did request documents through summonses from myself, and they were given those documents, and they started investigating, and eventually they end up arresting. I wouldn't know how it does come. It's not the first time, Honorable Chair, that we have maybe somebody, if somebody is employed erroneously, or you have faked your CV, or you presented some wrong credentials, we pick it up, we do take action. We had actually a level 15 at some point appointed to head our IT space, and we pick up that this person said he was never fired, and he was never fired, and in actual fact he was, and there were certain things that he didn't disclose when he was employed, and we reviewed his employment contract, and we terminated the person's service. That's simply how we handle those type of things. It's not something new. If ever it happens, that's how we deal with it. We don't arrest people. We deal with the matter. And if the panel maybe did something wrong, you institute disciplinary action against them. So there has been, but of course, there was at some point one case in, I think in Limpopo, where members of the panel were charged criminally, and at the end of the day, they were exonerated. But employment issues or matters, normally that's how we handle them.
Okay, I know that we're going to talk to the head of IDEC, but General, did you find it strange what happened with IDEC and General Kumar?
Yes, I did find it strange, yes. I did find strange that they were charged for all those charges of corruptions and I did indeed find it strange.
Thank you, General. My last 2 or 3 questions around some of the structural recommendations and legislative recommendations that have been made, largely by General Mkhwanazi. So General Mkhwanazi says there's no process that is followed around the development of organizational structures within SAPS. I think the example that he used is that depending on who a person is, they can just walk into your office. I'm not saying you specifically. I don't know if he indicated which national commissioner, but then depending on whether the national commissioner likes or doesn't like what they see, they sign off a structure. Is that how things are happening in SAPS?
Yes, that's how it was happening. Well, even myself, when I came in, I did introduce restructuring, but my restructuring is not wholesale restructuring. We only focus in areas where there is a need, which at head office, there's not much affected except, I think, one division, division inspectorate, which we did a study, or also even the minister also from his side suggested that maybe we don't need that division anymore. We agreed that yes, because I was thinking I'm going to downgrade the division, but we end up saying no, we can't close the division inspectorate, but infuse it in each directorate so that it's not a separate division, but it is infused in each directorate and can do the work from there. So, yeah, then thereafter, the area of my restructuring is more at the district and sub-district level, because the districts
Sorry,
are too
General,
big.
sorry. Now, I think I hear that. I was just worried about this lack of process. So are you governed only by the SAPS Act or the Public Service Act as well?
We are governed by mostly the SAPS Act, but we also do have Public Service Act personnel. So the Public Service Act, to an extent, yes, it does apply.
Okay. So, but you're saying under your leadership, there's process. People don't just change structures willy-nilly.
I think what he said was when a national commissioner comes in, he does a restructuring. And the structure of the organization normally is valid for 5 years. So normally when another one comes, either is about to there or so, then they restructure.
No, he was talking about favoritism, General, but I get what you're saying. Now, in terms of seniority within the SAPS, and this is my second last question, honestly, or in fact, it could even be a last question. In terms of seniority within the SAPS, it's the National Commissioner, which is a general. In public service terms, it's the DG, right? Then you have the Deputy National Commissioners, which are Lieutenant Generals. The Provincial Commissioners, are they also Lieutenant Generals? Okay. Now, why would General Mkhwanazi come and say that the DNCs are made senior to the Provincial Commissioners? Is that the case? I would think that they're all on the same level.
Yeah, because they are appointed as Deputy National Commissioners. So in other words, they are extension of the National Commission. So there is a regulation that has been signed off, which define the seniority, which you'll first find the National Commissioner, and then you find the national head of DPCI and the deputy national commissioners, and then you find the provincial commissioners with the divisional commissioners.
So it's correct then that the deputy national commissioners are senior to the provincial commissioners. It's just that General Mkhwanazi doesn't like that.
That's correct. And, just that the rank is the same. But yes, that's how you describe it, is correct.
So would I be correct then to say, and you don't have to speak on General Mkhwanazi's behalf if you don't think you should, but would I be correct to say that the reason that General Mkhwanazi doesn't want the DNCs in the BOCs is that he wants a structure where he then feels that they're more senior to them, they are not there, it's just themselves and the National Commissioner. Is there any other reason why he has a problem with the BOC?
No, I think you take it from the Police Act. Remember, the Police Act says the Board of Commissioners will consist of 9 provincial commissioners and the National Commissioner. What I alluded to earlier was that, through you, Honorable Chair, is that the Act doesn't prohibit inclusion of any. Hence, we include the Deputy National Commissioners and the Provincial Commissioners.
What he actually said, National Commissioner, is that he feels that they can't talk there because all these other people, they get there and then they feel like they can't talk. But let me ask you something, General. When the General was acting National Commissioner, do you remember him ever calling for the devolution of powers to provinces?
No, I don't remember. Actually, the first time I was appointed by him as a Deputy National Commissioner, the ones that we don't like now.
Thank you very much, General. No, let me stop there and say that perhaps then we need to get a sense, Senior Counsel, maybe on some of the reasons around General Mkhwanazi's views on issues of seniority. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I haven't exhausted my questions, but we've run out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Yeah. Time is always going to be the barrier between yourself and Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Ntuli.
No, thanks.
The baton is handed over to you too.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members, the General and his team, and all colleagues, everyone who's in this chamber. I think the first one, General, I want to build on the question that was asked by my colleague. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's main concern, as I happen to understand it, with regard to the BOC, goes beyond it in terms of the way it is structured. It goes beyond the concern that they can't talk. But there is a feeling that their own views as provincial leaders is often subsumed to the national interest, because these ones I would say, for a lack of a better word, a coordinated majority, whose ideas when they come to the BOC will prevail inevitably, naturally, because they are a coordinated team that stays together in the head office. Maybe I would like your comment on that, but also link that comment with the question about whether or not during his own time as the acting national commissioner, the same arrangement existed in terms of who constitute and attend the BOC.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the fact that maybe they would feel subdued by the head office people, I don't think is true, because no, the head office people are not a group that is coordinated or trying to gang up against anybody. In actual fact, the converse is true at some point. At some point, you would find a team of provincial commissioners together. But what one wouldn't say was a problem. But when coming to when he was there or when he was acting, yes, the same setup was there. I'm just not sure whether that BOC was called National Management Forum or it was called a BOC. But I know that we were sitting in those meetings, be it BOC or National Management Forum, it was constituted that way. I think more maybe is emphasizing that the law says something and we are doing it otherwise. But the fact of the matter is we don't see any prohibition by the law to that effect, and it just makes things easier that you can't have senior managers sitting somewhere in a corner and consult the BOC and then you must have another meeting with the other senior executive instead of just having one meeting. That is the view. I think in the new Police Amendment Act that is coming, the Board of Commissioners is recommended that it be called National Management Forum of South African Police Service, and that consists of the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, the deputies, and the Divisional Commissioners.
Okay. On your statement, the one you deposited with us, I'm going to read the paragraph so that you don't have to struggle to go there, and I promise I won't distort it. I'll read it as you wrote it. On page, it's paragraph 40, actually, page 21, and I will start in the middle of that paragraph. In my view, the minister does not have the authority to unilaterally prevent or halt the filling of posts, as this is a matter of operational management. This had substantial implications that negatively affected the performance of the crime intelligence and the execution of the constitutional mandate. What kind of example, what examples can you give us about that? The substantial implications. What can you say about that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The matter there is that we have provinces that do not have provincial heads of intelligence, which we were about to fill, and when that directive came, we had to stop. It's a couple of them. I think is Western Cape is one of them. Eastern Cape is one. KwaZulu Natal, Northwest. Yeah, I think it's those. But there are also other posts at other various levels where there is no, the posts are vacant, they are not filled.
General, I'm sure you are aware by now that one of the things that angered your provincial commissioner, the KZN Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, was the fact that you cancelled the participation and the giving of the awards to members of the political killing task team. And he was very angered by that because he says, he might be dramatic, but that's how he put it. He says, these people had prepared very nice suits, so they had entered into particular expenses on the basis that they were informed and expecting that they are going to be given awards on that occasion. And then you intervene to cancel that award. Firstly, why did you do that? Secondly, don't you think your decision to cancel the conferment of the awards to them actually betrays what you are telling us about the level of confidence and the quality of the work which the task team was producing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, firstly, well, I didn't know that it was cancelled on that verge. I spoke to Kumalo that I think we're not going to have the awards for this specific team. Let's first clear up these matters that are currently happening in terms of disbandment, then we will then continue the awards. By the way, when we had awards in Limpopo, I think it must be 2 years ago or so, we had the team PKTT present, and from there, I had a discussion with General Khumalo that we think the PKTT awards, we shouldn't do it with the rest of the SAPS. We should rather do it separate. And I said, well, let's not do it, that was last year in December, let's do it in the new year, which is this current year, and we do it separate. So we are going to still do it. But I wasn't aware that maybe you might have got that message on the verge when people were wearing suits. I wasn't aware of that. I communicated with Khumalo quite in advance, because in Limpopo we had a problem that we were giving them awards, but there was a problem of calling them to the stage because we want to protect their identity and so on. So calling them in a big hall and putting them there saying this is what they've done, we said it was not the right thing. And we are going to do it this year. They will benefit even double last year and this time, but it will be separate. But I'm sorry if I stopped it on the verge of happening. That never came to my attention. Thank you.
I want to go to paragraph 86 of the same statement, and I'll read the last sentence of that paragraph, General. It says, this is especially pertinent in the view of our historical past and the involvement of politicians to abuse the police for specific political purposes. That is the last sentence on paragraph 86 of your statement to us. What is meant by that? Politicians who abuse the police for specific political purposes. What is meant by that? And maybe who were those and for what specific purposes?
Well, that statement refers to actually the pre-94, the dispensation, where the then apartheid government was using police for their gainful purposes. That's what it refers.
Okay. And just for my confirmation, in terms of the report that you indicated you submitted to Minister Mkhwanazi, and you said that he never responded, that means even today, to date, you have never received his response. That is a report about the disbandment. Despite requesting the report about disbandment, the minister did not respond. 57 of your statement. Up to date, he has never responded to you in terms of that report.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Well, remember that since January there was no response, and the first engagement was in March the 6th. But that report that is in writing, yes, there was never a response in writing.
Okay. Paragraph 102, same statement. Maybe let me read down at 103, but 102, I can just tell you that the first sentence there says, on the 10th of September 2025, the DA issued a media statement indicating that Ms. Kolapana wrote to the acting minister requesting him to immediately act against myself and to ensure the rearrest of Major General Lushaba. Now, I want to go down to paragraph 103. I wanted to give you context why I'm asking you to comment on that. Then the last sentence on paragraph 103, I hope it's the last year it is, it says that the motive of the statement can only be to discredit me, which is yourself, and undermine my integrity. Why do you think, what would be the reasons that a political party, in this case the DA, would be so determined to destroy you and your integrity? What could be the reason for that, in your own opinion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know. One just picked up that behavior, but really I wouldn't know why. Why would a political party go out and put out a statement that is, from every aspect of the statement, is just a lie and is false? Why would? What would be the motive? I end up saying it's just to discredit me because, I mean, if you put a lie out to be a fact, what do you want to achieve? Rearrest of the Shaba, minister must deal with me, and I haven't done anything. I was in Western Cape, I was 8 and 9, as I said, my movements were captured quite widely and on television, and I never met the Major General that is being referred to. But even if I was in Pretoria, I met him. What crime is that? There wouldn't have been any crime. And the very same official, yes, he has been arrested twice, but he had no bail conditions, nothing. So why would then a political party come out and give this type of a statement, which everything of it is false? The only thing I could come to a conclusion is to discredit me and put a picture out there to the public and the minister that he is doing wrong things.
Now, General, I'm now taking you to your affidavit to the Commission of Inquiry. And I just need clarity on few areas there. The first one is on 130, paragraph 130 is on page 39. I'm also going to read it for you to make it quicker. And I'm going to start on the second sentence, which says, my position has always been that the PKT had to remain. Therefore, in the report to the minister, we simply stated the directive of the minister to disband has been noted, and that the initial objective and the directive by the president has been achieved with a noticeable degree of political related killings. What do you mean by the initial objective, and what could have been or will be the second and more objectives beyond the initial one?
Through you, Honorable Chair, the initial objective is to fight political killings. So political killings were going down. That was the objective, was to resolve political killings, and the team was doing that, achieving. But by that one doesn't mean that's the end of it, because there were still some killings.
Okay, so General, I would take it that it's just a question of semantics initially, and because we are saying the primary objective remains one, which was to eliminate politically related killings. I was assuming that there might have been something initially, which, according to the statement, appeared to have been achieved, and now we're proceeding to the next phase of what was demanded. But let me take your answer for that. On paragraph 135, same document, you are making reference there to a discussion in a meeting with the minister, deputy minister, deputy national commissioner, and where also the chief of staff was a very much active participant. And he and the SBA were against a particular position. What I wanted to check is, has it been a common practice that the chief of staff would be such an active participant on matters of this nature, whenever they are discussed with his principal and you who are meant to be the expertise in the field?
Well, this specific chief of staff, it has been common that he will do. The only areas that he won't get involved is normally meetings between me and the minister where we have one-on-one, but where we have officials, he will participate.
On 141, paragraph 141, you are saying the minister appeared to be angered by the fact that the statistics presented to him in a meeting showed that the PKT members were still working and had made progress. In your opinion, why would the minister be angry with the positive statistics? And maybe also, how did you determine in your observation that he's now becoming very angry?
Well, you can see on a person's face that definitely made him angry. Indeed, I could see that it made him angry. The Honorable Chair, through you, I don't remember the exact number of dockets, but I think the dockets were either 114, they increased to 115, or they were 112, they increased. But in principle, what happened there was that the dockets have increased. And one of the dockets I remember very well that caused the increase is the Mandeni murder case of the councillor, where he said, but you are still taking job instead of having been disbanded. So, yeah, that's what I say. That surprised me. Even though, let's say, generally we agree that we disband, but they took more extra docket and they did good work. That's supposed to be appreciated, that they resolved, they were able to link people to a murder, firearms to murder. That's good work.
Now, in paragraph 174 of your same affidavit, you are very, very concerned about the fact that what had been raised by Lieutenant General Sbia, and you didn't agree with, some 3 or 4 issues that he proposed, I'm sure you recall them, comes back now, pops out, coming through one of the interactions that we're having with Minister Mkhwanazi. Have you come to the conclusion that Minister Mkhwanazi was acting honestly and coincidentally his concerns were related to those of General Sbia? Or your view is that he and Sbia may have conspired, that because I didn't succeed with the National Commissioner, my boss, you are technically his boss because you are a minister. Please bring these things in on the other side.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. That's exactly how I interpreted it. After, when I start realize later, initially I didn't see that way, but later when I look at how the issues unfolded, I realized that it is indeed so that the same matters that General Sibia raised before, which the first one I think was the command and control of the cold case team that he wanted to take over. Other one was that counterintelligence shouldn't carry dockets. And the third one was that General Khumalo shouldn't oversee PKTT. He must only deal with this division. I do not, I did indicate to him that there is no problem. On the issue of Khumalo overseeing PKTT, I said, if Khumalo is overloaded, so it be, it will relieve him. And, but otherwise, he's a member of SAPS, a police official. There's nothing wrong if he still look after the team, which eventually indicated he have got no problem. The other one was that the counterintelligence investigations shouldn't carry dockers. And I said, the fact that it's called counterintelligence investigations, they do carry dockers. At some point, they have the liberty to enjoin a detective to what they are doing. When they think the time is right, there is nothing wrong. So, yeah, it was coincident that, yes, Minister raised the matters. I think on the meeting of the 27, even went as far as there was a presentation of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, where they say that, you see, in the mandate, there's no investigations there. There might be no investigations, but he's a member of the police. His functions are in terms of Section 205 of the Act, Section 205(3) of the Act. If he can do any of those functions, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong in him overseeing the investigation. Actually, it makes the work much more easier. So, yes, the same matters happened to then later be raised by the minister, and that gave me an indication that probably that's the reason.
I think I'm left with about 2 or 3 questions, Chair. I know the time I'm left with is too much, but I'm going to leave it because I think some of the questions were dealt with by my colleagues. The one for those 2, 3 questions that are left, General, in terms of, I mean, if you look at I think it's paragraph 17, or I would say point 17 in the report that you've given us. There you are talking about, on your evidence, you are talking about national and strategic direction as that being the responsibility of the minister, if I understand very well what you said there. So what will that constitute, national and strategic direction?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. To say the minister is responsible for national policing policy and strategic direction is to assist the organization in the direction to say, in terms of priorities of government, like in this current time, we have what we call medium-term development framework. We have this priority to develop a developmental and ethical state. And in that regard, we have got certain key deliverables that we will be doing. So in short, I'm saying he will give a direction in terms of what we should do. For example, if you say, like currently, gang violence is a problem in Western Cape, let's to deal with it. That's a strategic direction, according to me, that we do. But who am I going to deploy? How are they going to do it? Are they going to work only in the night or during the day? That is not strategic. That's operational. That's for me. How many people, based on whatever funding I have, and so on. For me, that is operational. But the first one, I would say, is strategic. Like he did say, gang violence is a problem. Extortion is a problem, especially Western Cape, Eastern Cape. So that's the direction that we know we must put our resources, come up with real tangibles in terms of fighting those specific crimes.
Okay. Now, let me conclude. I'm going to combine the last 2 questions into one because they are not going to be difficult to combine. They are very much related. The contract awarded to the business company associated with Nhlanhla is finalized in June. And then we obviously, let me not say obviously, but when I was looking at what then happened subsequent to that contract, is that already there were some publicly expressed concerns relating to that contract. Whether they reach you or not, I'm not sure. But what I want to understand is that if and when you were able to see those developments, just few months or so after the contract had been finalized, did you do anything? And if yes, what did you do to respond to those public criticism or negative reporting about that contract being awarded to Nhlanhla in June? If you did anything, I would like to know what did you do, but also to know if you were aware of whatever that got reported as negative coverage of that contract. The last one, they are linked, General. Okay. The last one is that then in December, the minister comes in, and from your own submission, the minister doesn't say what is reported negatively requires your attention as management, but he directs that you must do a review. The words that we are using in your statement, one of your statements, the minister requested or directed us to review, and in response to that review request of the minister, you then decided to appoint the internal auditor to carry that instruction. Now, didn't you see the minister's choice of words as an interference? Because he doesn't say, I'm a minister here, something very negative is reported about my department. Please do something about it. But in terms of your own formulation on the statement, he says review. Is that not an interference?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, the first one, I don't remember that being aware. I only became aware after we were doing that process of auditing the contract. And on the last one, well, the minister said review. Review, I think it means yes, go and look at, is everything still okay or not? He doesn't say cancel it. So review is to go and relook what is happening. And we indeed tasked the internal audit and risk. They went, they reviewed, they found problems, and eventually after legal processes, then we cancelled the contract. Just like he said with for example, the division inspectorate, that maybe the work of this division, let's relook at it, let's discuss it, whether do we still need this division, yes or no? And then we relook at it and we end up saying, no, there is a way of doing this. We can maximize our forces by doing away with the division and creating these functions within each directorate instead of having one directorate that might reach all divisions or provinces or might not. But if it's in each directorate, it will. So he didn't say, hey, disband now. He says, let's look at it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I see your mic has been read already. Does it mean I was already out of my time? Or you forgot to make it not read? Thanks, Chair. Thanks, General. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. I was warning you that you must round up. I want to give to Honorable Skosan, Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, Chair, no, I wish to have a follow-up question based on the questions by the latter speaker.
Yeah,
Can I?
You are allowed.
National Commissioner, during the period between when the instruction to review by the minister and when the outcomes were issued out of the internal audit team, was there an attempt to influence you on how the outcomes should look like of the audit team?
No, there was no influence whatsoever, Honorable Chair.
So the word review
does it suggest that the minister didn't give an instruction for the contract to be cancelled? He just said, do anything in your power to review the contract. And what you saw as relevant at that time is to appoint an internal audit to review, because they have skills and expertise to do that.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I might not remember the exact weight of the minister, but yes, I appointed both risk and internal audit to go and do exactly that. They are skilled to do that, which they did that work.
So it cannot be correct that it's the minister who cancelled the contract.
No, the minister didn't cancel the contract. I canceled the contract.
You cancelled based on the recommendations of the report.
I canceled based on the recommendation of the final report, not the January report. The final report was issued in April, and I subjected that report to legal processes, which there was, at some point we were going to court, and eventually the legal process says, no, let's cancel. We don't even have to go to court.
Is the report specific that the contract must be terminated? Is it specific? Is it giving a directive to that effect?
Yeah, it does give recommendation that the accounting officer can cancel the contract. But of course, that when we engage, they said there are legal processes that we need to go. And so much so that some say, no, let's go to court. But after deliberations, eventually we agree that no, we don't go to court, we cancel. If they take us to court, we will then go to court. In December, there was a court challenge by Nhlanhla in December, and later he withdrew it, and yeah.
No, the reason why I'm asking National Commissioner is because on the WhatsApp text that we're circulating, in a conversation between Brown Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla, it appears that Brown Mkhwanazi is making a promise to Nhlanhla that he's going to influence either the department or the minister for the outcome, for the contract not to be terminated. That is why I'm asking if during that period there was an attempt to influence the outcomes of the internal audit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I was never influenced on what to do.
Good afternoon, General Masemola, our most powerful civil servant or public servant in the country. And I think we have to acknowledge that you are the most powerful person today who can arrest anyone in the country. I'll start by saying my questions. Between 2022 and 2025, which officials by name issued the operational directive to you or your subordinates outside your formal SAPS commanding channels?
Between 2022
and 2025.
Through Honorable Chair. What is the question there?
The question is, which officials by name issued an operational directives to you or your subordinates outside formal SAPS commanding channels?
Yeah. Thanks, the Honorable Chair. I wouldn't remember that of such. I think it caught me off guard. Maybe the Honorable Member can. I don't really remember outside SAPS issued directives to me or officials.
Yes, to officials, yes. For instance, if I can make just an example for you, you remember the issue of Brian Mkhwanazi as well. Just, yeah. Besides him, maybe, I'm just giving you that question to say, is there anyone who has ever issued any directive outside the SAPS officials?
No. Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the people don't issue official directives, but people can, normally people complain to say there is a problem at such and such a place. And for example, the Honorable James, now and then she'll phone. She's not giving me a directive. She will say there is a problem of a child at such and such a place, wherever. And I will then respond with the police to do that. He is not issuing me a directive. He's giving me a complaint.
Yes, hence I was making an example of the gentleman called Brian Mkhwanazi, who was related to the minister in a way. Whether he's a friend or not a friend is still going to be investigated.
Okay.
Did any of those instructions involve withholding evidence, delaying prosecutions, or redeploying investigators working on political sensitive cases?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, not as far as I know. There was
Not as far as you know.
evidence withheld. Or
Have you ever received, again, any instruction or advising, suggesting you are avoiding briefing Parliament on selected committees on certain matters related to political killings or corruption probes?
No, Honorable Chair.
The minister never issued that to you.
That I should not brief certain
committees in Parliament?
No, Honorable Chair.
Were any high-profile suspect or political figures under investigation by PKTT prior to its disclosure? If yes, who were they and what became of those cases?
Honorable Chair, the PKTT, they investigated any and everyone, and we never really had a problem. The problem we had, as I previously said, in KwaZulu Natal at some point was that when they started working, some of the politicians started wanting to know what they are doing, what is happening, and eventually I did that time with the then minister, agreed that, that's why you heard me saying that we agreed that the team is not going to brief anybody else, including whoever was the provincial commissioner at that time, including even the MEC in the province. They didn't brief him. Everybody will only be briefed when we have an IMC, or maybe I go down, they brief me. So, no.
Do you believe that the disbandment of PKTT served the interests of justice or the interests of those implicated in its investigation?
Well, it can and could only serve the interest of those that were implicated in.
Were you then at any stage pressured or cautioned not to oppose the task team closure? And if so, by whom?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, remember, through you, Honorable Chair, well, events that happened, I think this House, I've alluded to them. This House is quite aware what I said, but I was never pressured to not to do certain things. All what happened is what I alluded to this committee, that the directive came that we must implement, and we delayed the implementation until we found out what the reason was. for this closure or disbandment of the team. And eventually, I took the decision that I'm no more going to disband, and instead, we are now expanding instead of disbanding.
Can you confirm whether the intelligence report exists in that detailed coordination between political figures, business donors, organized crime in influencing policing outcomes? And if so, will you table those reports before this committee?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. There are, of course, reports that entail a lot of figures of the cartel, and that is still under investigation by the counterintelligence. So it's not reports we can table at this committee. Only when we are finalizing the investigation, we can come and report the outcome. For now, it's sufficient to say you have seen we have arrested Katie Mulefe, we've arrested Ket Nhlanhla, and you have heard about the Big Five, so we're still gonna continue. So once we're done, we can be able to table a report to this committee.
Is there any imminent arrest of Mr. Masemola? If any, if you know anything about it?
No, not that I know of from SAPS. I wouldn't know from the Hawks and or IDEC, I don't know.
Are there any known criminal syndicates that have penetrated or corrupted South African Police Service operation in specific provinces, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Halting? Name the syndicates and those compromised divisions, if there's any.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I can't name names of syndicates. Otherwise, then I've got no job because I won't find them. They'll run away. But what I can tell you, the cartel that we identified in Halting, it's not for Halting only.
Yes.
It have got links here in Cape Town.
Yes.
It have links in KwaZulu-Natal. So it's not a Gauteng matter. It's a national matter. Yes.
Do you have any evidence that presidents or cabinet interfered directly or through intermediaries in SAPS promotion, task team mandates, or procurement decision?
No. I don't know of that, and I do not have evidence to that effect, Honorable Chair.
In the Pala scandal, we had the police guarding the farm. Major General Rode investigated the matter with his team. He went illegally to Namibia following the suspect. Can you confirm that was true? If so, why was it General Rode illegally went to Namibia? Or was it legally for him to do so?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not aware that General Rode investigated any matter that I know of. And going to Namibia, I am aware. That was during, I think, General Stolle's tenure. And yes, he did went, whether legal or illegal. But I'm aware that he was signed off. So it wouldn't be illegal if General Stolle signed for him. That wouldn't have been illegal. And don't have the facts to allude to that matter now.
General, previously you mentioned that the media is being used to smear and running campaign to tarnish the reputation of South African Police Service official. However, there were media reports stating that officials from the Investigative Directorate ID visited you regarding the potential case. Louis Vuitton handbag alleged with the intention of making this matter disappear in exchange of appointment and investment and promotions.
No,
it's not true.
Thanks you, Honorable Chair. No, there is nobody that visited me that wanted appointment and exchange of Louis Vuitton bag. No, that is not true.
So there was never any investigation regarding that?
Well, I wouldn't know. I know that there's been mention of Louis Vuitton bag. What I know is that the IPID, that is Independent Police Investigative Directorate,
yes,
Far back, somewhere around 2017, they did an investigation, and I gave them my facts, and that was the last time I heard of the investigation. That was far back in 2017, somewhere there.
Earlier, you said to my colleague we've spoken about Rode as well. I'm talking about him that he has a right to investigate. Am I right? Anywhere, anytime, because he's a policeman. Am I right?
Through you, Honorable Chair, can you just repeat that area?
You said earlier to honorable member, my colleague earlier, Honorable Shongwe, that Rode has a right to investigate anywhere, any matter, anytime.
Honorable Chair, through you, what I said is that any commander, when there is something that happened within your terrain, you do preliminary investigation before you can even call detectives if it's a matter that happened in your policing terrain. You will do preliminary investigation, and from there, you then can, of course, call detectives. I even gave an example, you'd remember, about the fire.
During the appearance of General Mkhwanazi, he testified about the involvement of Paul O'Sullivan in the investigation, including infiltration and association with Robert McBride, Matthew Sissoke, IPAD and IDEC, especially during the tenure of Robert McBride. General Mkhwanazi recommended that the tenure of McBride and IPAD and O'Sullivan be investigated. When the investigation going to start, or has it started?
Well, I only heard it for the first time when he was in front of this committee that he required that it be investigated. So I will engage him and take the matter from there.
You remember the issue of the case which Paul Sullivan went on media about your former colleague, acting National Commissioner, Patlane. And I think General Mkhwanazi said it here that one of our colleagues exposed even the safe house. They went into his house somewhere in Pretoria, and the case was open in Camel Drift, but it's yet to be placed in court roll. That case was handled by Major General Mohale. Do you know anything about that case of your colleague, the former National Commissioner?
I don't remember that case, Honorable Chair. But I know, yes, Paul O'Sullivan has been in the media. Even he has been in the media about me on all sorts of things. And I still must attend to those things that he said about me, which are not true.
Let me go back again. Who in the Pala report has classified it? Is it the minister? Is it IPAD, or is it the National Commissioner?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did allude to the fact earlier. The classification is done by the author. So if it's an IPAD report, it will only be classified by IPAD. It can't be classified by the minister, can't be classified by the National Commission. It can only be classified by the author.
By the author.
Yes.
Is the National Commissioner aware that in terms of the Constitution, you don't report to the minister?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. So where do I report, Honorable Member?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh.
In terms of the Constitution, you report to the President.
Well, I do report, through you, Honorable Chair, I do report to the Minister because I work with him, and I also do report to the President.
So can the Minister give you instruction?
Well, it is my understanding that he can, yes.
So if the Minister say you must disband the PKTT, you don't have to ask him, don't have to refuse to do that. You have to follow the instruction of the Minister.
Well, through you, Honorable Chair, I think in the current case that we're discussing, you are aware that how it went, and I explained how it went, that I didn't accede to it. I came with alternatives, I engaged the president, and yeah.
What is the disciplinary policy of SAP saying about insubordination?
Well, insubordination, yes, you do take departmental steps.
Why was not carried out against General Sibia? After all what he has done, why we are still the accounting officer in the South African Police Service?
The question was previously asked.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm aware of that. I'm going to make a follow-up to say, why, if there's insubordination, there's no consequence management on that? Because the act is very clear. If someone ignores or defy your instruction, that's what we call insubordination. But as far as we are concerned, beside what is happening now, Sibia, General Sibia, as you know, you said it yourself, you've spoken to him. Have you ever written a letter? Have you wrote a letter to him? And what was the response? Because he was continuing, hence we are in this state where General Mkhwanazi had to have a press conference. One of those things was because of General Sibia. General Sibia was like, in the public eyes, now running South African Police Service whilst you are in the office. It's perceived like that.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. From my point of view, it is not like that. You would recall that I did say, I did call him and rebooked him. And, the fact that General Mkhwanazi went to the media won't be the sole reason be General Sibia. I did explain to this committee that after the discovery of what was on the phone, and after they compiled a briefing, they briefed me. That's when we saw the intensity of the problem. Hence, I said, out of that, I'm also going to brief the president, and before that, he went to the media.
Are there SAPS members or external contractors licensed under the false identities or shell companies who perform covert work for the state yet answer to the private or political interests? Do you know anything about anyone?
No, Honorable Chair, through you, I wouldn't know that, and I think that can be best be handled at the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, I suppose, yes, General Chairperson.
Has any forensic or internal audit traced financial transactions or asset ownership linked to SAPS officers to known gang or corporate criminal network?
That question relates to the current investigation, Honorable Chair. That's what we are investigating.
Have you ever briefed personally the President about the consequences of disbanding the MKTT, including stall investigation, pending arrest, or comprise evidence chains?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You say, have I ever briefed who?
The President.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think I did allude on my briefing to the President earlier. I did allude to this committee, I think, more than once, still today, in terms of what I said to the President, and I will repeat that the President was taken aback when I say the team is being disbanded, and I did say, Mr. President, if ever it has to be, I suggest it gets done in a phased approach, which he said, yeah, I agree, and he will speak to the Minister.
The National Commission's agreement that the minister and his boss undermines the constitutional framework and operational independence of South African Police Service. This is entrenched in Section 205 of the Constitution. As an accounting officer, the National Commissioner's role is distinct, not subordinate to the minister. I don't think the commissioner understands on that matter, or perhaps the way you explain it, and I think my colleague has asked several times about that. And I think the answer for me was not convincing. And I think we have to make sure that everyone, when we went out of here, understands that you are an accounting officer and your responsibility of the South African police operational issues belongs to you only, not to the minister at all.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. I do understand that what my function is, but remember I said I do my work on the on the direction of the minister. So the issue of the direction, I think, is what also the committee needs to interpret as to what does direction mean. I think rather, I don't mind the committee condemning me that I'm wrong in what I'm doing, but rather be of assistance to say direction means 1, 2, 3. I think that will also assist the situation.
I think the National Commission must understand that the issue of corruption in terms of the executive, SAPS itself, and ordinarily the ANC itself, Phala is how linked to the president and the minister to corrupt activities and misusing the executive authority to hide criminal activity on the president part. I'm not sure whether the issue, you understand it very well, that South Africans were very concerned about the Phala, because now we are told that that matter is classified. I just want to say to you, I'm not sure whether it will sit well. I understand it's a very complex issue once you say the matter is classified. Are you happy in terms of how the Phala matter was investigated?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I can't comment on something that I haven't seen. I haven't seen the investigation. I can't comment on something I don't know. It was investigated by the Hawks, and that is it. The investigation that I know is the one that is currently pending at court, but this one you're talking about, I wouldn't know. Thanks.
We view it as an illegal encroachment. We suspect that is an illegal encroachment, which we think that it should lead to actions. And this can be reported to the president as well. We know the president is conflicted on this matter, because this thing happened at his farm. The issue of the dollar happened at his farm. And South Africans have confidence in the South African police in particular. That is their responsibility, if there's crime, to make sure that they investigate the matter to the latter. As a national commissioner, are you happy the way the Phala matter was handled?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will say again that I don't know. You can be happy if you know what the investigation entailed. So I'm not privy to the contents of the investigation, so I wouldn't know. Even myself, I was accused of sending a chopper to Phala, falsely so. I mean, I never knew about anything about Phala. So how would I even have sent a chopper there? So I think there was one of the members from this honorable house that said I sent a chopper to Phala, which I didn't do. So I can't comment on investigation. I don't know, Honorable Chair. For me to be happy or whatever, I should know the intricacies. Then I can express my opinion.
I think from what I've heard today from you as well, because remember Minister Cele, during his time, on Mondays, there was parade of all senior of officials at the head of office. Is it still happening as we speak? Parading to the minister?
No, I don't know of that parade, Honorable Chairperson. I know that we had a meeting on crime where we review crime for the past week and talking about crime, what can we do where, and yeah. So, well, even now, I do have meetings myself every Monday where I get reports from the 9 provinces.
Can you assist and clarify any grievance or complaints that made the minister to stop the post, this advertised post from the crime intelligence and public order, policing? I'm sure maybe you have explained a bit, because there's an outcry that the posts were freezed by the minister. Is that true?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think is the freezing of post of crime intelligence. It is there in the directive. We alluded to it earlier in this meeting. But public order police, I don't know. I'm not aware of those posts that were freezed. I definitely don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Now, I'm not sure about the issue of the minister. Maybe you can clarify for us to understand the relationship between you and the minister when it comes to the issue of General Sibia. Was General Sibia more closer to the minister than yourself?
Well, that's my reading of the situation. Correct, Honorable Chair?
A conflict of interest arises, as you know, National Commissioner, because we've opened up cases, and those cases, especially those who are involving high-profile people. The delay is unnecessary. And sometimes, the police, why they don't investigate matters properly, they take the matters to the prosecutors. And when those cases are being struck off the roll, or there's no case at all, it's because of the investigation is not proper. Don't you think that we have to improve on that regard?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Where such matters happen, I indeed say yes, we must improve. But it's not generally everywhere that happens. It is the role of the various branch commanders to see to it, while they check dockets, see to it that investigation is being done. And where it is not done, they must give the necessary directives so that investigations happen. And if any member, including members of this House, you become aware that this case was struck off roll because it's poorly investigated, let's get to know about it and get it back for further investigation.
I thank you, General, and my colleague will wrap it off for me. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
What is it that you request to do?
No, it's a follow-up question, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. It's a follow-up question on classification, Chairperson. The National Commissioner kept on saying he doesn't know when the latter speaker was asking about the information which relates to the content contained in the information that is classified. Now, what I want to understand is, and please explain like you are explaining to a layperson, what I want to understand is, what does classification mean? Does it mean that even yourself, as the National Commissioner, can have access to a classified information, even if that information has findings of wrongdoings which warrant arrest? Kindly explain.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. A classification, there's various: confidential, secret, and top secret, and so on. So what I said is that the author is the one that classifies a document, and it is the author again that disclassify the document. It doesn't mean that if something warrant arrest, it can. Some documents do get classified for purposes of investigation. That does happen.
No, I don't think you have heard my question correctly, National Commissioner. The question is, can an information with findings of criminality, for instance, which warrant arrest, be classified? And if so, what does that mean? Does it mean you can't have access to it, even you as the National Commissioner, because it is classified? And does it mean that you can't arrest people because it is classified by the order?
Honorable Nomban, let's do it like this. Let's take the questions one by one so that you don't drown the witness.
No, I thought it's one question, but it has many dimensions.
Yeah, that is exactly
Chairperson.
why I want you to be patient. Ask him one,
Okay.
he responds, come with the other until you exhaust it.
No problem.
Yeah.
But did you get the question that I've asked, Commissioner?
Yeah, no, Honorable Chair, if the document really, deals with, is classified and it needs to be used for arrest, so one will request the author to declassify it. And if I do have security clearance to the level of the document, it doesn't need to be declassified. Whoever can give me the document, then I can have a look at it, depending on the classification level.
So if the classified information has findings of criminality, you would ask the author to declassify it. Am I following you correctly?
Correct, depending on...
But how would you know that it has findings of criminality? Because you would have not had access to it because it is classified.
Well, if it's classified, it never reached me, then I will not know what is inside.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not satisfied, but for the sake of progress, let's move on.
Okay, can I hear Honorable Nhlanhla?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to bring to the attention of the Ad Hoc Committee that Section 206(1) of the Constitution accords a cabinet member responsible for police a responsibility of policing policy. Section 207(1) of the Constitution accords a responsibility to the National Commissioner, the implementation of the policing policy. And the cabinet member responsible for police has a responsibility of oversighting the implementation. So it can be logical that the National Commissioner does not account to the Minister of Police. I think what we're confusing, Chair, is the significant difference between an appointing authority and an executive authority.
To stop that point of
Thank you very much, Chair.
and,
We're confusing two things, two aspects, different. Appointing authority, executive authority. There is no point of order.
Honorable members, let's have our meeting on Wednesday.
No, let's not
But
confuse
he
us.
is out of order, Chairperson.
I'm not out of
We
order.
did not invite his explanation.
No, Chair, I don't need to be invited by Mr.
questioning
Nomfa.
witnesses here. Don't
Chair,
don't
order.
project yourself as an expert. You are not
Order,
an
Chair.
expert here.
Order,
We
Chair.
did not ask for your opinion. We
Chairperson,
are questioning the witnesses. You must keep
Chairperson.
quiet. You must keep
Chairperson,
quiet.
order.
We don't need your opinions here. We're questioning the witnesses.
Order, Chair.
You
Order.
must keep quiet. We did not invite your opinion.
Chairperson,
Who
order.
are you to advise us?
Chairperson,
you?
order.
Who are you to advise us? You are not an expert here.
Chairperson,
We have
on
a
a
legal
point of order.
advisor seated next to me. If we need a legal advice, we will speak to him, not him.
Chairperson, on a point of order. Chair, I rise on a point of order. Because the point of order by Mr. Nomvalo is actually out of order. He has been allowed numerous times to make
Chair, if you allow him
interventions,
to budge, you are also going to budge.
even yesterday.
If you allow him to do what he is doing, we'll do it as
No,
well.
you are not a whip. of
And we
this
can
Ad Hoc
do it
Committee,
better than what he does.
No. Don't make
We're not going to be bullied by
You are
Nhlanhla
making
here.
useless threats.
We'll never be bullied by Nhlanhla here.
Chair,
He projects himself as an expert. You are not an expert here. We have a legal advisor.
Chair,
We're asking questions
The
from
point of
witnesses,
order.
not from you. Who are you? Who are you?
what is this? Chair, can I proceed with my point of order?
I want to apologize for your behavior, the two of you, to the people of South Africa, who have been following us from the first day up to this point. And but I can still afford you more time. Yes, I can still give more time and maybe just sink my head below the table. I will rise when we are ready to proceed. And my profuse apologies, General Masemola. It's not how I have expected the members of my committee to conduct themselves. I thought that if we have issues we can discuss in our own meeting when we deal with housekeeping matters, but unfortunately, it had to deteriorate to this level. Is there any one of you who wish to apologize, honorable members?
Chairperson, I'm not going to apologize. I think you failed to play your role as the chairperson of the meeting. We are asking the witness here, Honorable Skosana, based on how he understands what is written on the statement, and he wanted to be satisfied by the responses from the witness. The answers, like we've been doing since we started, are expected from the witness, not for him to interject and tell us about the law and what the law says. We employed a legal advisor here for that purpose, to advise us when there is a need to do so, not to be ambushed with legal advices that we did not invite. So, Chairperson, you failed the meeting. You were supposed to call Honorable Nhlanhla right from the beginning because he was bullying us.
No, honorable member, you are right. I gave you a chance to speak, and when you were done, Honorable Nhlanhla raised a hand and he spoke. Before he could conclude, I called him to order to tell him that the matters that he was raising were points of debate. And maybe because I spoke in a measured tone, I was not animated the way the two of you took each other. You might have not heard me. My measured tone could have drowned by the fist fights of your voices. But I wanted to restrain the honorable member to say, let's not engage on points of debate now. The honorable member has concluded his questions. We must now move to Honorable Cameron. But I still insist that if you honorable members do not see anything wrong with how you display your antics in front of the Republic, it's okay. We can hand over to Honorable Cameron. Yes, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, following that explanation, we apologize. Let's move on.
that is human. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, for peace sake, I apologize. Otherwise, I
You don't apologize for peace sake. You apologize because you know it's genuine to do it.
Not, but Chair, I did nothing wrong. We've agreed that we are going to allow members to intervene in between. So it was just a pure intervention, but I apologize. Thank you.
Honorable Nhlanhla, do you apologize?
Yes, Chair, I apologize and I forgive Mr. Nomvalo for howling at me.
Do you apologize for the manner you reacted?
Yes, Chair, I apologize and forgive Mr. Nomvalo.
Thank you so much. Honorable Cameron, can you just take a breath so that I can see that you are not animated?
I am certainly not, Chair. I was scared you're going to ask me to apologize in advance.
Okay, no, thank you so much. You are allowed, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Masemola, and for your patience today. General, yesterday when you were speaking, you said that the Portfolio Committee should have read between the lines on the 5th of March meeting. I quoted that from what you said. To realize the closure of the PKTT was irregular. What exactly did you mean by reading between the lines? Are you saying the committee was expected to interpret silence or omissions from SAPS as evidence of wrongdoing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, what I was saying is that the team was being disbanded, and you did a good thing to invite us to come and tell you why the team disbanded. We briefed the committee and also said committee is doing well, and General Mkhwanazi expressed his side of the story on unhappiness about the committee being, the PKTT being disbanded, and yeah, that's where it ended.
But General, help me understand the rationale between expecting the committee to read between the lines, specifically that line, read between the lines. The reason I ask this, I want to understand, do you believe that Parliament should conduct its oversight by questioning whether presentations from SAPS or the Ministry, or for any other department for that matter, reflects the full truth? Because if we read between the lines, you leave the interpretation open for us. So should parliamentary committees generally be expected to distrust official briefings and infer irregularities rather than being transparently informed?
No, I think through you, Honorable Chair, the briefing that we did to the committee that day was we showed the work of the team, how well the team is doing. And General Mkhwanazi did express that also that this is what the team is doing. And he expressed his view on the closure of the team. And that was then the end of the meeting.
Sorry, General. I'm going to labor the point. So I want to get back to reading between the lines, because what I'm asking you is, are you then suggesting that Parliament's oversight role depends on suspicion rather than transparency? And the reason I say that is because if you say we had to read between the lines, it means we had to do some guessing work. And the thing is, General Mkhwanazi wasn't part of the presentation. He was in the meeting, but General Khumalo did the presentation. And in that presentation, and the reason I'm saying this is because, and I'll get to the details now, but there's an impression that Parliament didn't act. And that was what was said at the Nhlanhla Commission as well. And I feel that we should set the record straight. And I'm going to get to more details now. The point is, there was no objection. So how were we meant to read between the lines about the unhappiness of the disbanding of the political killing task team?
Well, I'm not referring specifically to anything, but what I recall, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is we briefed the committee on the work of the team, and we did indicate that, according to us, the team is doing well, it should continue. And thereafter, General Mkhwanazi came, he was part of our meeting, and he expressed also his side of the story in terms of the team. And I think then the minister did also allude that the team should be disbanded, and he agreed with the president, and that was the end. And the portfolio committee was accepted. I would presume they accepted that because there wasn't an objection by any of them.
Well, come back to it again, General. There was no objection from the police. There was no objection from you, General Khumalo, or General Mkhwanazi. In fact, when General Mkhwanazi spoke at the end, he didn't object to the closing of the political killing task team. Not from what I see in the record. So, General, earlier you told the Honourable Breitenbach that you had learned your lesson and that next time you would come to the Portfolio Committee on Police and openly say if the minister was interfering in your work, correct?
No, through you, Honourable Chair, I did say that, and I do accept that, yes, one learn a lesson. In future, one will approach things differently. But in this specific meeting, yes, I think what I remember, General Mkhwanazi explicitly did indicate his unhappiness on that.
General, we'll have to then go and revisit the minutes on the presentation. So after saying about learning a lesson, General, what I want to say is that despite all of the concerns that we've heard since the 6th of July regarding the closing of the political killings task team, the concerns were raised by you after the 6th of July, General Mkhwanazi, and I'm guessing to a certain extent General Khumalo, although I haven't seen any kind of official document. You never came to the police committee to disclose those concerns, did you?
No. I never came again. But in the meeting of the 5th of March, through your Honourable Chair, well, maybe you will have to go to the transcript. I haven't read it now, but I remember General Mkhwanazi, he did mention to it. He did allude to his unhappiness on the closure of the team. He did mention it.
It's interesting, General. I again would have to go back to the transcript because from me reading the record, again back to the presentation on the political killing task team. I'm not referring to General Mkhwanazi now. I'm focusing on the bit about the presentation. No one reported any kind of objection to the closure. You didn't tell Parliament that the minister was interfering, one, and no formal objection was placed on record. So there was no part of that entire 5th of March meeting. The impression that was created at the Nhlanhla Commission was that Parliament heard all these things and Parliament didn't act. That is explicitly, Major General van Rooyen sitting behind you said Parliament failed and we wouldn't be sitting at the Nhlanhla Commission, meaning you, had Parliament acted. But I can tell you from the record that none of that was objected to Parliament. It wasn't said. It was explicitly not said. So, in my opinion, and you could likely agree, the committee was kept in the dark. And Parliament cannot be blamed for decisions that were chosen not to disclose. Is that not correct?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I remember myself and Khumalo, we expressed that the team is doing well. Yes, I agree that we expressly maybe not say minister is interfering. That we didn't say. But General Mkhwanazi did explicitly say it. Well, let's just say we'll go and check the records. I remember him saying that at some point that he will open a case, whoever come there to disband the team. I might not remember the exact ways, but he did express that.
But General, you're answering for General Mkhwanazi. I want to know, do you agree with me that Parliament cannot be blamed for something that wasn't officially recorded in that presentation? That's yes or no?
Well, yeah, there I will agree that it's not recorded in the presentation, yes.
So, thank you, General. So I want to go back to the comment of reading between the lines. When Parliament considers the South African Police Service's annual report next week, should we again read between the lines? And I don't see this as sarcastic at all. I'm asking that, can I believe when that presentation is made? I also laughed when I wrote it, so we can smile about it, General. But when I wrote that, my question comes as to the past year, since we've been communicating through the committee. Did we have to always read between the lines, or are we getting a straight-up indication of realities? Because my question, if so, what does that say about the credibility of SAPS reporting and the integrity of official performance information? Are you not conceding then that something is not completely reliable? I mean, if the presentation didn't say, we received an unlawful or unconstitutional directive from the Minister of Police to close the political killing task team, and we object to that. Parliament, please help us resolve this. If it didn't say that, then I come back to how was I meant to read between the lines?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I agree and admit in the presentation we did not put it, Honorable Chair. So, and the reports we give you correct, true reports. In that regard, we gave you what you requested with the political killing task team.
Thank you, General. Quickly, I was scrolling now. What General Mkhwanazi did actually say, he didn't say he is discontent about the closing. He actually said it will continue in KZN as a by the way comment. So he indicated that just for clarity's sake. General, and I'm going to come back, I'm going to use the APP hearings that happened earlier this year in April. The Portfolio Committee on Police compelled SAPS to increase the detection rate target for murder specifically, which was initially set at only 10%. What informed such a low performance target for one of the most serious crimes in the country, and how do you justify this in light of SAPS's constitutional duty to ensure public safety and accountability?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, there was a lot of factors brought into consideration, the shortage in the detectives and so on. So as management, we did allude to that. And, but of course, we went to revisit this, where the discussion was, we lost over, detectives were around 25,000, and we were around 16, 17. So, hence, the target was reduced that way. But we revisited the target, Honorable Chair, and because I said we giving detectives more personnel. Not all might have been trained, but a substantial number have underwent the college, and let's increase the target to, I can't remember the figures exactly where it is. So yes, that's why we ended up reviewing it.
Thank you, General. General, I want to put it to you that, I hate saying that, it sounds like Harry now. Let me rather just say, I want to mention to you that the team, in my opinion, misled the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March. And I'm going to share with you why, and why I believe it's factually correct. I mentioned Major General Van Rooyen that told the Nhlanhla Commission that the Police Portfolio Committee failed in its duty, but that same committee, the Police Committee, relied entirely on the information that you and SAPS provided, correct?
Yeah, well, as I said, Honorable Chair, we briefed the Portfolio Committee on what you requested.
Spot on. So you're answering my question for how is it then fair that your department, whether yourself, anyone else, or a senior officer from legal services, to publicly accuse the Police Committee of failure, when it was SAPS that withheld specific information? Whether it was deliberate or not, it doesn't matter. The point is it wasn't indicated.
Well, I never listened to General Van Rooyen when he was doing that. Yeah, I'm sure we can go to the records and look at that and take it from there.
General, you can go to the records. I base this on the records, so I'm sitting with it here in front of me. And I say it specifically because Parliament and the Police Portfolio Committee will not be the scapegoat of things that wasn't disclosed by the officers in that meeting on that day. The mention of Brown Mkhwanazi that Minister Mkhwanazi later on denied he didn't know was immediately, and I'm not going to go into detail about the cases, but there are 2 MPs that I know of that laid criminal charges for him misleading. And that was the only bit of information that Parliament or parliamentarians could act on. So across the board, all the parties represented in that committee, that was the only bit of information. Nothing about Kat Nhlanhla was mentioned that day. Nothing about judicial capture was mentioned. Nothing about a drug cartel was mentioned in any part of that meeting. General, I want to go to ask you, with what we've just discussed, why do you think the perception now persists that Parliament didn't act, or persists to prevail or exist? What created that perception?
What created, through Honorable Chair, that Parliament didn't act? I take it that maybe the perception arises out of what General Mkhwanazi said on the day in question.
And this is where I want to go back to the July 2025 press conference, because the issues that were raised publicly in July 2025 by General Mkhwanazi were not disclosed to Parliament in March 2020. In March 2025, on the 5th of March, in that meeting. Yourself, General Khumalo, Minister Mkhwanazi, and almost everyone else that spoke, particularly when you explained the phasing out of the political killing task team. No one, again I repeat, no one objected to that. Parliament couldn't have done anything. When you spoke about strategic input, policy input, etc., if there was something that showed red lights there, there's a discussion to be held. But if the minister gives a directive, and the way that it's explained to us by the police as though we accept this, anything, I don't know if Honorable Shongwe is still here. You told the Honorable Shongwe that General Mkhwanazi had reported closure of the political killings task team to the Portfolio Committee. And I just want to confirm, according to the record here, that I've checked now after that with Secretariat of Parliament as well, and no such report of any kind was received in Parliament. There was no such report. So I just want to make that also abundantly clear and repeat that we will not be the scapegoat for things that weren't shared there. It is a misperception that's created. General Masemola, General Mkhwanazi, told us that when you inquired about the withdrawal, and this is my, that's my last one. I've got two more questions, Chair. I'll go with the other one first. General, with regards to Richards Bay Minerals, General Mkhwanazi told us that when you inquired about the withdrawal of protection for Richards Bay Minerals, you told him that there were questions and/or that you came under pressure from the presidency to provide protection for Richards Bay Minerals. So what I want to know is who in the presidency gave that instruction or applied pressure, and why did you deploy a team from National, according to General Mkhwanazi, to continue protecting Richards Bay Minerals? The reason I ask this also in detail is because the presidency is an office, it's not a person. So who is the individual by name or position that communicated that message?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The deployment of the Richards Bay, it came both from the then Minister of Police, General Kele, as well as the Minister in the Minister in the
presidency.
Minister Njaveni. And the team was then deployed there. And the team was not a protection team. It was a team that were policing that area. There has been executives of the mines that were killed in that area. There has been murders, serious crime that happened there. And later, of course, with the help of the province, some of the suspects were arrested, some were killed, even by the team from the province. I know there was a shootout at Palito between one of the suspects and the NIU in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it wasn't a protection. Those members were deployed based on crime what was happening there. It happens quite often, Honorable Chair. Even currently as we speak, in Mpumalanga, there is in Mpumalanga and Northwest, there is groupings of mine, call it mine companies that are fighting the same side. It's a new trend that is coming now, especially in Mpumalanga, Northwest, where looks like people are licensed to mine in the same area. So one quite often finds such complaints and you can't fold your hands. You need to respond, and we do our work in that regard.
Thank you, General. Then my last question, General. Do you agree that Parliament did not fail in its duties on the 5th of March, 2025?
No, I listened to what you say, Honorable Chair. I listened to honorable members. So me, I didn't verify each fact by fact. So I've got no problem to agree or concede to that statement.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I realize that the burden of security you carry, over 65 million South Africans, and the added unfair burden of the massive number of undocumented foreigners across 1.2 million square kilometers is immense. I recognize the scale of that task, especially when some of us struggle to secure even 40 square meters of our homes for a family of two. So as a patriotic South African, I extend the respect your office and rank demands. I despise the bad police, but knowing that when I thank you, I'm also indirectly thanking all the good and dedicated members of the South African Police Service you lead. The position I hold requires me to remain impartial, of course, at this time. I have no bias toward you, no bias toward General Mkhwanazi or any other witness that will appear before us. Only after this entire process, I will then take a position. I ask that you participate truthfully as I seek clarity on specific actions you have taken. So let's start with the elephant in the room. I must first commend you for arresting DA councillors convicted of murder. And then you also testified about the presence of my party deputy president, the Honorable Kenny Kunene, at the house of Mr. Molefe. You stated that he was there twice in your testimony. Commissioner, are you 100% sure that Mr. Kunene was found at the house of Mr. Molefe 2 times?
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Honorable Member, and thanks for the matters that you alluded to, thanking myself and the police for what they are doing. Honorable Chairperson, what the team reported to me is that yes, he was there twice. You'd recall one of the times he was found in the house. The other time they say he turned at the gate. He never entered, but he turned right at the gate. They denied him entry. So that's the report I got.
So you yourself are not 100% sure?
No, I can't be 100%, but that's the report I got, Honorable.
So if you're not 100% sure, as the #1 cop in this country, understanding the rules of our criminal justice system, how can you, General, knowing that you're not sure, sit here in front of all South Africans and state as fact that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. When I say not 100% sure, I mean me. I wasn't there, but the team, I believe them. They say one of the occasions he was in the house, one of the occasions they turned him at the gate.
Your team is not testifying.
Oh, yes.
You are testifying. And you are saying, for surety, that he was there. You're not sure. Your team reported to you. That still qualifies as hearsay. I'm not moved by the sounds in the house. Let's deal with the law. Let's deal with what is right, Honorable General. You cannot state for a fact that he was there twice. You're basing it on what you have been told. So your team is immune to lying. Chair, you must protect me here because I'm receiving responses from the EFF here. Am I questioning them?
Honorable Souls, I request you to work like a postman, just deliver the letters.
I'm delivering the letters, but you can't have dogs barking while I'm riding the bicycle.
Deliver the letters. The gates are locked. They will not come out.
No, Chair, you must protect me. I was silent when everybody was speaking.
You are protected, and I very much respect the manner in which you conducted yourself the whole day. I haven't heard you
ask for
saying
silence.
anything, Honorable. So the whole day, starting from 9 o'clock, and you are so justified.
Thank you, Chair.
If I had a big umbrella, I will come and bring it around you so that you
General.
don't encounter any difficulty.
General, even though you received the report, does that give you the right to come before the nation under oath and say, as a matter of fact, that Kenny Kunene was there twice?
Honorable Chair, through you, the team reported to me that he was there twice. One was he was in the house when he was with the journalist. The second, one of the 2 times, he was turned at the gate by the team. So that is what the team reported to me.
That's not what you said when you opposed the question. When you opposed the question, General, you said, I listened to the tape again. Your words was, actually, he was there twice. Yet, your actually is based on a report. It's not fact.
Honorable.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
General, with due respect, the Honorable Souls, let me just hold you for a moment. There is a honorable member who wants to speak, Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair, sorry to interrupt, but this has got nothing to do with the scope of this ad hoc committee, 1. And 2, General Masemola leads an organization with almost 200,000 members. Must he account for every single member's whereabouts? And I mean, when an officer comes and tells his commander something, must he go to this actual site and go and check up on it? It just, I think we're losing the plot. We're not. This is not part of the scope of the ad hoc committee. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, honorable members, so that we can proceed. Let me allow the honorable member to use the time we have allocated him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, number 1, it's my time. Number 2, I am not the one who brought up the subject. I sat here and Honorable Malema brought up the subject, and no one in this house told him what they are now telling me. Number 3, I have the right to ask that question, and also I'm not asking of the general that he should have been there. And I am fully aware that he's presiding over thousands. It is for that very fact that I am saying the general cannot then come and just based on a report from members say, as a matter of fact, Kenny Kunene was there twice. So, Chairperson, you must allow me.
Before he responds, I see there is another honorable member, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, I think I've got a problem with your ruling because your responsibility as the chairperson is to guide the meeting and your responsibility is to protect witnesses. We can't be subjected to Kenny Kunene. We have got serious issues of national importance here. I mean, the whole meeting, the whole country is watching us, and the member is subjecting the witness to Kenny Kunene. So, Chairperson, you are out of order. Do your responsibility, protect the member. That person is testifying under oath.
Yes.
So, to be asked about Kenny Kunene, even when he has answered that the team briefed me, that is enough.
Let's not be impatient with him because...
no, but Chair, people can't abuse the platform on the basis that they have time.
Yeah, I want to explain something, Honorable Nomba. You earlier on during the proceedings, you reminded us of Rule 1.4 on the scope that any other matter thereto related can be investigated. The name of of a citizen here called KT Molefe was mentioned on record. And during his testimony, oral, the general was asked about the incident or the occasion of the arrest of KT Molefe. And then he says that at the time of the arrest, Mr. Kunene was there. So it is on record in these proceedings. And so the honorable member is asking that question, and if we can please have the patience to allow him to ask what he wants to clarify, I think it's only fair. Because those statements that have been made here have gone to the records of these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The same vigor was not shown earlier when the statement was made, when an untruthful statement was made. General, you were not there physically to see that twice. You just received the report and you want the country to believe that your members does not have the possibility of lying. That every single member you have speaks the truth to you. Is that what you're saying to the country? Every member that reports to you speaks the truth at all times. They don't have the potential to lie.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. All what I said, Honorable Chair, is that the members told me that he was there twice at the house. So whether they're lying or not, I took it that which they told me, and I'm not sure. Let's agree, Honorable Member, that me and you were not there. We are the same. But however, the report I got is that he was there twice. So I will leave it there, and thanks, Honorable Chair.
It would have been different, General, if that is what you said when you were asked the question earlier. When you were asked the question earlier, you did not say, it was reported to me. You said, actually, he was there twice. Now you're saying, we can agree that you were not there. I wasn't there. Based on that, you must now then state for the record that it is only an allegation. It is alleged that Kenny Kunene was there twice. Please confirm.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I will repeat that me and you were not there. I received a report that Kenny Kunene was there twice on the two occasions that members were at the house. It's an allegation. We leave it there.
So if it's an allegation, which I now agree with you, that means it remains to be proven. You came and you said he was actually there. That means, Honorable General, you lied to the nation. You made the nation believe that you are stating that as a matter of fact. Now, I put it to you that we can prove that Kenny Kunene was not there twice. You lied to the nation. And now it concerns me because...
Honorable Souls, I want to request you that we must not debate the matters.
I'm not debating, Chair. I'm stating you heard the testimony that it's now from a statement of fact, it's now an allegation. And if it's now an allegation, it was stated on the record by the General. Then it means that what was earlier said as a fact by using the word actually was a lie.
I want us to to go beyond the names and probe what you want to probe.
I'm moving forward, Chair, but
Thank you,
I'm
thank you, sir.
concluding on that fact.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And it now concerns me because I'm not sure whether I should believe the rest of your testimony or any testimony you've made at the commission as well. But we shall continue. You know, General, this is a bit personal for me. I'll have you know, and I want the nation also to know, that my leaders have served their time in jail. They paid the price, and they worked daily to repay society, to the point where our president showed decisiveness and removed our deputy, Mr. Nhlanhla, who equally stepped down, subjected himself to an independent investigation. He was cleared and now he's back in office. If ever our criminal justice system can have something to be proud of, it is the genuine transformation of Gayton McKenzie and Kenny Kunene, whom I am a proud product of. General, yesterday, we saw on social media that General Sibia was going to be arrested, but only files and some equipment was seized. Was the team sent by yourself to effect that arrest?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, I wouldn't want to go too much back, but I would say that I did rectify that which you agree that I rectify. I didn't lie. I used English, but what I meant is what I said, that the team said he was there twice. Coming to the last question that you were asking, well, Honorable Chairperson, police, as I've been sitting here the last 2 days, even today as I've been sitting here, they're doing their work. I don't send them to go and do a specific work. They do continue with the work they do. They obtained the warrants where they obtained, and they went to the house to go and collect the catches they had a search warrant to collect.
So in English, I'll repeat, you lied. And I'm struggling to even believe what you say now, but I will indulge you, General. Why arrest or attempt to arrest on the eve of General Sibia having to come and testify? What if those equipment that was seized was material for what needs to be presented here next week by General Sibia as a witness?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I do indicate that, Honorable Member, the team, they went there, and they don't need my permission to do the work. So if you say the tools might be needed, I'm sure the team don't take equipment forever. They will assess what they assess. They will return the equipment to the relevant owners.
Are you now saying you are sure that they will return it before he comes to testify? Am I hearing you correctly?
Now, surely, if he says he needs those equipments when he comes here, we can't deny him. They will have, I'm sure they would have done their work. It doesn't take months to do what they do.
It's interesting that they chose the time. General, how would you describe the relationship between you, General Mkhwanazi, and General Khumalo?
I would describe it as a relationship that I have with the rest of the senior management.
I'm not familiar with the relationship you have with senior management. Could you?
Well, I mean, we have a good relationship. I do have a good relationship with the rest of the senior team.
You are not very close. Would you define your relationship as very close?
No, I wouldn't define as very close.
General Mkhwanazi testified that it was General Khumalo who instructed the removal of the dockets. Is this true?
I do not know that part, and it was part of the investigation. So I think the two of them will be able to tell you who instructed who to remove the dockets.
But this is a material matter that we are dealing with, and that particular matter affects and is a central part of this. Should you not know who was responsible for removing those dockets? Should you not know?
Honorable Chair, I did indicate that late April, May, I did pick it up from General Sintumule that General Sibia instructed General Khumalo to remove dockets from KZN. That's why probably you had General Mkhwanazi saying General Khumalo instructed those dockets. So what I'm aware of is that that instruction, what I heard from Sintumule is that it came from Sibia. And when I confronted him, I told him that, don't do that, stop that, don't remove dockets. That's all I said to him.
So if I understand you correctly, before you told me you didn't know, now you're telling me you did know that General Khumalo took the dockets, but you're adding that he took it at the instruction of General Sibia. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, what I'm saying, Honorable Chair, is that I don't want to get too much into hearsay. The General Mkhwanazi told you that Khumalo took the dockets. And I'm saying I heard from General Sintumule that General Sibia instructed that dockets be taken by Khumalo. And me, I called General Sibia to say, don't do that, stop that. So.
Yes, but you didn't say that to me when I asked you the first time. When I asked you the first time, you said you didn't know.
What I mean by that, why I say that, Honorable Chair, is that I don't want to give evidence of somebody and somebody and somebody and somebody.
But you just did that, and you did it with my deputy president. That's your style.
Well, with...
No, General, I don't think that you, with due respect, you must not respond to a statement like that one. Honorable Souls, may we please not impugn on the personality of the witness.
Chair.
Look, when you make a statement and say, this is your style, you impugn, number one, on the personality, and number two, on the morality of the witness. It's like you are casting aspersions on the witness. You want the witness to assume another identity in front of the people of South Africa, to be perceived differently from how they have known him before, when this committee has not arrived at a determination like that one. So I think it's very much unfair, not only to the witness, but any person against whom such reference may be made. And if you find it moral, you may withdraw that kind of statement.
Point of order, Chair.
No, Honorable Skosana, can I please beg your indulgence? Let's allow Honorable Souls first to hear whether he agrees with me to withdraw the statement that he has made. I'm not instructing him to withdraw it. I'm calling on him to look at the statement and make a decision whether he will like that statement to be associated with any other person.
I disagree with you, Chair. Let me qualify. When I asked in the beginning, is that hearsay or statement of fact? The general, when we were talking about Honorable Kenny Kunene, the general said, I'm stating that, and I stated it earlier, on the basis that I was told, I was reported to. So I made the statement, right? I now ask later on the same thing as it relates to General Khumalo. The general says, no, the reason why I said I didn't know is because I did not want to make a statement on hearsay. Now I'm saying, but you did it earlier. What's the difference? He should then also have done the same.
Yeah,
So it is on that basis that I'm saying,
what I'm saying is
the
that
style of the general is then to hear. Let me finish, Chair. You asked me to qualify.
Order,
You asked
please,
me to
Chair.
qualify. I'm qualifying. And then you must tell me, you must now correct me. I will gladly submit to your correction based on my explanation to you. You must correct me to say I must understand. In the first instance, the general is doing what he says in the later instance he's not doing. I'm pointing out, you listened to hearsay and stated it as fact. You come later and say, I can't listen to stories, therefore I didn't say General Khumalo took the files.
No, honorable members, I don't want us to derail the proceedings.
Please correct me, Chair.
Please.
Yeah, but Chair,
based on my statement.
We must not derail
Chair.
the proceedings by bringing unnecessary interjections.
Yeah, but Chair, it's not only an interjection, Chair. Let us be respected. We are members of Parliament. We are in Parliament here. It's not correct and it's unparliamentary to say the general is lying. And he knows that, the honorable member. And this character assassination reflects back on all of us. We can't be discussing Kenny Kunene this. Whether he was killed by his party, we are not campaigning here. We are dealing with a serious matter, a national issue. It can't be about Kenny Kunene every time. And the General Khumalo will come in here. He'll answer for himself.
This is what I'm avoiding, honorable members.
But it's unacceptable, Chair. That the general can be really dragged into this.
I have called on the member and I have called him to order not to impugn the integrity of the witness. And I thought that was sufficient.
Chair, Honorable Souls is defying you live. We've got a responsibility as members of this committee to respect you. Whether you are coming from the ANC or from any party, this committee is dealing with serious work and everybody is watching it. It's going to set a wrong precedent if you give an instruction and Honorable Souls defies it. We can't allow that. It must not be optional. He must withdraw what he has said to the general. No one here must be wrongly crucified. The role of this policy, of this committee, is to investigate. How did he arrive to that conclusion? And he has been partisan here, campaigning for his party. We also come from political parties. But because we understand the responsibility of this committee, we can't be talking about MK here. We know where to campaign. We know where to locate the people when we need them. Not in ad hoc committees. Honorable Souls must withdraw that statement, Chairperson, unless you want people to lose respect in you. You are the Chairperson and you must be respected. We can't allow people, you are our Chairperson in this committee. So if you don't protect yourself, we will protect you. He must withdraw that statement.
Yeah, but the last, don't inject fear in the Chairperson. Honorable Nhlanhla.
In addition, Chair, to the members, the two members, we also have a responsibility as the Ad Hoc Committee to protect our witnesses. Parliament in its nature has got a responsibility to protect all citizens of South Africa. Two, Chair, it is incorrect to want to give a hearsay status to an official report by a junior to a principal. A hearsay is what you get on when you walk on the streets hugging your friends. Juniors, when they report to the National Commissioner of what they would have found from an official investigation, can't be accorded the status of being a hearsay. So if the general says there is an official report by the team, my team, that is working on this investigation, the report is that the aforesaid person was found twice on the gate and inside the house, then we can't accord that it's an official duty report, Chair. It can't be a hearsay. We've got a different understanding of what a hearsay is. Thank you.
Honorable Cameron, do you still want to speak?
I think, Chair, most of the members have covered it, but I just don't want this to degenerate. We can be direct, but we can be respectful. We don't have to do it this way. And this isn't the Kuneni Commission. This is the Ad Hoc Committee to focus on allegations by General Mkhwanazi. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Look, honorable members, our responsibility is not only to keep the decorum of the House. Each one of us here has a right to a good name. The reason why we are called honorable members is because we are expected to conduct ourselves with integrity as leaders of society. And the title honorable is conferred to you from the day you are sworn in as a member without even knowing who you are. The moment you are called honorable, rise to the occasion and prove that I qualify to be called an honorable member. So I want to request all of you here, and I kept on reminding you that every time you open your mouth to speak, you must know that you are not limited to these four walls. The whole nation is watching the proceedings, and what they want is inspiration from all of us. The presentations which have been made here show the extent of difficulties the SAPS as an institution is going through. And you are the top leadership of this country, Parliament. Can you please help the ordinary citizens who cannot speak for themselves, who cannot be here now to interact with General Masemola, and believe in your abilities as leaders that you can help them and steer this country in the right direction? Can we please serve the people of this country? Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairperson,
I want you to move towards.
I'm moving, but
To move towards concluding, Honorable Sol.
it is wrong,
The
Chair.
time that has been allocated is not for debate, it's for
Chairperson.
you to ask the general questions.
Chairperson, I'm asking a question. None of you said what you're saying now, earlier. None of you. None of you said it's not the Kunene Commission when it was raised here earlier.
But
So you must-
Honorable Sols, may you please ask questions?
Chairperson, I am dealing with what has been posed here. I'm not grabbing a topic from outside of this house. The center of whom we are speaking about here is also an honorable member who's an MMC in Joburg. He is the deputy president of a party here. To say...
We don't have a problem with that.
No, you do.
Look, I don't want you to veer
I want to
off.
show you something, Chair. Please
No,
allow
no,
me.
No, Honorable Sols, I don't want you to veer off and start.
I'm not veering off.
No, don't concentrate
I'm
on.
responding to the House and
The
I'm
no,
responding to yourself.
No, I'm not going to. These honorable members are not witnesses. The witness is here.
But you allowed them.
He is the one that you must ask questions.
I am asking and then they interjecting, Chair. I'm asking the witness. And then they are interjecting.
They were calling a point of order on you.
And I have the right to respond to it. You are now suppressing me, but you allowed them. Chair, let me show you the material problem. If I leave it, then it means the impression that's given is that an independent investigation can lied because he said he was there once. So we'll move along and I'll say, but I will put to this House, I will not withdraw. Honorable General, you testified then, now that you are now conceding that the testimony of General Mkhwanazi was correct when he said that General Khumalo was the one who took the dockets. But you qualified that later on by saying it's because General Sibia told him to do so. Did he do the right thing? Did General Khumalo do the right thing?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, I think you were in the House, you heard it, I suppose, more than once, that General Sibia ordered dockets from KZN to come to Pretoria. Well, that order have went through different people, which myself, I don't want to go through those layers. Those people will come here, they'll come and say, me, I was given this order by who to do what and what and what. So it is not the right thing for the dockets to be removed from KZN.
So General Khumalo did the wrong thing.
Well, he will come and explain himself through you, Honorable Chair.
According to you as his superior, did General Khumalo do the right thing?
Well, I told you that I learned later that he was ordered to do so. He did not do the right thing by not consulting the provincial commissioner. General Sevilla did not do the right thing by consulting the provincial commission.
That's fine. So you are basically saying both of them didn't do the right thing, including General Khumalo.
Yeah, they didn't do the right thing.
Should he not have refused that directive from General Sibia?
Well, that I'm sure he will answer for himself, but You would recall that, well, he was given directive. I don't know the rest of what entailed, what they're gonna do with those docket. I'm sure he will be able to give evidence to that effect.
Is he following your example, Commissioner, for when the minister told you something unlawful, you also didn't refuse? Is your subordinates following the lead of the head of the agency?
I wouldn't say he's following my example. I'm sure you can ask him. He will answer for himself.
What do you think? It's very similar to what you are doing. Is that the reason why you are overlooking it? Because you are putting the blame squarely on who gave him the direction, but not holding him responsible for taking the action.
Yeah, through your Honorable Chair, I think you are aware that I did take action against General Sibia for doing what he's doing.
What action did you take against General Khumalo for doing what he did?
Well, I'm taking action against the one that started this whole thing.
And that's what I mean. Therefore, you are interpreting it in the same way when it comes to you. When the House questions you on why didn't you stand up against an unlawful instruction from the minister, you also want the country, rightfully so, to hold the one responsible for directing you. But that does not mean you are not responsible either for not standing your ground. And it's for that reason that you are now giving the same justification for General Khumalo.
Well, through you, Honorable Chair, well, I'm taking action against the one that caused the whole thing. And I think it's the right thing I'm doing.
And everyone that is attached to it, he had a duty to refuse an unlawful instruction. He had a duty to do that. He did not. And therefore you should hold him responsible too. I agree with you. Deal decisively with General Sibia, but deal decisively with General Khumalo as well, because it will look like you are just overlooking it because it's General Khumalo.
The honorable member, your time is up.
My time is up. Are you sure? Chair, are you sure? But I'll accept it, Chair. I shall accept it.
You can ask the honorable members, they will tell you how long the microphone has been on.
I'll accept it, Chair, respectfully bow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. I think, Chairperson, we have exhausted all the issues pertaining to this witness. We have exhausted ourselves, and we have exhausted the witness. My questions have all been covered, so I will not be utilizing my time. Let's go home. Thank you.
Very progressive. General, is your senior management of the SAPS divided?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I wouldn't say they're divided. They are together. There will be problems there and there that now and then come, Honorable Chair, but surely they are not divided. You will find in any organization, you will find that now and then there is conflict, but they are not divided.
The problems in the institution that you have alluded to, spanning over a decade. Can we say that what we see now is an institutional implosion?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I would say, like I said, problems. If I may talk of General Sibia, Honorable Chairperson, I think since he arrived, well, it's quite a number of people that he encountered problems with. I kept on resolving those problems. Firstly, he had a problem with General Zulu. I intervened. He had a problem with General Mkhwanazi, not now, some time ago. And before I intervened, he had a problem with General Kumalo. I spent almost half a day resolving that problem, and I was happy that it was resolved. He had a problem with General Msikidi. He had a problem with General Nkua. And, but still, I accommodate him, and we rectify, we go on. Some of the problems, I never attended to them, but they will resolve them amongst themselves. So, yeah.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this, honorable members, is that since the proceedings started, there are so many names of generals who have been mentioned here, and allegations of involvement of generals or senior management in activities of self-aggrandizement, self-enrichment. Is that good for an institution that you lead, the South African Police Services? I mean, the developments of yesterday, for instance, when we are here with yourself, the Honorable Bradenbach calls you the honcho of the institution, and there are other colleagues of you convening press conferences. Is it good for your institution?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It is definitely indeed not good for the institution. Hence, you have seen that I have enlisted this assistant of, while we are doing investigation in areas where we pick up that there are problems of crime and or misconduct. Hence, I enlisted the help of SIU to come and do a lifestyle audit of everybody so that we can know who we are dealing with and who's clean and who not, starting with myself.
And the people of this country, one honorable member has asked you whether you are a voter. You said, yes, I'm a voter, it's my civic duty. The voter whose last hope is on us as the bureaucracy in civil service. They sit every day glued to their televisions, they hear these things about high-ranking police officers. Their expectations have been that when we hear stories about the police, should be that criminal A, criminal B, criminal C have been arrested. And now they come to hear this very, very disturbing allegations about high-ranking police officers. What does that do to the mentality of the voter or the ordinary citizen?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I agree that it raises a problem of trust. It raises a problem of that they the voter, or as you say, or the community should continue trusting the police the way they do. I do agree that that is a problem. And it is an area that we are going through. And as an organization, we are not sitting back. As we are dealing decisively with areas where there is crime, Honorable Chairperson, and also cleanse ourselves by making sure that everyone that is there is above board. I'm sure that will go a long way. I know it's not an overnight process, but by making sure that we know who's who, and that will definitely will improve the morale in the organization, and it will improve also the trust outside there in the police. So the quicker as we are embarking on lifestyle audit and investigations carry on in terms of areas where there are, be it criminality or misconduct, we finalize that, we'll be able to move forward.
My last question would be that, do you still have hope as the leader of the institution that these senior ranking officials against whom allegations have been made, and some were made by yourself, do still have commitment to turn around the SAPS and make it an institution of choice?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, those areas where there are allegations, of course, we will, as I'm saying, we subject that to investigation of misconduct, and the criminal investigations will also take its course. And yes, I do believe that we can still turn the ship in the right direction. And it is an era that happened in the organization, and it happened, of course, because of other reasons, because of the discovery of some linkages to these drug cartels. And it's a good thing that we investigate that and make sure that we get to the depth of it and root it out. And I think after we do that, we will definitely have an organization running forward without any suspicion or accusation.
Senior Counsel, how much time do you need?
I'll try and be as brief as possible. I've got no questions about Mr. Kuneni. Just to clarify a few things. The first thing you asked me, General, was to just clarify the question about when I put it to you, I had agreed that no national commissioner appointed had served their 5 years, but there is one.
Yeah, that is correct, Honorable Chair. The first national commissioner after democracy, Commissioner Fibers, he did complete his term.
You've been criticized, questioned about your response to the directive of 31 December 2024. But we know as a fact that that directive has in fact not been implemented. The task team has not been disestablished. In fact, you approved the budget of the task team effective to 26 March 2026, and you actually denied a request from Lieutenant General Sabia to make money available for a differently constituted team.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. I did allude to that, and yeah.
Also, when lawyers look at sections 206 and 207 of the Constitution, they lick their lips because you'll find one lot being very clear that you have management and control of SAPS and that ministers may not interfere. The other lot will say there's ambiguity and there's scope for interpretation that the minister, because the words used are directives, in charge of policy, and so on. So just to put it on record, General, that it's far from clear. In your case, you, one, didn't implement the directive, and two, whatever you gave to the minister was to kick the can down the road, as it were, and not in fact implement it, but to phase out the team. But the PKTT is still in existence as we speak.
And that is correct, Honorable Chair and members. The PKTT is still at work. We are working towards increasing personnel and other resources. And also, we are establishing one in Halting because we also do have problems in that province.
We know from General Mkhwanazi that he obtained an affidavit from you on the 4th of July. Is that correct? Or a statement?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Now, he wouldn't disclose the statement because he said it now forms part of a criminal investigation. We would like to know what is in that statement or affidavit on the 4th of July, because his evidence was also that he was not going to go into the media briefing on the 6th of July without that statement from you.
Well, that statement, Honorable Chair, it talks about the defeating the ends of justice is more a case. It talks about those that participated in efforts to disestablish the PKTT. That's what the statement would entail.
Would you object to making that statement available to us?
I can make it available, provided it doesn't get
into the public domain.
into the public before it gets to court.
So thank you. We'll ask crime intelligence to look after that one. Just joking. Now, the briefing that you gave to Parliament on the 5th of March, there is in fact a few passages, and you'll find it. You don't have to look at it now. It's just for the record.
Okay.
Where Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi does make some strong comments about the instruction to disband the task team, and from it's at volume 3 of your record at page 259.
Okay.
Can you recollect or recall that from what he was saying, and I know it's difficult, so you can't ask about body language because it was an online meeting, that he wasn't happy. He made comments at the beginning of the meeting. He commented twice, close to the beginning of the meeting and then towards the end. And at the beginning he mentioned sections 206 and 207, mentioned them. And at the end he was unhappy.
That's correct. I know he did. He was.
Were you aware, or are you aware that that on the 6th of December 2024, when the PKTT was assisting the Halting police in arresting Nhlanhla at his home for allegedly kidnapping a business associate. Were you aware of events on that day? Were you informed about it?
Yeah, I was informed while the operation was on.
Because it would appear that it's that gave rise also when Lieutenant General gave evidence, and you seem to be of the same view. It's only when you started joining the dots, as it were, and you're putting some things together that you realize that there was something else that informed the directive of 31 December 2024.
Yeah, correct, Honorable Chair. The operation of the 6, I think the arrest of Molefe, and not arrest of Nhlanhla, but it was a search of his premises where the team was looking for a kidnapped victim, Mr. Jerry Bushua. So that operation of the 6, according to records of Nhlanhla's phone, that was then confiscated later in May 2025. Indications are that the disbandment letter of the 31st of December 2025 was activated by the operation of the 6th of December 2026.
Thank you. And just lastly, I know we're tired.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, 6th December 2024.
Yeah. But I was always intrigued by this until I had to look these things up and got paid to do it. So it wasn't a problem. But the difference between crime intelligence and crime intelligence as addressed or spoken about or prescribed in the Police Act, and then intelligence under the Intelligence Act, and the way the police service conducts intelligence operations, and the intelligence under the State Security Agency. I think many of us, many people would want to just understand those crucial differences, because even in the Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's evidence, he at one stage there was talk of bringing in the State Security Agency to conduct some or other operation. I don't know whether to assist the crime intelligence. So perhaps just give us your understanding of how the two operate. Do they complement each other? Do they do different things? I know State Security Intelligence mainly is concerned with protecting the borders and the integrity of the Republic. But we know also from the directive that was given on the 31st of December, one of the very interesting, intriguing directives is that relating to border control and border entry.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give evidence or make a speech.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. The State Security Agency, of course, is responsible for intelligence, more on the country, security intelligence for the country, state security. However, crime intelligence deal with intelligence relating to crime. But the state security, as they do their work of state intelligence, they will come across intelligence relating to crime, so that they will obviously pass to crime intelligence. And in terms of the cluster, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, commonly known as JCPS, state security is part of that cluster, just like defense, NPA, corrections, and all other departments. So when we do work, we work as a cluster, hence they will have a representative. They might not have a representative down on the ground, but in meetings, they will have a representative. As and when they pick up whatever, they will, if it's crime related, they will give to us. That's the difference between the two. And there are, of course, controlled by the National Strategic Intelligence Act and all other legislation related to intelligence. But the crime intelligence is a division of the police service. And they are collecting crime on intelligence, so their activities somehow are controlled by National Strategic Intelligence Act.
And both conduct covert operations.
Yeah, well, they can be both. Crime intelligence is accounting. We have the two accounts, both covert and open account. That's how the nature of how they conduct business.
Just lastly, would you, because it's also one of the things this committee must look at in terms of proposing some remedial measures to Parliament, would you appreciate a clarification of what 206 and 207 means? Or do you have a clear understanding of what it entails and what it means?
Well, I think I do have understanding, but where clarity comes in, when Section 207 talks about minister responsible for national policing policy, I think that is very clear. There is one policy signed this year, and but where it says directions by the cabinet member responsible, that is the area that requires clarity as to what are those directions, at what level they are.
Yeah, because I think some of the honourable members pointed out, some were even appear to be a bit horrified that you said your boss is the minister. You're accountable to the minister. So I'm just flagging that and asking you whether, whether the committee could be of some assistance in that regard.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Indeed, as I say, yes, the committee should assist in terms of what level directions does it, are those directions that the minister can give to the national commissioner. If there can be interpretation of that, I think it will assist the situation. But of course, remember the question says manage the police, the subject to national policing policy, which is developed by the minister, and the directions from the minister. So I do report to the minister. It's not an anomaly.
Yeah.
But also I do report to the president.
Because a number of honourable members had also described you as the most powerful person in the country. And it would be of concern that the most powerful person is also reporting to someone higher, other than the Almighty.
Yeah, I do not think, well, I don't think the post of the position of the National Commissioner is the most powerful. There is legal framework to that, and the responsibility, yes, is huge, and the money is little or is not really sufficient. You actually forsake your life when you are in this position. You don't have life, private life.
It's not career limiting, it's life limiting.
Well, in terms of career, I do not have a problem, Honorable Chair. I'm actually beyond pension.
You could become a minister.
I'm 62-year-old, so I'm actually a pensioner. So I wouldn't even want to be a minister. No.
Thank you very much, General,
Thank
again,
you.
for your cooperation and all your time. It's been a difficult time. I think the one thing that we all agree on is you've got an unenviable job, big job, very responsible job to keep us all safe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. We want to take this opportunity and express our gratitude, General, Masemola, Tawiye also Kodibeng, for creating time from the moment we contacted you that we would want to have consultations with you until today that we are concluding the proceedings with you. We want to thank you so much. Fly safely back home. We want to thank honorable members. You have shown your resilience, honorable members, and I want to thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, it's a Friday evening. We are resuming the proceedings, senior council and members, on Monday, 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yes, Monday. The witness is Lieutenant General Sibia. Thank you so much.
In this,
The same venue, Good Hope.
Mark,
The venue is this one.
this one.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we are not sure which are contaminated.
Oh, it's,
This is yours.
eh?
This is your Sabia's and your Mkhwanazi's as well. Sabia and Mkhwanazi files for you. Mkhwanazi and Sabia.
No, just give me some.